The wedding hall of the Celestial Demon Palace was packed. Gold silk hung from the walls and everything looked fancy. People in rich clothes sat waiting, eyes locked on the front. Then Lin Xiaoyao stepped in. The third prince of Dongxing walked in with a swag like he just lost his virginity. Servants rushed to lead him to his seat. Around him, whispers spread. Everyone knew he was strong. A master of the real Earth realm, the kind of guy people respected or feared. But another name popped up in the whispers. Ning Tian, a nobody. A one-star warrior who had been with the sect for just 3 years. Compared to Lin Xiaoyao or the Empress, he was a joke. People wondered why his name was even being mentioned. In his room, Ning Tian stood in front of a mirror, staring at himself. His head spun. He had been thrown into this world, and now he was marrying the celestial demon Empress. None of it made sense. Why would someone like Lu Wuing pick him? Before he could think it through, the door swung open. Lu Wuing entered, cold and unreadable. Without wasting time, she made things clear. The wedding was just for show. You shouldn't get any ideas. We're not even 90 seconds into this comic, and they already got my guy looking like a simp. Ning Tian clenched his fists. Everything felt out of his control. Then suddenly, the system flashed a message. A quick notification, no real explanation. Then silence. Frustration boiled over. He snapped at the system, demanding answers. A crushing force filled the room. Lu Wuqing's power hit him like a mountain, knocking the air out of his lungs. He dropped to his knees. She wasn't just strong. She was on a whole different level. Just as panic set in, another message appeared. His first move had worked. He had unlocked aura suppression. A tiny spark of hope. Maybe she wasn't just testing him. Maybe she had a reason to keep him alive. Standing up straight, he refused to back down. The system rewarded him again, a blood pill. A small prize, but proof that his actions mattered. Feeling a rush of confidence, he made his move. If he was going to be her husband, he wasn't going to just stand in the background. Lu Wuqing's expression darkened. She had no patience for this. In an instant, she struck. A blast of energy shot toward him. Ning Tian dodged barely. The force of it smashed into the wall behind him. His new skill kicked in, dulling the impact, but he was still rattled. Girls act like this and then wonder why guys go red pill. Anyway, he wasn't strong enough. Not yet. But now, he had a chance. Just as she was about to smack him, he activated aura suppression in a last-ditch effort to save himself. She suddenly felt dizzy and fainted right into his arms. As Ning Tian tried to unclothe her, he was met with resistance, but our MC finally shocked her again and again, even though the Empress wasn't down for it. Fun fact, well, I guess not so fun for the ladies, but doing this to your wife was totally legal in the US until 1993. Please don't ask me why I know that. Anyway, after clapping and giving her the shock of her life, our MC casually goes and gets a cappuccino like a true G. After the fight, Lu Wuqing turns back to her main goal, the Celestial Demon Manual. She starts planning how Ning Tian can help her get it, even as the wedding nears. At the same time, Ning Tian feels something change inside him. His power builds up and he reaches the 6th level of the Black Warrior realm. The system shows 6 stars and gives him a boost in strength and endurance. He wants to know more, but the system stays silent. Still, Ning Tian pushes on, determined to use his new power to change his fate. Back in the hall, Lu Wuqing returns and earns quiet praise from the guests. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyao sulks over missing his chance with the Empress. Some guests praise the Empress, but they also look down on Ning Tian's humble roots. When one guest openly makes fun of Ning Tian's low status, Lin Xiaoyao's pride is hurt. He challenges Ning Tian to a duel. Seeing a chance to prove himself, Ning Tian accepts right away. Every whisper and sideways glance in the hall is full of expectation. All eyes are on the duel, a fight that could change everything. Ning Tian steps forward, his new power running through him. In that moment, he knows that every challenge he wins brings him closer to changing his fate in a world where power means everything. Lin Xiaoyao stands in the crowd with a big grin. He's sure that even at half strength, he can beat Ning Tian. The guests chat about his strength and how he crushes regular fighters. He feels proud, thinking of bragging to the Empress. Beating Ning Tian will make him look even better. Ning Tian, on the other hand, keeps a steady, determined look. He sees this as his chance to shine. He even says that since he's just visiting, Lin Xiaoyao should start the fight. But Lin Xiaoyao laughs and says starting would get too much attention. Instead, he tells Ning Tian to make the first move, and even calls him a loser. Ning Tian secretly likes that jab. Ning Tian accepts the challenge. He gathers energy in his hands, ready to strike. Every second counts as he prepares. All eyes are on him. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyao watches with a scowl, shaking his head at Ning Tian's weak moves. The leaders of the heavenly demon sect, the Great Elder and the Second Elder, look on. The Great Elder grumbles that their sect's honor is being dragged down by weak talent. The Second Elder is impressed that Ning Tian stays cool under fire and wonders why the Empress hasn't stepped in yet. Ning Tian focuses his energy and shapes a dragon aura around his hands. It's a clear sign his power is growing. Then he hits with the demonic heavenly palm, a burst of energy that shocks both Lin Xiaoyao and the sect leaders. The Great Elder spots the move right away, while the Second Elder can't believe how fast Ning Tian has gotten. Lin Xiaoyao, caught off guard, scrambles to defend himself. He tries to remove his seal, but doesn't work. In that split second, he sees the Empress is holding his aura back, leaving him stuck in the fight. Ning Tian's attack hits hard, smashing Lin Xiaoyao into a pillar. Injured and humiliated, Lin Xiaoyao can't stop wondering how a guy from such a low rank could beat him. Soon, the palace erupts in shock. People whisper, asking how the third prince could fall so easily to someone they thought was weak. The leaders of the heavenly demon sect exchange worried looks as the full shock of the defeat sinks in. In the middle of the chaos, the mood shifts fast when Ning Tian starts getting system alerts. His face goes from dead serious to wide-eyed excitement when he sees he's earned big rewards. The elders are left speechless, trying to figure out how this sudden twist fits with their sect's rep. Ning Tian then begins to change. His body game is on point. He has the glow up, and my man is straight look maxing to the fullest. People all around, both guys and girls, start talking about his sudden appeal. Ning Tian scans the crowd and sees both confusion and real excitement about his transformation. He glances at the Empress, who doesn't react at all, and wonders what that means. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyao, still hurt by his loss, doesn't get why everyone cheers for Ning Tian instead of laughing at him. Feeling stronger than ever, Ning Tian stands up tall and shows off his new power. Without saying a word, he sends a message about what it takes to get strong. Then someone from the elite side speaks up, questioning if he really is that strong. Ning Tian fires back with a bold reply. He makes it clear that the world is huge and full of chances to grow, leaving everyone to think about his words. The palace is stunned as everyone listens to Ning Tian's words. A heavy silence fills the room. Then the first leader asks where the moving poem came from. Ning Tian says he learned it at the pavilion of Buddhist writings, though he keeps secret the system's help. The first leader thinks that sounds right, but then wonders how long it took Ning Tian to master the skill. Ning Tian pauses, caught between showing too much and staying humble. The first leader guesses it took at least a year. That guess shocks everyone since Ning Tian mastered it so fast. Finally, Ning Tian declares he did it in one day. The crowd reacts in disbelief. One voice even claims such speed is impossible, and Ning Tian wonders if he overdid it. Then the first leader moves closer and says mastering this move is so hard it could take a lifetime for an average fighter. He points out that even the talented Empress needed days to learn it. This hints that Ning Tian's talent might match hers, a rare feat in their sect. Others note the irony of Ning Tian once admitting his limits, now proven wrong by his rapid win. Amid all the praise and surprise, someone in the crowd calls him a genius among geniuses, and everyone marvels at his achievement. Right then, Ning Tian's system lights up with a notification, a reward for shocking the elders. It gives him 1 aura cultivation point. He feels a burst of energy as a fresh aura fills him up. It's a clear sign he's getting stronger. The first leader, moved by his own emotion, pulls Ning Tian into a hug. He says Ning Tian's feat is cool, but bigger challenges are ahead. Then he grabs everyone's attention by saying the wedding is about to start. Musicians begin to play and upbeat tunes fill the hall. The mood turns festive as everyone celebrates the union of Ning Tian and the Empress. Guests keep talking about how great the couple looks and how well they match. During the party, Ning Tian thinks back to how small he felt just moments ago. Now he's part of a big celebration. He remembers one simple truth: strength always earns respect. Bro is not lying. Fellas, make sure you hit the gym. Up high, Lu Wuing watches him closely. She looks calm, but inside she's determined. She's sure this union will help her get the Celestial Demon Manual, a goal she's chased for a long time. The scene jumps back a few months to a hidden spot in the back mountain. In a dark tunnel, Lu Wuing makes her way to a creepy demonic statue. Standing there, she wonders if marrying Ning Tian will finally get her that promised manual. She stays calm as she thinks about the upcoming arrival of 5 emperors and 2 empresses, and about her need to reach the gods' realm to face them. She knows her rise depends on finding a path to godhood, a road that could take thousands of years with the manual. Remembering the sect leader's advice about marrying someone with a divine physique, even if he was seen as a loser, she decides she must not let Ning Tian fail. Their union is too important for her plans. Damn, you can never know a woman's real intentions. To quote the great future bands, "It's an evil world we live in." Back in the present, the crowd still buzzes about Ning Tian and the Empress. People can't stop talking about how he went from being a nobody to a real force. One observer even predicts that in a few years the sect might see another powerful fighter from the Emperor realm, all thanks to Ning Tian's hidden potential. Another guest praises Ning Tian as truly worthy of the Empress, highlighting his big achievements. Then the scene shifts to the Alliance of the Heavenly Realms. A report about the chaos caused by the heavenly demonic sect reaches Emperor Zhentia from the immortal Emperor realm. He asks about the fate of the female demon Lu Wuing and what their plans are. Elder Chill, the first elder, assures the Emperor that everything is set and waiting for his order. Elder Taitan drops a cryptic hint about a hidden potion, while the second elder points out how strange it is that Lu Wuing married someone once seen as useless. Emperor Zhentia pulls out a psychic gem and tells the elders to listen up. Through the gem, Cao, a sect master, drops a bomb. Lu Wuqing's husband isn't a loser. He's a one-of-a-kind genius. The elders are shocked, especially when Cao tells them that Ning Tian beat Lin Xiaoyao with one blow and learned a tough move in one day. The first elder calls it a miracle, and the second elder says they must take Ning Tian seriously. I know I keep flip-flopping with pronouncing Tian or Tian. Just bear with me. Seeing how serious this is, Emperor Zhentia decides to dig deeper into Ning Tian and the secrets of the heavenly demonic sect. The scene then shifts to the Empress's room in the afternoon. Lu Wuqing takes off her makeup slowly while Ning Tian sits quietly, lost in thought. He remembers how his divine physique shocked everyone, even though Lu Wuqing stayed cool and calm. Later, Ning Tian thinks about how wild it is to be Empress's husband and how the system flipped his fate. Wanting to use his new power, he decides to show off his hot new look in private, hoping to wow Lu Wuqing. As he walks over, he quietly recites a line meant to impress her. But she just gives him a calm look and tells him, in her own way, that while his charm might work on others, it doesn't work on her. In that moment, Ning Tian realizes just how strong her heart is. It hits him that winning her over won't be easy. Getting rejected by your wife, this is precisely the time when a man gets an Ashley Madison account. Lu Wuqing calms down and gets closer. She teases him for being too cocky. The vibe between them pumps Ning Tian up and he vows to prove himself. But her power quickly knocks him back and he's stunned by how much stronger she is. Her teasing about his slow pace leaves him both frustrated and, deep down, admiring her strength. As night falls, Ning Tian thinks about the tough road ahead. He knows he must get stronger to match Lu Wuqing. With fresh resolve, he dives into his training, determined to leave his weak self behind. Soon, the system shows that his power has tripled. That boost fills him with hope and drives him to keep pushing forward. Next morning, Ning Tian steps out of his room, panting hard. He grumbles that Lu Wuqing is being cruel for making him stand all night. He thinks about his training that pushed him to the 7th star of the Black Warrior realm, but it's just 1 star up, and it still isn't enough. Then his system pings a notification. It tells him he can pick a spot loaded with aura to train. Excited, he remembers the perfect place. The scene shifts to the main cultivation field of the Heavenly Demon Sect. This is where all the aura gathers. The field buzzes with disciples ramping up their training. The energy is high. Among them, Ning Tian sits quietly, focused as the aura flows around him. When he fully steps into the field, the other disciples take notice. They're shocked. They remember him as the Empress's husband. They say he's now the most popular guy in this sect, when not too long ago he was seen as a total loser. They watch him soak up the aura fast, whispering among themselves. His aura seems to flow into him like magic. Ning Tian is amazed by the rich, clean aura filling the field. Still, he feels his progress isn't fast enough. When he complains about it, the disciples are surprised. With so much aura around, how can he say it's not enough? Ning Tian figures he can only push his cultivation power out 10 times before his aura absorption kicks in. Then a golden aura starts shining from within him, filling the air with energy. The other disciples are stunned. They feel like an earthquake is coming as they watch him absorb so much aura. Their eyes go wide in disbelief. Ning Tian keeps absorbing huge amounts of aura. He feels a burst of energy, and his training, it's a big boost. Then his system pings again. Jesus, he needs to put this damn system on vibrate. It tells him he has surprised a group of disciples, and as a reward, he's earned a movement move called the Water Dragon Step. The system adds that he's learning it 10 times faster than usual. Ning Tian feels a big surge of power as he nails the move. He thinks the Water Dragon Step is a great move. It lets him move around easily. But he also knows that even with a ton of aura stored, his overall strength won't improve without more skills. Then Ning Tian walks up to a girl in the field and asks where he can find the sect techniques. Get your mind out of the gutter. He said sect with a C. She tells him there's a scripture depository where the patriarch keeps all the moves. The girl tells Ning Tian that today is the opening day from the scripture depository and that the sect has loads of techniques for the disciples. Ning Tian thanks her for the tip. When the girl calls him patriarch, Ning Tian is shocked. He thinks to himself, I'm still in my early 20s. I'm no old man. She explains that in the sect, anyone who marries the Empress gets the title patriarch. That news surprises Ning Tian even more. Ning Tian grins and teases her, saying patriarch sounds old-fashioned. He jokes that older brother would be a better title. The girl blushes at his words, and nearby, some of the other disciples nearly faint from his charm. My man got raised but can't smash his own wife. As Ning Tian gets ready to leave the cultivation field, he tells the others he won't disturb their training any longer. But they protest, saying he's absorbed so much aura that it's stopping them from training properly. The scene shifts to the scripture depository inside the sect. A long line of disciples waits to get in, and the air buzzes with anticipation. A man in line comments on how long the wait is. Everyone wants to enter the warehouse, and it looks like it's going to take forever. He explains that the warehouse is packed with techniques and skills that top leaders have chased their whole lives. No wonder so many disciples are lined up. As the man turns around, he's shocked to see Ning Tian standing behind him. He can't believe the Empress's husband is now in line. When the girls see Ning Tian, they rush over, praising how handsome he is. One girl even says she wants to marry him. The boys in line are equally surprised. They nod and agree that Ning Tian's charm has won over many female disciples. One guy even laments that he wishes he had even a fraction of Ning Tian's charisma, clearly jealous of his new popularity. Suddenly, a voice shouts for silence in front of the warehouse. Elder Jui Anda of the Celestial Demon Sect has arrived, and his presence commands respect. The elders let out their energy, creating a strong pressure in the air. Elder Jui, known for being old school and strict, has been sent here for going against the Empress. He steps forward. Ning Tian watches the elder closely, thinking that if Elder Jui gives him a hard look, he'll be in deep trouble. He feels a mix of respect and nerves. Then, Elder Jui's eyes turn red and start to shine. To everyone's surprise, he bows before Ning Tian and greets him as patriarch. Ning Tian is shocked when Elder Jui bows to him, and Tambi, standing right behind, yells that he's never seen the elder act like that before. One guy then says Ning Tian is now famous in the sect and that his strength is off the charts. No wonder Elder Jui is impressed. Elder Jui hands Ning Tian a token that lets him enter every floor of the scripture depository and tap into all its moves. Ning Tian checks out the token and feels proud. Even strict Elder Jui is handling things well today. He takes the token and says all he needs to do is hold on to this old plaque to access the techniques. Elder Jui warns Ning Tian that the higher he goes, the tougher the skills get, and he'll need more strength. As the elder watches, he wonders which floor Ning Tian will choose. Ning Tian decides to head to the 5th floor, determined to find the best moves there. The other disciples watch him in awe. They say most of them barely reach the 3rd floor, and even the top ones usually stop at the 4th, except for the Empress, the Great Elder, and the Supreme Elder. The elders secretly agree that Ning Tian deserves the title of patriarch because his talent is unbelievable. Ning Tian then opens the door to the 5th floor and feels a burst of energy as he steps in. He thinks about the huge amount of aura inside him and the need to pick the best techniques, scanning the shelves full of moves from black rank techniques to the star absorption skill and earth rank basics. He decides to focus on the advanced earth rank move, the Demon King technique. Feeling a strong pull, he grabs the scroll. As soon as he does, he fires up his comprehension power at 10 times the normal rate, eager to soak up the knowledge. The system then announces that Ning Tian now understands the Demon King technique 10 times better, and he can feel the move starting to click with him. The system pings Ning Tian, letting him know he's hitting the elemental level on the Demon King technique. He feels a big surge of power as he moves forward. Next, the system tells him he's reached the cusp level, and the move starts to lock in inside him. Then a final notification comes in. Ning Tian has fully mastered the Demon King technique, and a huge wave of golden aura bursts out of him. The aura spreads out, lighting up his forehead. Everyone outside the scripture depository can feel his power. The disciples are in awe. They shout that the patriarch has discovered an amazing move and wonder how much aura he can absorb. Elder Jui watches all this and speaks to Ning Tian through the ancient plaque. He asks if the sudden power burst is causing any problems. Ning Tian admits there's a problem. He can only open a few spirit veins. Elder Jui is surprised but tells him it's normal for disciples to struggle with that, and he urges Ning Tian not to lose hope. Ning Tian, though, insists that more than half his aura is still intact, showing he's determined to push past his limits. Elder Jui is stunned when he realizes that the limit of the Demon King technique is 100 veins, something only a celestial being can achieve. He praises Ning Tian, saying that mastering this move in just 30 minutes is incredible. Ning Tian keeps training, feeling the power of the Demon King technique settle inside him, ready to be unleashed when needed. In the cultivation field, Ning Tian is surprised when the Divine Record skill shows up before his eyes. He looks around and sees that the martial arts here come in 5 types: God, Sky, Yellow, Black, and Earth. The Divine Record is at the top with the God rank. His system tells him he can now train with this skill, so he starts with a burst of focus. Almost right away, a weird feeling hits him. His aura absorption suddenly stops and a strong pain washes over him, making it hard to breathe. He quickly figures out that training a God rank skill is breaking down all the spirit veins he worked so hard to build. He compares it in his mind to his bones breaking and rebuilding. The system then shows that he has reached 30% comprehension of the Divine Record. It also says that his divine physiology is kicking in as a rush of spiritual energy starts to flow. Even with his fast learning, Ning Tian wonders just how many spirit veins this skill can open. Nearby, there's a stir among the disciples. A girl asks an elder about the commotion, and even the elder seems unsure. He explains that during training, aura gathers in the lower Danshan like a river. Only when there's a huge amount does it form a vortex. The disciples are stunned. They whisper that it looks like the patriarch's spiritual vortex is reaching up to the sky, as if he's sucking in all the sect's aura. One elder adds in disbelief that at his young age, Ning Tian already has an aura 50 times stronger than normal. That's something no one ever thought possible. Then the Supreme Elder shows up. Known for being strict and reclusive, he first praises the Elder for breaking into the immortal Emperor realm, saying that with both him and the Empress as powerful cultivators, no one would dare cross them. But his praise quickly turns to anger when he sees almost all the aura being sucked in. He demands an explanation for such rapid progress. Soon enough, he learns that the force behind this surge is Ning Tian, the Empress's husband. This revelation shocks him. He can't understand how a mere disciple could be worthy of her. The Supreme Elder then frowns at the idea of the sect's reputation being tainted by an empress marrying a disciple. His anger builds, and the pressure he creates forces many disciples to bow down. At that moment, Lu Wuing appears, and the Supreme Elder scolds her for choosing a boy as her partner at a time when the righteous alliance is looming over their sect. In response, Lu Wuing stays cool. She tells him straight up that, as Empress, she doesn't have to justify her choices, even to him. I'm not gonna lie, this chick is kind of a boss. The Elder, now quiet and a bit subdued, reluctantly accepts her authority. Nearby, whispers ripple through the crowd as the disciples express their surprise that the Empress would stand up for Ning Tian. All of a sudden, thunder rumbles around Ning Tian. The crowd gasps as they see the thunder of the Holy Light Tribulation start. Some think he's learning a new skill, but the Supreme Elder explains this thunder isn't normal. It's a tribulation event. He says a thunder dragon is forming and Ning Tian is using its energy to open his spirit channels like never before. One elder can't believe it and admits he's never seen anything like that. The Supreme Elder agrees, adding that with talent like this, Ning Tian could hit Emperor level one day. That thought softens his earlier doubts. As the thunder crashes overhead, Ning Tian feels raw energy surge through him, a force that both amazes and scares him. Then, Lu Wuing steps forward with a determined look and offers to shield him from the worst of the tribulation. Her move surprises Ning Tian, and he feels a rush of gratitude amid the chaos. When the storm calms a bit, an elder asks Ning Tian how many spirit channels he opened on his first try. The elder recalls that in his early days he was known for opening 8 channels, and he guesses Ning Tian might open around 40 to 50. Curious, the Supreme Elder pushes for an exact number. Ning Tian checks his aura and then announces he's opened 199 spirit channels. The room falls silent in shock. The Supreme Elder and the other elders exchange stunned looks. They know this achievement is nothing short of amazing, and that Ning Tian's potential has blown all their expectations away. At the Imperial Court, Emperor Linbai stands with physician Qian Lao as news of the tribulation at the Celestial Demon Sect reaches him. The Emperor is boiling with anger. He remembers his son coming back weak and barely alive from incurable illnesses. Furious, he orders Qian Lao to call the Righteous Alliance immediately to plan the sect's destruction. Qian Lao hesitates and reminds him that the Empress is still at the Celestial Demon Sect. That only makes Linbai even angrier. In his rage, the Emperor thinks about the growing power of the sect in his kingdom and insists it must be wiped out before more damage is done. The scene shifts to 3 elders watching the Thunder Tribulation. One of them guesses that the Empress might one day reach the God realm, while another quickly points out that no one has ever done that yet. Their voices are filled with worry as they consider the coming trouble from the celestial demon sect. They recall how many Emperor Realm experts have tried and failed to ascend, and they agree that the Empress now poses a big threat that must be dealt with. Next, we see Ning Tian and Lu Wuing leaving the Supreme Elder's presence. Ning Tian thinks about how powerful Lu Wuing could be, a weapon who might even reach the realm of the gods. Out of the blue, Lu Wuing rips at Ning Tian's clothes and slaps her hand on his chest, leaving everyone watching confused. Using her special power, she makes lightning bursts from his body. Overwhelmed by pain, Ning Tian screams and collapses, yet he still shows concern for her. She explains that she did it to fix hidden damage from the thunder tribulation, showing she really cares about him. Touched by her concern, Ning Tian feels grateful, but then she playfully tosses him into the air, teasing him for being nervous. An elder asks how Ning Tian is doing, and Lu Wuing reassures everyone that she only used a little strength, so he won't be seriously hurt. Out of nowhere, a man shows up. He laughs and shouts that the heavenly demon sect is awake. His strong presence shocks both Lu Wuing and Ning Tian. In response, Lu Wuing asks if he's the founder of the sect. This sets the stage for a showdown that hints at bigger secrets and shifting power in their world. During a fierce fight, Ning Tian watches the imposing heavenly demon. This demon, part of a sect thousands of years old, still stands strong, a true relic from the past. The heavenly demon admits that after all these years, a cultivator with a divine physique has finally appeared. That rare moment grabs everyone's attention. Then Lu Wuing asks what they should do next and wants to know more about the manual and the path to rise. With a dismissive laugh, the heavenly demon reveals that the claim about the manual leading to godhood was just a lie he made up to trick Lu Wuing. He admits that her cluelessness helped him find a disciple with a divine physique, saving him a lot of work. At that moment, Ning Tian faces a harsh truth. His marriage to Lu Wuing was set up only because of his exceptional physique, and now he's 100% in his feelings. This whole thing has Ning Tian feeling some type of way. R.I.P. rich homie Quan. In response, Lu Wuing fires back at the heavenly demon, accusing him of twisting the old teachings of the sect. She then challenges him, asking if his real goal is to fix Ning Tian's body and bring him back to life. The heavenly demon confirms that this truth hurts the legacy of past leaders who never recognized the value of the divine physique. He even reluctantly thanks Lu Wuing for her unintentional help in this discovery. Lu Wuing gets mad and blasts her power at the heavenly demon, but it doesn't work. Even with her strength as a top immortal emperor cultivator, her current state stops her from hurting him. The demon then fixes his eyes on Ning Tian and declares him his target. In a stunning move, he invades Ning Tian's body and shouts that there's no escape. This shock leaves both Ning Tian and Lu Wuing reeling. Inside Ning Tian, the demon muses over how the divine physique beats other forms like the ancient sacred or heavenly palace physiques. He finds a deep spiritual sea in Ning Tian's dantian and sees it as proof of Ning Tian's huge talent, a lucky break for him. Then the demon spots a thunder dragon in Ning Tian's spiritual sea, a rare sight. He remembers that thunder and lightning are the bane of spirits. Realizing that staying inside Ning Tian is too risky, he tries to escape. But Ning Tian isn't having it. He firmly declares that leaving won't be that easy now that he's hosting this fierce force. The demon is stunned by the strength of Ning Tian's thunder dragon vein and soon sees he's been outsmarted. Almost immediately, Ning Tian's system pings a reward. He's surprised the heavenly demon and earns the spiritual destruction skill. With this new power, Ning Tian charges at the demon with fresh confidence. The enraged demon hits back with a demonic celestial palm, but Ning Tian counters with a mighty burst of thunder dragon power that wipes out the attack and leaves the demon in shock. Seizing the moment, Ning Tian prepares to unleash the full force of the thunder dragon, ready to claim victory. As the scene shifts, Lu Wuing is hit with a wave of sadness and anger. Learning that the manual's promise was a lie shakes her deeply, and she vows that the heavenly demon must die for his betrayal. Just as she gets ready to attack Ning Tian, the seal set by the demon suddenly breaks, startling her. In that moment, Ning Tian shouts that he was never possessed. Lu Wuing then admits that Ning Tian has absorbed all the demon's power, a clear sign of his strength as a cultivator from the immortal emperor realm. Surprised by her reaction, Ning Tian smiles, happy to know he has gathered a lot of aura from the encounter. Soon after, Ning Tian's system pings again. It tells him he's entered a new realm by absorbing the spiritual power of a top immortal emperor cultivator. The system warns that taking in so much power is so tough it could kill him. Ning Tian's eyes blaze with new energy, but then a burning pain hits him. He shouts that his inner energy feels like it's boiling like hot lava. Seeing him in pain, Lu Wuing's concern takes over and she rushes to his side. In that urgent moment, she gives him a quick, reassuring kiss, silently promising that she'll help him handle the massive power surging through his body. Lu Wuing keeps kissing Ning Tian, and in that intimate moment, they feel raw energy pulsing between them. After a short pause, she tells him to stay quiet so his spiritual power doesn't go off the rails. Ning Tian thinks about her words and realizes her calm helps him control his wild aura. He holds her waist, deepening their silent bond. An hour later, she announces that it's done and gently pulls away. Ning Tian, though thrilled by the rush, thinks to himself that it all happened too fast. Bro out here lasting an hour and is complaining. I guess he doesn't know the struggle the rest of us normies are going through. Anyway, Lu Wuing takes out a small object and hands it to him carefully. Curious, Ning Tian finds out it's a spiritual pearl made from spirit energy and carrying the aura of the celestial demon. She tells him to add it slowly to his daily training, warning that she can't always be here to guide him. After things settle down, Ning Tian sits and thinks about whether he should destroy the celestial demon. It would break his ancestors' trust. Meanwhile, Lu Wuing starts taking apart parts of their surroundings. She declares that the heavenly demon has been tricking the sect's leaders for his own gain. Her anger at the empty promises of the manual and the lack of real divine guidance drives her to stop the righteous alliance, even if that means wiping out the heavenly demon. At that moment, Ning Tian's body starts glowing, a clear sign of his true divine physique that even surprises Lu Wuing. In the following days, Ning Tian makes fast progress in his training. He sits down to concentrate, and as he starts, Lu Wuing tells him to train without interruptions before she leaves. Soon, his system pings him with big news. He's advanced to the 8-star Black Warrior realm and jumped to the 9-star Black King realm. Ning Tian thinks back on the hard work it takes to enter the spirit realm. He realizes he still needs more aura and decides to firm up his foundation before moving on. Next, the scene shifts to the Shadow Demon sect. A messenger tells the sect leader that Yin Sanchi is here. The leader is excited and asks about Yin Sanchi's progress. Yin Sanchi confirms he's reached the peak of the spirit realm and hints that he might move into the Earth King realm. The leader praises him, but then complains about the restrictions from the Heavenly Demon sect. He also doubts whether someone so gentle can handle the demon path. Finally, the leader orders Yin Sanchi to represent the sect at the upcoming Demon Sect Conference to boost the reputation. Meanwhile, Ning Tian reflects on his recent strides. He feels lucky to face the heavenly demon while in a spiritual state and sees the constant clash between powerful forces. Not long after, his system tells him to use the full moon's aura. Fired up by the chance, he dives back into training. His late-night grind surprises everyone and shows just how determined he is to get stronger. Later that night, people watch and whisper about how hard Ning Tian is working. His system pings a notification. His influence has pushed all the disciples to train harder, and he now absorbs the Moonlight aura 10 times faster. Ning Tian stops for a moment, surprised by the bonus. He thinks about what it means while the others keep training quietly. Slowly, the moonlight seems to gather around him, growing brighter and sending a rush of energy his way. Everyone watching is amazed. They even say the moonlight seems drawn only to him. Before long, the Great Elder shows up, clearly surprised to see so many people gathered so late. Young disciples, especially the girls, ask him to lower his voice so Ning Tian can focus on his training. The Elder, equally surprised, notes that Ning Tian's example has inspired even the most dedicated practitioners. Ning Tian then uses the spiritual pearl Lu Wuing gave him, and his system announces that he's reached the 2-star spiritual realm. He looks at his progress and thinks that if he keeps this pace, he might hit the Earth King realm in just 2 months, way faster than the usual 2 years. The Great Elder watches his training with both disbelief and admiration, commenting on how impressive his growth is. One nearby disciple even says that Ning Tian has become a truly remarkable force. Finally, as a reward for his hard work, the system grants Ning Tian the ability to cultivate faith. This new skill not only boosts his training, but also marks a major step in his transformation, putting him squarely on the path to his destined rise. Ning Tian's system pings a reward. Cultivating faith now lets him train with his followers, doubling their speed while their gathered aura refills his energy. He smiles and even jokes that if the Great Elder joined him, their combined strength would be even more powerful. After coming down from his peak, Ning Tian meets the Great Elder. The Elder is clearly shocked by Ning Tian's boost in power and looks a bit uneasy. Ning Tian explains he saw an insanely bright, aura-filled night sky and moonlight, something he believes can seriously boost their cultivation when they train on their own. The Great Elder, while interested in these recent events, doesn't think they need to change anything right away. He still wonders what more the moonlight can do. Meanwhile, a few disciples show their admiration. One guy exclaims that the patriarch has overcome huge odds, and a girl agrees. Their words make the Great Elder really happy as he remembers how lucky their group was that night. He admits that the Patriarch's invite was too good to pass up. Later, as the Great Elder sits with the disciples to cultivate, a strange tension fills the air. One young disciple tells him to shout out how great the Patriarch is. At first, the Elder hesitates, but then he raises his hand, filled with both anger and passion, and declares that the Patriarch is the best. He calls on a surge of aura to fill him with fresh strength. Ning Tian resumes his training, fueled by thoughts of the Moonlight, the treasured pearl, and the power of faith. Soon he feels a powerful rush of energy. The Great Elder's eyes fill with tears as he silently accepts that the heavens have truly blessed their sect. The scene then shifts to the Heavenly Demon Palace, where Lu Wuing sits with calm authority. The Great Elder greets her and apologizes for being late, saying he had followed the Patriarch to train at Moonlight Cliff last night, which delayed him. Another Elder is surprised and asks how the Patriarch, a fighter from the Black Warrior realm, could be doing such extraordinary training. The Great Elder insists that the aura he saw was beyond normal, and a second Elder agrees that, although no breakthrough has happened yet, Ning Tian's aura is much more solid now. A third Elder even asks to join in next time. Lu Wuing, thinking about the long night and the chaos it caused, then tells everyone to get back to work. She says the conference is about to start and that a bunch of geniuses will be arriving soon, warning that their sect must not fall behind the others. All the disciples agree. 3 days later, the Heavenly Demon sect is packed with cultivators who greet each other and buzz with excitement for the upcoming conference. Disciples from different sects salute the Heavenly Demon sect. Their huge turnout shows just how important the event is, with some noting that the 3 great demon geniuses are present. Among the crowd, one disciple points out that Ling Ao from the Heaven Rising sect is a cool, calm swordsman, the young master of his group. Not long after, someone mentions Yin Sanshi, the chief disciple of the Shadow Demon sect, known for being ruthless. Word on the street is that he wiped out an entire village. This raises concern, especially with the long-standing feud between the Shadow Demon and Heavenly Demon sects. Then, a newcomer shows up, a saint whose calm beauty immediately grabs attention. At the same time, another man steps forward, introduces himself as Lin Xin, and offers to guide the cultivators to the conference stage. The saint asks her older brother which genius leads the disciples on Cliff Peak. He reveals it's their Patriarch. This news sparks quiet thoughts about who the Patriarch really is. After all, he's known as the husband of Empress Ling Ales. And many find it odd that someone not in the spiritual realm could lead. Some disciples cheer, claiming they've advanced and that the Patriarch is godlike, while others brush it off as just talk. As Ning Tian leaves, he thinks about the chance to further hone his skills, a chance he can't afford to miss. Next, the conference stage fills with cultivators watching a contest. One fighter shatters a rock with ease to show off the mountain sect's power, while another breaks a rock with one punch, leaving his opponent stunned. Later, the Great Elder sits with his daughter, Lu Wuing, laughing and confidently predicting victory for their best disciples. Almost immediately, Lu Wuing tells him not to get too cocky, reminding him that the toughest fighters haven't shown up yet. Ning Tian then walks over, curious about who the 3 strongest opponents are. Out of nowhere, Yin Sanshi suddenly flies into the air, saying that while some follow the Tao of swords and others the Tao of music, he doesn't care about either. He just wants to talk about the Tao. The crowd starts whispering, unsure if the Shadow Demon sect is trying to stir up trouble or if there's another reason behind his words. Yin Sanshi goes on to say that no one has solved this mystery for thousands of years, while planning to keep the Heavenly Demon sect out of the spotlight forever. Lu Wuing adds that if someone really gets even a bit of the Tao, they can level up without extra training, showing just how ready the Shadow Demon sect is. Shock spreads among the elders. One asks how to handle Yin Sanshi's antics. The Great Elder warns that their reputation is on the line and that their rivals have been waiting for this moment, and another elder even suggests they should just give up and let the Shadow Demon sect win. Meanwhile, Ning Tian is seen munching on an apple and grinning. He jokes that the Shadow Demon disciples look too soft, almost like women in men's clothes. This remark makes Yin Sanshi frown as he realizes Ning Tian must be the Patriarch, or maybe he's not down with the transgender movement. The crowd buzzes with mixed reactions. Some scold the insult, warning of trouble, while finally Yin Sanshi challenges if anyone in the whole Heavenly Demon sect can answer him. Ning Tian fires back, saying the question is so trivial, it isn't even worth asking. After Yin Sanshi delivers his challenge, he privately wonders how Ning Tian stays so calm. He doubts that a simple Black Warrior realm cultivator could really answer a question he's been planning. The Great Elder then asks if Ning Tian truly knows the answer. Clearly confused, Ning Tian says the best way to find out is to let his answer speak for itself. He strides onto the stage, and the crowd starts whispering about his past surprises. A woman even wonders how Ning Tian will shock them this time. Yin Sanshi, unfazed, criticizes Ning Tian for his youth and low level, questioning if his answer is rushed. Ning Tian replies that some truths aren't about age. During the back and forth, Ling O jumps in, dismissing the simple question and implying that Ning Tian's words are just nonsense before he takes his swing at explaining the Tao. Then Ning Tian explains his own take on the Tao, saying it's a formless force that covers everything. The crowd is shocked. An old man says that kind of depth is what you expect from the patriarch, while someone else is confused by Ning Tian's explanation. A wise saint, watching quietly, decides Ning Tian is worthy of the legendary title because his calm words held the moment together. In response, Yin Sanshi pushes further, arguing that if the Tao were that simple, even a less educated cultivator would get it. He brings up that there are many paths, each as unique as the sword moves of skilled fighters who truly understand each strike. The debate continues with Yin Sanshi insisting there are exactly 3,000 types of Tao, each different, while Ning Tian explains that the Tao is simply the path you choose, and once you pick it, it lives in your heart. The crowd gets fired up, claiming they've been enlightened by Ning Tian's words and are ready for breakthroughs. Yet Yin Sanshi stays skeptical, saying that if the Tao were that simple, he would have figured it out by now. In a surprising twist, Yin Sanshi finally breaks through. He is visibly shocked and clearly aware of his own limits. Ning Tian smiles to himself, knowing that even if Yin Sanshi won't admit it, his stance shows he now respects the simple power of Ning Tian's explanation. Almost immediately, Ning Tian's system pings with a notification. His words have stunned everyone, and he just earned a bonus skill card, the Great Emperor Strike. This move, though temporary, can save him against much stronger foes. The Great Elder is amazed, remembering how Ning Tian's wisdom wiped away doubts and fired up the top talents. He feels lucky to have such a patriarch. Meanwhile, Lu Wuing watches everything with cool calm, signaling that Ning Tian should call it a day. Seeing this, Yin Sanshi thinks that if Ning Tian's impressive answer goes unchallenged when he returns, a prestige will take a hit. At that moment, Ling O steps onto the stage to talk about the sword. The crowd starts whispering, questioning if the patriarch still has what it takes. Ning Tian considers testing out the Ling O martial arts system and draws his sword, revealing that his shadow sword is of treasure-grade quality. Ling O then attacks with his sword, and the crowd marvels at the rarity and power of such treasure weapons in the celestial spiritual domains. People note that the clan leader clearly trusts Ling O with this prized weapon. Ning Tian just smiles, knowing that a weapon's real strength comes from the skill of its user. When Ling O urges Ning Tian to pick a sword, Ning Tian admits he doesn't have one. So the crowd offers theirs, though he explains that his methods are different. Then, in a flash of insight, he sees that the sword is meant to transform into a dragon, and it does so perfectly. Ning Tian strikes with a dragon-like sword intent, making Ling O nervous. The crowd erupts, comparing his fierce attack to a blue dragon surging from the mountains. Even though Ning Tian apologizes for a small slip with the immortal sword technique, Ling O admits that his own sword intent just doesn't measure up. In the end, Ling O gives in, much to everyone's delight, and as he leaves, he asks if Yin Sanshi will follow. Ning Tian thinks to himself that at least he's faced a worthy opponent. Not long after, Yin Sanshi comes over, saying he's not here to argue. As he speaks, a surge of purple energy suddenly bursts on stage, catching Ning Tian off guard. He quickly realizes that this energy is blocking his aura, leaving him stuck. For a moment, he suspects that the force comes from an immortal Emperor realm cultivator, but then it becomes clear that the source is Lu Wuing. Lu Wuing's strong aura fills the room. With quick moves, she casts a counterspell that calms the wild energy. Everyone watching cheers for her strength, thankful that she's keeping Ning Tian safe. Without missing a beat, she turns to the old shadow demon and demands to know why he's hiding. The shadow demon laughs and reveals that the 5 top leaders of the sect, along with figures from Poison Valley, Scorpion Gate, and demonic shadow sects, are fed up with her leading the demonic god. They want her out, and these 5 powerful immortal Emperor realm cultivators have joined forces to challenge the heavenly demon sect. This news shocks the crowd. Ning Tian watches in awe at the might of these immortal emperors. He worries if his wife can handle such overwhelming force. His system tells him not to underestimate her, and Ning Tian silently promises he use his Emperor Punch if needed. As the 5 leaders start to dismiss the depth of Lu Wuing's training, she boldly challenges them, telling them to prove they have what it takes to lead. The crowd is amazed and talks about how her strength far beats that of her challengers. Tension rises as everyone braces for a fight. Ning Tian cheers for his wife, impressed by her clear confidence. Then, an imposing Scorpion Elder warns Ning Tian not to get too cocky. This prompts the Soul Destroyer Elder to open up his precious Soul Destroyer diagram. He shows a display of soul skeletons that looks eerie and strong, and he says it's a low-grade immortal weapon built with 1,999 souls that can summon 3,000. The crowd gasps and worried whispers fill the room as they worry for the Empress's safety. A heated debate breaks out over the diagram's power. People say the weapon could let its user jump between worlds and crush enemies, which only worries Lu Wuing more. Amid the chaos of flying soul fragments, Ning Tian goes on the defensive. His system tells him that his thunder tribulations can easily beat the soul destruction technique, and that each of the 3,000 souls gives a solid boost to his soul pearl. Seeing a chance here, Ning Tian orders his system to lock down the soul destruction diagram. Through all this chaos, Lu Wuing stays cool. She watches as they set up the low-grade immortal weapon with care. The enemy grows angrier. Their faces twist into wicked grins as they brag about their immortal weapons and their plans to beat her. Ning Tian steps in and tells her that a weapon's real power comes from the skill of the person using it. Then the old Soul Destroyer sneers at Ning Tian, saying he could beat him even without the Empress protecting him. Suddenly, Lu Wuing blasts her power. The sky lights up and everything turns fierce red as she shows she's a top immortal emperor with 9 stars, and she throws down a bold challenge. The enemies quickly turn their attention to the old shadow demon, asking why he's so quiet. One elder steps up, brushing off her high talk and saying they should team up to take her down. The old shadow demon suggests using all 3,000 souls against her. His ally immediately orders the souls to move, and the group charges at Lu Wuing. In response, she lands a crushing palm strike, teaming up with an elder and other sect members to fight back. The elder calls on the other elders to join the fight against the charging souls, while Ning Tian stands firm, saying the 3,000 souls don't mean a thing. He warns that any challenger will be burned to ash, as he channels his aura. The elders note that every soul packs the power of the Earth King realm, and they watch with respect as their patriarch stays calm, even in the spirit realm. Finally, the system gives Ning Tian a thunder tribulation restriction that lets him understand the technique 10 times better, readying him for his next move. With fierce determination, Ning Tian slams his hand on the ground and fires up his technique. A bolt of energy races through him and the scattered soul skeletons, trapping the Soul Destroyer Elder. The Elder now sees that Ning Tian set up the formation in mere seconds. The onlookers start whispering in awe over his quick mastery. Ning Tian thanks the old man for the 3,000 souls. In the chaos of battle between his wife and the 5 elders, he shouts for help to reach true freedom. The Soul Destroyer Elder questions if Ning Tian can really refine his diagram, doubting his skill, while the old shadow demon wonders if Ning Tian was faking weakness to trick them. Lu Wuing stays strong and addresses the 5 leaders, saying they can't resist, but still have time to negotiate. Then she delivers a strong palm strike, declaring that all 5 must go. In response, the old man tells his ally to act fast, and he charges at Ning Tian in anger over the refined, diagram-based soul weapon. At the height of the clash, Lu Wuing suddenly panics and calls out Ning Tian's name, capturing the chaos of the moment. Lu Wuing is furious. She warns the attackers that if they hurt Ning Tian, she'll tear them apart. Then, without hesitation, she unleashes her heavenly demon palm, blasting her foes and sending them flying to the ground. Meanwhile, an old man who was aiming for Ning Tian finally lands a blow on him. But Ning Tian stands his ground, ready to fight back, while Lu Wuing rushes over to protect him. The elders watch nervously, their eyes fixed on the legendary patriarch, whose life now hangs by a thread. Ling Ao takes a moment to think about how rotten the Shadow Sect is. He tells Saint Yao Shi not to get involved in the battle among the immortal emperor cultivators, and Saint Yao Shi, anxious, agrees. Taking his chance, Ning Tian shouts at the old man, triggering his Emperor's Great Strike skill card. A huge surge of power radiates from Ning Tian, leaving the old man shocked. The old man grows angry, questioning Ning Tian's status as an immortal emperor and vowing to crush him. A massive clash breaks out as Ning Tian uses his soul-controlling palm. His blow creates a huge explosion that stuns everyone, even Ling Ao. The crowd is in disbelief, unable to understand how a strong Emperor Realm cultivator could be countered so hard. After the chaos, Ning Tian stands calmly while something unusual starts to build. Lu Wuing comes over, confused, asking how Ning Tian managed to release such strong, immortal Emperor aura while still in the spirit realm. Before things can settle, as Lu Wuing nears, Ning Tian suddenly convulses, vomits blood, and faints into her waiting arms. She quickly checks on him, full of worry, and even though he's weak, Ning Tian gives a wry smile, showing he appreciates her care. Concerned elders crowd around, calling him patriarch and asking about his condition. The atmosphere is tense, but Lu Wuing reassures everyone that Ning Tian is just exhausted, not seriously hurt. In a flash of fury, Lu Wuing turns her anger on 4 old opponents, declaring it's time to settle the score. Her aura flares so strong that the 4 old men panic and run. Not willing to let them escape, she creates an aura arrow and fires it at them. The arrow strikes and they crash to the ground. Meanwhile, a shadow demon watches and makes a sarcastic comment about her wild madness, while others whisper in disbelief at her power. Seizing the moment, Lu Wuing orders the elders to finish off the remaining immortal emperors from the 4 sects, and they obey quietly. At the Righteous Alliance, an old man is shocked, unable to believe that the 4 major sects have fallen. He recalls that the demonic shadow sect pushed the challenge against the heavenly demonic sect, leaving only the old shadow demon unscathed. He also notes that the Empress's husband used his immortal emperor power to kill the soul destroyer elder. In quiet whispers, he wonders just how strong Lu Wuing really is at the top of the immortal emperor realm. Maybe her seemingly average husband gets his edge from her strong protection, letting him beat foes who should have been unbeatable. An additional elder chimes in, saying that despite all the chaos, word about the heavenly demonic sect and its patriarch has spread all over the heavenly spirit domain. He tells his peers not to worry because the leader of the Void God Heavenly Palace is about to show up, and Lu Wuing can't match the strength of a true immortal emperor. Then he orders all the disciples in training to kill any heavenly demon disciples they come across without mercy, a command his subordinate quickly carries out. 3 days later, in the dark gloom of the demon pool, Ning Tian wakes with a jolt, wondering if he's still alive. His body feels like it's falling apart, and a nagging fear tells him he might be close to death after that brutal fight. All the while, Lu Wuing watches over him tenderly, softly noting that 3 long days have passed without him waking. Ning Tian catches her caring look and feels warm relief, comforted by the knowledge that behind her tough face lies a kind, protective heart. Deciding to have a little fun, Ning Tian pretends to be unconscious to surprise Lu Wuing. When she comes over without covering up, he blushes as he secretly admires her. Then carefully she touches his chest and explains that his divine physique can trigger the healing aura of the sacred pool, a treatment that needs him to take off his clothes, which fits his act perfectly. Soon though, she notices his heartbeat is off and worry takes over. She leans in, checking him as her skin grows damp with sweat, and she takes in his unique scent. Ning Tian feels oddly excited by her scent, even causing a small nosebleed, which puzzles her as she asks if he's awake. But Ning Tian keeps up his act, all the while being completely captivated by her. With blood now gushing from his nose, Ning Tian pretends to be deeply unconscious and even greets her with a playful remark about her sleep. She admits she couldn't sleep without him, and while Ning Tian secretly admires her beauty and thinks the fog is finally lifting, his excitement grows as he takes in her clear form, making her blush shyly. She tells him he needs to get dressed now that he's awake and urges him to follow her lead. Finding her gentle shyness unexpectedly charming, Ning Tian quickly gets dressed and trails behind her, asking where they're headed. As they walk, a crowd outside bursts into applause and warm greetings, congratulating him on his recovery and wishing their sect a bright future. Ning Tian's system pings him. His faith cultivation has advanced. Now he can store energy for future attacks. He's happy because this stored energy can both block incoming aura and be used to fight back. At the Imperial Court, Great Elder D greets Ning Tian with relief at his awakening. The second elder praises him for having once defeated an immortal emperor in a single move. Soon after, Lu Wuing brings a collection of treasures to Ning Tian, much to the Great Elder's surprise. The elder points out the immortal weapons, a wind dragon spear, a turtle shield, and a red sky sword. Lu Wuing credits Ning Tian for helping destroy the enemy sects and lets him choose one weapon. Realizing he can't master them all, Ning Tian picks the red sky sword drawn by its amazing aura. He forms a blood contract, and the sword immediately accepts him as its master, leaving the crowd in awe of his sword skills. But almost as fast, the sword's aura fades, looking like a normal spiritual weapon. Lu Wuing explains that the sword's grade depends on how strong its wielder is. Ning Tian gets it, and she reassures him that the weapon will grow with him. He thanks her for the support. Then Lu Wuing questions the source of Ning Tian's apparent emperor-level power. She doubts it comes only from his divine physique. Ning Tian thinks about forces beyond the immortal emperor realm and decides to keep the system's help a secret. He tells her that while he won't lie, he can't reveal everything. Accepting his caution, she reminds him that there's always someone stronger. Grateful for her trust, Ning Tian promises to share more later. Just then, a messenger arrives with news that Saint Yao she wants an audience with the Empress. Lu Wuing tells him to have the saint wait in the main hall. When Saint Yao she later asks to borrow the celestial mirror from the heavenly demon sect, Lu Wuing presses him for the reason. The saint says it's a secret of the Holy Land and won't give details, but he offers an immortal elixir in exchange, a proposal that shocks Lu Wuing as she soon sees the elixir's huge value. The saint explains that the elixir, made from a rare lotus, can help an immortal emperor ascend to the demigod realm. He stresses that it must be done quickly, since it might let her stand up to the Righteous Alliance's siege. Lu Wuing agrees to the exchange but sets an undisclosed condition. Later, Lu Wuing asks Ning Tian if he'll take the mirror to the Holy Land. Ning Tian considers the elixir's potential for boosting his breakthrough, and Lu Wuing encourages him, praising his tireless efforts. She mentions a sacred site in the Holy Land known to boost one's body, and tells him to check with the Queen Mother of the West. Ning Tian reflects on how her support has saved him before, even against the tough Soul Destroyer Elder, and knows that boosting his physique will help him avoid burnout from advanced techniques. He thanks her and even cracks a light joke about the all-female disciple in the Holy Land. Lu Wuing warns him about misbehaving, and Ning Tian teases her about him ending up a widower. She brushes off his teasing firmly. Finally, Lu Wuing asks if he'll keep training or take a rest. Brimming with excitement, Ning Tian gently lays her down, ready to kiss her, but she stops him by saying she isn't ready. Respecting her wish, Ning Tian hugs her as she assures him that she'll still sleep in his arms. The next day at the Heavenly Demon Sect, an elder remarks that Ning Tian didn't go to the cliff last night. He must have been training somewhere else. He then praises Ning Tian as a hardworking patriarch, a true role model for their generation. Watching him, Lu Wuing comments on his dedication and orders the Great Elder to bring out the Heavenly Mirror, a treasured artifact said to reveal all. The Great Elder retrieves the mirror and tells everyone it's unbeatable. Next, Lu Wuing asks Ning Tian to give her his hand so they can carve a formation to control the mirror's energy. The Great Elder adds that the mirror's power can't be snatched away. As Lu Wuing touches Ning Tian's hand, a glowing aura forms and she tells him to absorb that power for his protection. Ning Tian feels the aura and pulls the mirror toward himself. Later, Lu Wuing tells Saint Yaoshi that she'll accompany Ning Tian to Yuchi. Saint Yaoshi then presents her flying horse, Pegasus, to Ning Tian. He imagines riding in the chariot but finds the space too cramped, so he thanks her for the kindness and politely declines. Saint Yaoshi silently reflects on all the young heroes who dreamed of riding Pegasus but were turned away. Then, using her aura, Lu Wuing summons a spirit feather sparrow, a level 6 creature as strong as a Heaven King realm cultivator. Ning Tian admires the bird's significance and confidently mounts it, promising Lu Wuing he'll be back quickly. With her good wishes echoing behind him, Ning Tian orders the bird to take him to the Holy Land of Yuchi. As they fly, Ning Tian reflects on his first journey in this world. He recalls the 3 heavens and 9 realms and notes that the heavenly spirit domain is split into righteous and demonic halves, a hint at the challenges ahead. Soon Saint Yaoshi, riding Pegasus, tells him that the sacred land of Yuchi lies far to the west and that the trip will take a day and a night. Ning Tian nods and prepares for the journey, starting his cultivation because he can't afford to waste the opportunity. At high altitude, Saint Yaoshi marvels at the heavy aura around him, asking how he generates so much force. Then his system pings a reward, the joyful father of 3,000, for stunning her, and Ning Tian focuses even harder. As night falls, he keeps cultivating and the system announces his breakthrough. Ning Tian celebrates his jump from the 3-star spirit realm to the 4-star spirit realm, and he reflects on his progress with pride. Not long after, a woman announces that she's here to take Ning Tian to the immortal spirit spring to temper his body. Ning Tian thanks her warmly. Her name is Yanta. Suddenly, a gust of wind surprises him and he asks if they've arrived. Saint Yao, she confirms they're at the Holy Land of Yuchi. Overwhelmed by its beauty, Ning Tian calls it paradise. Soon, a curious woman asks Saint Yao if she've identified Ning Tian, and she introduces him as the patriarch of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The women are astonished, noting that the legendary patriarch is both young and handsome, and they comment breathlessly on his charm. Damn, Ning Tian is definitely him. Saint Yao, she adds that his appeal is unexpected, while Ning Tian thinks that his charm must be more than just looks. But not everyone is impressed. A frustrated man complains that Saint Yao, she always praises Ning Tian, reminding everyone how Ning Tian stole the spotlight at the Empress's wedding, and that he's only in the spirit realm. The man then introduces himself, saying they met in the Holy Land of Yuchi and claims to be the Holy Son, expressing disgust over his predecessor's failure. He adds that Ning Tian's forgetfulness shows disrespect to their holy land. In response, Saint Yao, she tells Ning Tian to follow her to meet the Queen Mother of the West, leaving him to wonder what kind of person she might be. Saint Yao, she leads Ning Tian inside and introduces him to the Yao Palace. Ning Tian is taken aback by the palace's interior, He never expected such a grand space. As they walk through, the Queen Mother of the West watches him closely, curious about his impressions. Recognizing her as an immortal empress who can break through the void, Ning Tian greets her with respect. In his mind, he's surprised. He expected an older woman, not someone so youthful. The Queen Mother laughs and remarks that she once thought the Empress was crazy, now finds her husband quite pleasant. Ning Tian blushes, his heart racing as he wonders why he feels so excited. Soon after his system pings, the Queen Mother has a charming fox physique, a natural enemy of the divine physique. Ning Tian briefly considers using his own power to counter it, but quickly decides to relax instead. The Queen Mother observes that even a strong celestial realm cultivator might struggle against her charm, though Ning Tian shows potential. The Queen Mother just flat out told him that she has that good in most dudes' cave. I hope our boy has some strong willpower. He tells her that her attitude is fine because he represents his sect, and he reminds himself that he's still Lu Wuqing's husband. The Queen Mother laughs again and apologizes for her earlier joke. Shifting the focus, Ning Tian asks what the Queen Mother wants with the celestial mirror. She beckons him to follow her, leading him to another area where a woman urgently explains that someone was sent to borrow the celestial mirror, though no one knows if it will return. The Queen Mother then introduces Ning Tian to the women present, stating that he is the patriarch of the celestial demon sect. Ning Tian inquires about the spring's dark, unusual look. The Queen Mother reassures him that the disciples have polluted the water while cultivating, so they need the mirror's help. Ning Tian jokes that even she can't handle this mess, and the Queen Mother laughs, admitting that despite her strength, she doesn't know much about these things. Though Ning Tian suspects that she and the elders might be hiding something, he decides to stay focused. After leaving that area, Ning Tian later sits in a room to cultivate. He reflects on how Lu Wuqing wouldn't give him all 3 immortal weapons because the celestial mirror drained his aura, though he's thankful for his faster recovery thanks to the divine record. Soon St. Yaoshi arrives and tells Ning Tian that he hasn't exhausted his aura and should stand. Ning Tian reassures her that he's almost fully recovered, and she is surprised by his quick bounce back, remembering how nearly his spiritual sea was depleted just moments ago. Then the system pings again, informing Ning Tian that he has shocked St. Yaoshi with his aura cultivation, adding an extra 300 to his power. Not long after, the Queen Mother enters Ning Tian's room, advising St. Yaoshi not to speak too casually to a man. St. Yaoshi greets the Queen Mother of the West, and she steps closer to Ning Tian, gently touching his cheeks and commenting on his physique. To show her gratitude, she invites Ning Tian to stay in her holy land for a few days, offering him a choice among her holy treasures. Ning Tian processes the invitation, pondering the significance of meeting the Queen Mother of the West. Ning Tian steps back from the Queen Mother of the West. He thanks her for her kindness, even as he politely declines her generous offer. In his mind, he worries about all the disciples in the Holy Land and fears retribution from Lu Wuqing for his absence. He remembers that his wife specifically recommended the Holy Land for its benefits in boosting his physique, and he expects the Queen Mother to honor that promise. In response, the Queen Mother explains that Lu Wuqing herself wants to visit the immortal spring, remarking that the Holy Land always repays kindness. She explains that preparing the elixir will take 2 months before it can be sent to the celestial demon sect. Then she adds that while she won't block access to the immortal spring, she must first ask Ning Tian one question. When he asks what it is, she gently touches his cheek and in a playful tone challenges him about beauty, comparing herself with Lu Wuqing. Ning Tian is momentarily caught off guard. He admits he needs to think about it, even as he internally reaffirms his loyalty to his wife. Ning Tian, we must stay focused, brother. We must stay focused. Amused, the Queen Mother playfully slaps him, giving him permission to visit the immortal spring. But Ning Tian protests, insisting he isn't ready yet. St. Yaoshi quickly steps in, reassuring the Queen Mother that Ning Tian will be unharmed, noting that she has only sent Lu Wuqing's dear one to the spring. The scene shifts to the serene immortal spring. Here, the Holy Son of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land arrives and comments on the rich, cleansing aura of the spring, a force strong enough to purify marrow and fortify the body. A nearby girl chimes in, adding that the aura is contained in the immortal waterfall, which eventually turns into ordinary water. The Holy Son then wonders if the waterfall is too high, questioning whether its impact might be overwhelming. The girl confirms that staying under the waterfall too long could sweep someone away. Just then, Elder King Lin emerges from the trees, warning that this is the immortal spring and that men should not go any further. The girl lowers her head and introduces the Holy Son properly as the Holy Son of the Heavenly Vault Holy Land. The Holy Son bows in respect to Elder Kinglin, who then permits them to continue since they have the proper permission. After thanking Elder Kinglin, the group moves on. The Holy Sun remarks that all the disciples of the Holy Land are remarkable cultivators, praising their beauty along the way. As they approach, they notice several women bathing in the waterfall, enjoying themselves. The Holy Sun gets so caught up in the scene that his nose starts to bleed. When the women see him, they shout that there's a pervert and call for help. The Holy Sun insists he isn't spying, but is merely admiring the waterfall. The girl steps in front of him and asks the women to stop, explaining that the Holy Sun has permission from the Queen Mother to be at the immortal spring. The women then debate among themselves, with one even calling him a pervert despite his good looks. Meanwhile, the Holy Sun quietly reminds himself that he's the powerful Holy Sun of the heavenly vault Holy Land, and he wonders how many times he's looked at them. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Ning Tian falls from the sky, pleading for the women to clear a path as he lands in the water. The women call out, asking, "Who is it this time?" Ning Tian emerges from the water with his clothes slightly undone, exclaiming that all women act this way. The Holy Sun is taken aback. He realizes Ning Tian was allowed here after getting permission from the Queen Mother. Recognizing him as the legendary patriarch of the celestial demon sect, the Holy Sun thinks that Ning Tian's descent to spy on the female disciples will soon make the sect a laughingstock across the celestial spirit domain. Almost immediately, the women become excited, surrounding Ning Tian and exclaiming over how handsome he is. They ask if he's come to bathe in the spring too and offer to scrub his back. Ning Tian enjoys the attention and feels happy, until someone suddenly attacks him, declaring that anyone who invades the spring must die. Just as the situation heats up, another figure saves Ning Tian from the attack by calling out to Elder Kinglin to stop. It turns out that Saint Yaoshi has come to his rescue, explaining to Elder Kinglin that this is none other than the patriarch of the celestial demon sect. Realizing his mistake, Elder Kinglin apologizes and Ning Tian emerges from the water, assuring everyone that he's okay. Not long after, the Holy Sun feels slighted. He believes that as a new Holy Sun, he deserves just as much respect as Ning Tian. Elder Kinglin then reminds everyone that since both have come to cultivate in the immortal spring, they should just continue on. The women wonder if the patriarch can break the record at the waterfall, and one girl mentions that the last record was set by Saint Yaoshi, who lasted an hour and a half. They all agree that Ning Tian can definitely break that record. But the Holy Sun shrugs off the praise, saying that flattery means nothing, real strength is what counts. He then proposes a competition to see who can last longer under the waterfall. Saint Yaoshi warns that the power of the immortal spring is extreme, and that such a contest isn't needed. Yet Ning Tian agrees to compete. The Holy Sun sits under the waterfall, determined to show the women what a real man is like. 30 minutes later, his clothes are torn and blood flows from his mouth. The women close their eyes and Ning Tian comments on the Holy Sun's failure. The Holy Sun covers himself, lamenting how things turned out, while Ning Tian smiles widely, enjoying the show. Finally, the Holy Sun tells Ning Tian to stop smiling, warning him that he won't last any longer than he did. Ning Tian steps up to the waterfall and remarks that it's truly immortal spring from the heavens, its aura and pressure overwhelming. Almost immediately, his divine record kicks in, and he sits under the cascade to begin his cultivation. As he trains, the Holy Sun of the heavenly vault Holy Land thinks to himself that he's going to watch Ning Tian fail. At first, the water feels like soft pebbles falling on his skin, barely a discomfort. But soon the sensation shifts. It's as if a whole mountain is crashing down on him. In time, Ning Tian's clothes are completely torn, and the Holy Sun smirks, exclaiming that he knew Ning Tian wouldn't last long. The scene quickly shifts as the girls notice his tattered clothes and exposed body, growing excited. One woman shouts that the patriarch is amazing for lasting half an hour already, while another admires his 8-pack abs and a third wishes she could touch them. Jesus, these women are thirsty, and just to think, dating coaches on TikTok try to tell men that looks don't matter, your dad bod is fine as long as you have a good personality. Right. Anyway, the Holy Sun is taken aback by their reactions, remarking on their double standards. One woman even asks him why he's angry, pointing out that he looks so weak, and another agrees that he doesn't seem that impressive. Then, out of nowhere, a golden dragon bursts from within Ning Tian, trying to ease the water's pressure for a more comfortable training session. Ning Tian suddenly senses a tone of music tied to his aura. He realizes that with 3,000 paths of music, there are 3,000 spiritual veins waiting to be opened. If he can unlock them all, he'd be unstoppable. Saint Yaoshi witnesses this and is shocked, saying that the musical dragon vein and the immortal waterfall are far too intense for ordinary people. Still, she admits that Ning Tian is truly opening new spiritual veins. The Holy Sun, seeing this, is so shocked that blood starts flowing from his mouth and he exclaims in disbelief before fainting. One woman asks why he fainted so suddenly, and the girls joke that it's just his anger, but they say he'll be fine after a tonic. Meanwhile, Ning Tian notices his aura is changing. He thinks that although the waterfall's aura is abundant, the spiritual veins have suddenly ruptured. Then the system informs him that his spiritual being hasn't absorbed the essence of the music path, leaving the open veins weak. It explains that the host can play music to blend with the spring's aura and open the musical spiritual veins. Surprised, Ning Tian admits that playing music is a real blessing from the heavens. He then asks Saint Yaoshi if she can lend him her gyukan. She agrees, though she wonders why he'd need one to temper his physique. Ning Tian begins to play and the system announces that the 3,000 music paths are being activated. As he plays, the women comment on the soft, deep tone, marveling at his advanced skill. His music echoes far and wide until the queen hears it and remarks that it must be the gyukan's sound. But she privately thinks her understanding of the music path is much less deep. Soon, the queen orders all her elders to follow her to the immortal spring. While Ning Tian plays, he feels that the spiritual veins he's opened in the music path are now much stronger, but he senses something is still missing. The queen arrives and tells him it's interesting that he's tempering his physique and opening his veins while playing the gyukan. The women around gasp in surprise at her arrival, and the queen asks Ning Tian if he wants help from his older sisters. Ning Tian replies that strengthening his body is a personal matter, and he wouldn't want to trouble the Queen Mother of the West with it. The queen tells him not to refuse her so quickly, suggesting that maybe his musical veins haven't reached their final form yet. Then she begins to play music for him, saying that something is missing. As she plays, many beautiful elders gather around Ning Tian. He wonders what's happening, feeling his spiritual veins boiling. Soon, his power surges and a flood of energy flows into him. The queen secretly thinks she only meant to help him improve a little, not expect him to exceed all expectations. After a while, Ning Tian notes that 20 spiritual veins have been condensed. The system pings him again, announcing that he's shocked the Queen Mother of the West and awarding him the quick skill card with light, which lets him perform 3 long-distance displacements. Ning Tian thanks the Queen Mother, and she replies that only by working together can they reach greater heights. Then the soft sound of the gyukan blends with the lonely tone of a flute, perfectly matching their vibe. Ning Tian tells the queen to hold back, reminding her that he has a wife. Playfully, the queen retorts that he is so boring and not fun at all. With that, she leaves the area while Ning Tian contemplates the system's use of the powerful physique card. The system informs him that the card has been active for 2 hours. Meanwhile, the women chat about Ning Tian's condensed spiritual veins and his abundant aura, wondering if he has ever lasted so long before. The system then warns Ning Tian that the powerful physique card is about to replace the aura in his spiritual sea, and he is advised to prepare himself. Surprised, Ning Tian questions the idea of replacing the aura in his veins. Suddenly, he feels that without aura, he can only rely on his physical strength to withstand the waterfall's overwhelming power. Soon, blood begins to flow from his mouth, and he starts to feel intense pain. Ning Tian wonders if this hurt is just meant to strengthen his body without raising his realm. He thinks it might be too much. Saint Yaoshi tells the Queen Mother of the West that Patriarch Ning Tian's skin doesn't look good, and they should go help him. The Queen Mother replies that those who walk the cultivation path are fighting against heaven and earth, so they should wait and see. Still in pain, Ning Tian thinks the damned system's aura replacement isn't finished yet. He can't take it anymore. Then the system announces a complete replacement, linking up with his host. His aura starts to gather, forming an aura bubble all around him, and Ning Tian comments that he can feel his body filling with explosive strength. The system congratulates him on breaking through to the 5-star spiritual realm. Looking at his swirling aura, Ning Tian remarks that he strengthened his physique, opened more spiritual veins, and even made another discovery. He wonders what a triple blessing this is. The women watching him exclaim how incredible he is, while Saint Yaoshi holds the queen and says it's great that the patriarch has broken through. Saint Yaoshi then tells the queen that Wai Chai lost her composure for a moment. Meanwhile, the Holy Sun, lying on the ground, wonders how long he's been unconscious and where Ning Tian is, thinking he will fail soon. The women quickly tell the Holy Sun that the patriarch has persisted for 5 hours. Shocked, he exclaims that 5 hours is impossible and accuses them of lying. He dismisses Ning Tian as just a wanderer of the spiritual realm who won't last as long as he does, and strips off his clothes and runs off, declaring himself the dignified Holy Sun Sushing and the #1 in the world. Saint Yaoshi then warns the queen to be careful, fearing the Holy Sun might get crippled, and suggests someone take him back to the sacred land of the Celestial Vault. At that moment, a red-faced woman points at Ning Tian and shouts that the patriarch is, and all the women suddenly become embarrassed. Ning Tian stammers that he didn't mean for this to happen, fretting about how to explain it to his wife. The embarrassed queen tells him not to worry and that they won't discuss the matter further, but she adds that Lu King is truly lucky. Ning Tian, feeling awkward, agrees they should forget about it. Suddenly, he begins to release an aura and wonders what's happening. St. Yao, she comments that it's strange. The mortal spring, which had no aura before, is now exploding with energy. The queen adds that if nothing else, it must be because of their patriarch Ning Tian. Ning Tian looks at the rising aura and says it carries the power of thunder, tribulation, and immortal music. He wonders if this is caused by the aura replacement. Now the water is bursting with vitality. With a flushed face, St. Yao, she asks the Queen Mother if they can cultivate in the immortal spring. The queen replies that the water's aura won't harm them, so of course they can. All the women then enter the water, enjoying the aura Ning Tian has released. Ning Tian watches them and wonders why they're using half the water to cultivate if he's the one who replaced the aura. Still with a perverted look, the women comment that the patriarch is truly amazing. Another woman adds that the mortal spring is as full of aura as the patriarch's energy, and more women exclaim that they've broken through, thanking the patriarch. They gather around Ning Tian, hugging him and praising his strength, and he replies that they're welcome. The system then beeps 4 times, announcing energy absorption from Faith, and then beeps again to say his current energy storage from Faith is 100 points. After reading the system's message, Ning Tian runs off, telling everyone to keep cultivating while he was ahead. Ning Tian then approaches the queen and says that the issues of the sacred land of Alxi have been resolved, so he will take his leave. The queen replies that with demonic beasts running wild in the celestial spirit domain at night, it isn't safe to travel, and it'd be better for the patriarch to spend the night in her sacred land. This woman is high-key pulling every trick out of the book to get my man to smash. Ning Tian apologizes but insists he must go. He starts to run and the queen watches him, commenting that he has truly filled the mortal spring with abundant aura. Ning Tian thinks to himself that he's becoming more and more interested in himself. Later, as Ning Tian bids farewell to the Queen Mother of the West, she tells him that the patriarch cannot stay any longer in her sacred land because her disciples are reluctant to let him go. Ning Tian tells her he shouldn't. His wife must have missed him after being away for so long, so it's best he returns soon. Ning Tian worries he won't be able to handle it if he stays, and he remembers the women talking about him before he leaves. They say that men should also take care of themselves when they go out alone. Ning Tian then mounts his beast and declares that as long as the mountains are high and the rivers long, they will meet again if it's meant to be. He begins to leave, checking his map and noting that it takes a day of flight to reach the Dark Mountain Range, and he's still only halfway to the Celestial Demon Sect. He has just solidified his realm and hopes to surprise his wife when he returns. But then, something happens. The system issues a warning that there is a combined attack from 2 people in the Immortal Emperor realm. The host is advised to be careful, and Ning Tian, startled, thinks about the Immortal Emperor realm and the 2 attackers, cursing that if they hit him, he probably won't survive. Ning Tian's system pings him. He's got 1 use left of the quick skill card, Lightning Fast. Just as an attack comes in, he vanishes, dodging the strike. 2 attacking elders look around, confused by his sudden disappearance. One elder fumes that his attack should have killed him. The other suggests that Ning Tian must have some trick up his sleeve, but doubts the kid could have gone far. They decide to activate their blood tracking ability. The first elder begins searching for him, and both quickly push forward in pursuit. Ning Tian dashes away, realizing he's up against 2 Immortal Emperor realm cultivators and wondering who they really are. He notices he's down to only 2 uses of his Lightning Fast card. Time is running out. Then the system alerts him. The 2 Immortal Emperor cultivators are closing in with terrifying speed. Ning Tian reflects that even with his skill card, it's only a matter of time before they catch him. He compares the Sparrow's speed to that of the Immortal Emperor's and knows he must use his remaining chances wisely. Suddenly, Ning Tian is hit. Blood flows from his mouth under the pressure from the second elder. The elder taunts him, declaring he can't escape. Then the master of the Celestial Vault distracts Ning Tian, and he soon realizes that the second elder has joined forces with the first. The first elder catches up and blames Ning Tian for ruining 2 of his holy sons, promising consequences. Ning Tian watches the 2 elders, realizing he might not be able to move and that his meridians could be severed. Without warning, the first elder strikes directly, dealing heavy damage to Ning Tian and his sparrow. Both Ning Tian and his sparrow fall to the ground, and the elders seem satisfied with what looks like a victory. The first elder even believes Ning Tian must be dead, while the second elder grudgingly acknowledges his resilience. Then ochre lightning suddenly cracks through the area, surprising the second elder. The system pings, telling Ning Tian he has shocked both the Shadow Demon and the Master of the Celestial Vault. Soon after, Ning Tian learns the Rejuvenation Pill, a move that can protect his meridians and repair his injuries as long as he's alive. Defiantly, Ning Tian vows that the elders will regret their actions and promises revenge. The system announces the final use of his lightning-fast skill card, and it activates, using up all his remaining charges. Lightning swirls around Ning Tian as he runs, but the two elders keep chasing him. The first elder comments on how hard it is to hunt Ning Tian, admitting the kid's legendary status. Both elders close in, eager to see how he'll escape. Ning Tian readies an attack, determined to fight back. He activates his faith power ability, boosting his strike, and then launches an attack on the two elders, managing to survive their counterattack. The first elder is shocked by Ning Tian's audacity to fight back. The second elder prepares to strike with a blood shadow claw, and Ning Tian braces for the impact. Just then, Ning Tian's sparrow leaps in, taking the hit meant for him, and dies in the process. Enraged, Ning Tian feels the sting of losing his loyal companion and vows revenge. The second elder taunts him, claiming that now he's vulnerable. In response, Ning Tian begins to form a powerful formation, and Lu Wuing appears behind him to help. The elders start to get nervous as they realize what that formation means. Realizing it's a rapid space-shifting formation, the second elder orders an immediate attack, but Lu Wuing is ready to aid Ning Tian. At that moment, the Queen Mother of the West arrives and uses her power to freeze the two elders in place. The elders are shocked. They can't move now because of her affliction. The Queen then confronts them, criticizing their united chase after a mere spiritual realm cultivator. The elders are astonished to see both Lu Wuing and the Queen, recognizing the true strength they wield. As Lu Wuing steps closer, Ning Tian expresses his grief over the loss of his sparrow. Furious, Lu Wuing prepares to attack the elders, declaring they deserve to die. But Ning Tian stops her, insisting that he will handle the situation himself. Lu Wuing glared at Ning Tian, warning him that his reckless nature meant he should keep his distance. Undeterred, Ning Tian squared off before the two elders, his voice full of defiance as he vowed to kill them with his own hands, even though his cultivation hadn't reached the rejuvenation stage yet. In that moment, he burned through his aura, the memory of the fallen spiritual feather sparrow fueling his determination not to let the elders slip away again, no matter the cost. Almost immediately, his system flashed a warning that his unyielding will had shocked it, granting him 5 minutes of use for the ghost of the great celestial emperor. The ghost was summoned, and Ning Tian unleashed a giant aura avatar that left the elders stunned. They recognized it instantly as the ghost of the great emperor, while Lu Wuing noted with satisfaction that Ning Tian had managed to summon it once more. In her thoughts, she briefly wondered if several great emperors were backing him, but dismissed the idea since any extra support would have been obvious. The elders, staring at Ning Tian's glowing avatar, couldn't hide their disbelief. One of them muttered that the brat was back, and another marveled at his ability to summon such power despite not being in the spiritual realm. Overflowing with aura, Ning Tian raised his hand and launched an attack. The elders shrieked in panic, realizing they had no countermeasure, and scrambled to escape. Golden lightning bolts shot toward them. One elder was struck while the other barely got away. With fierce determination, Ning Tian declared that if they tried to run, his dragon would chase them down. His dragon lunged at the caught elder, sending that man into a fit of terror. The powerful display drew comments from both the Queen Mother of the West and Lu Wuing, who marveled at the sheer force of the battle. Although the elder managed to break free from the dragon's grasp, Lu Wuing intercepted him, noting that he was channeling every bit of his spirit into his aura for one final desperate escape. At the same time, the Queen Mother joined the fray, striking the other elder to stop him. Staggering from the blow, the elder realized he must flee the celestial spirit domain immediately and vowed never to return. Ning Tian, with a single finger, electrocuted him and then began to descend, signaling that time was nearly up. He finished off the remaining elder before stooping to pick up the fallen sparrow, silently, honoring its sacrifice. Shortly after, both Lu Wuing and the Queen Mother of the West appeared behind him. They looked at the scene with both worry and approval. Ning Tian, with a serious look on his face, quietly said goodbye to the sparrow as he began his descent to the ground. The Queen Mother watched with surprise, noticing that such care, using the mountain as a tomb for the sparrow, was unexpected. In her heart, she thought that a level 6 beast made a fitting resting place when it sacrificed its life for its master. Lu Wuing, for her part, felt sure that those who stay kind will go far in their training. Exhaustion soon took its toll on Ning Tian, and he began to faint, on the verge of passing out again. Lu Wuing gently called his name and cradled him in her lap, her heart heavy with regret that despite her space-shifting formation, she had fallen one step behind, leading to severe injuries. The Queen Mother of the West stepped forward and suggested they move Ning Tian onto a nearby rock for treatment. Though her fighting skills were not as strong as Lu Wuing's, she was confident in her medical abilities. With deliberate calm, she used her aura and flute to stimulate life and begin healing Ning Tian, playing soft notes as Lu Wuing watched intently. Worried, Lu Wuing asked if the treatment was working, and the Queen Mother explained that while Ning Tian's external injuries were nearly healed, his internal wounds still troubled him since her life music had not fully merged with his body. Determined, Lu Wuing resolved to find another way to heal him, even if it meant traveling through the third heaven or the 9 spiritual domains. The Queen Mother then mentioned a possible solution, an elixir that needed 2 months to be ready but could offer hope for his recovery. Lu Wuing insisted that Ning Tian must receive the elixir immediately. In response, the Queen Mother questioned the urgency, explaining that the elixir would only be ready after 2 months and warned that taking it now might even push him to break through to the realm of God. Lu Wuing, however, was adamant. She pressed that the elixir be given without delay. Sensing her unwavering determination, the Queen Mother agreed to help. They returned with Ning Tian to the sacred land of Yi and placed him in a bathtub. Soon, a woman approached and handed something to the Queen Mother, announcing that the elixir had arrived. Lu Wuing then asked if the Queen Mother was sure that the elixir could heal Ning Tian's injuries. The Queen Mother replied that although he was seriously hurt, his spiritual sea and veins were intact, which was odd, and as long as they remained intact, the elixir could work. Lu Wuing looked at Ning Tian, noticing the sweat and pain on his face, then suddenly flushed and reminded the Queen Mother that she'd never said the elixir could heal him. The Queen Mother admitted that was true, but explained she hadn't finished her explanation. An incomplete elixir has side effects similar to an aphrodisiac. Lu Wuing asks the Queen Mother of the West how to heal Ning Tian, stressing they must fix the aphrodisiac problem. The Queen Mother responds, wondering why, after all these years of marriage, Lu Wuing hasn't taken care of it herself. Damn. Bang bang. Shots fired. She even suggests picking one of her disciples and offers to get the saint's help. Overhearing this, the saint blushes with embarrassment. After a brief pause, Lu Wuing tells the Queen Mother to leave quickly. The Queen Mother wishes the Empress and the Patriarch a joyful time together before departing, leaving Ning Tian and Lu Wuing alone. Lu Wuing then notes how perfect this situation is for Ning Tian and makes it clear she won't let him die. She leads him to the bathtub to help him recover. Once inside, she moves closer and starts having a bit of fun with him. Soon the scene shifts into a dream where Ning Tian sees a mysterious face. He suddenly wakes up, confused about who she is, and holds his head, realizing it was only a dream. As Ning Tian comes back to himself, he feels his body aching, his waist hurts, and he notices a love bite on his neck. He remembers that his wife once gave him an elixir. At the same time, his power surges. His system informs him that he still has the medicinal power of that elixir left to absorb. Watching his power grow, Ning Tian comments to himself that the remaining medicinal power is greater than all the aura in his spiritual sea combined. He realizes that with that much power, he might finally break through to the next realm. Determined, Ning Tian sits up and begins cultivating, absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. Outside, someone informs Lu Wuing that 2 powerful men from the immortal emperor realm have been reduced to ashes. A piece of news that will surely set off a storm in the celestial spirit domain. Lu Wuing remarks that although the righteous path has long been blessed, their bold attacks mean they were asking for death. She vows to deal with those on the righteous path herself. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother of the West comments on Lu Wuing's care for her husband, noting that if this news spreads, many men will be heartbroken. I'm not sure about that one queen. There's a reason why OnlyFans is a billion-dollar business. Then she curiously asks why Lu Wuing is still wearing her clothes. Lu Wuing brushes it off, thinking that she can't reveal that Ning Tian tore her clothes to pieces. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy floods Ning Tian's room, surprising both women. The Queen Mother observes Ning Tian's impressive, splendid physique, noting the powerful energy around him. After a few hours of cultivation, an explosion rocks the area as Ning Tian makes a breakthrough. Both women are astonished. The Queen Mother remarks that he isn't just cultivating, he's making a breakthrough. The system then announces that Ning Tian has advanced through the spiritual realms, from 6-star to 7-star, and finally into the realm of the Earth King at 1 star. The Queen Mother is shocked by how quickly he progressed. Ning Tian reflects on the elixir's effectiveness, realizing it helped him break through to the next realm. Not long after, Lu Wuing and the Queen Mother approach Ning Tian. The Queen Mother acknowledges his achievement, and Lu Wuing tells him that he absorbed most of the elixir's medicinal power, a disguised blessing that helped his breakthrough. In a quiet moment, Ning Tian compliments Lu Wuing on her beauty, but she quickly tells him to stop with the flattery. Still, Ning Tian reassures her that he's fully recovered and bursting with energy. Grateful, he expresses his thanks to her. The Queen Mother reminds him that he should also thank her for her help, and Ning Tian does so, though she quickly downplays her role and reminds him to leave her sacred land. She adds that all her disciples are ready to welcome the patriarch. Ning Tian thanks her for her kindness but insists that he must refuse the offer, saying that now that he's recovered, they should return to the Celestial Demon Sect. The scene then shifts to the Celestial Demon Sect, where two elders are in conversation. One elder informs the Great Elder that two cultivators from the immortal Emperor realm joined forces to attack Patriarch Ning Tian, and that the Empress had to rescue him. He wonders why no news has come in. The Great Elder replies he doesn't know, emphasizing that the Patriarch is a treasure of their sect and must not be harmed. Soon, both Ning Tian and Lu Wuing arrive at the location. Lu Wuing tells Ning Tian that he can go now. Ning Tian then questions why they had to fly so far, remarking that a strong cultivator from the immortal Emperor realm can cross the void and travel thousands of miles in a single step. Lu Wuing answers that while she can do it alone, he could easily die in the void. Ning Tian thanks her for her care, and as everyone sees him, they begin to shout in joy, relieved that the Patriarch is well. Suddenly, an injured man arrives and announces that the Celestial Wind City has been massacred. Shocked, Ning Tian asks who is behind the massacre. Lu Wuing approaches the injured man as someone shouts that his life is in danger and he needs immediate care. Elder Mu steps in next, ordering someone to get the medicine quickly. Ning Tian then steps forward, confident that he can save the man. Elder Mu, startled by Ning Tian's boldness, worries that even with his cultivation success, it might be better to let someone else fetch the medicine to avoid delays. Ning Tian begins to channel his aura, assuring Elder Mu not to worry. He explains that while he can't revive someone, he can handle a light injury. Lu Wuing instructs Elder Mu to lay the injured man on the ground. Ning Tian then turns his focus inward, swirling his aura in his hand as he pulls out a musical instrument. The disciple behind Lu Wuing remarks that the Patriarch is using the musical instrument, which surprises Lu Wuing and makes her think about the power of the musical spiritual veins. Ning Tian applies that gift on the injured man, and slowly the man starts to recover. Elder Mu watches in confusion, trying to understand what the musical veins mean and wondering if Lu Wuing really grasps their significance. Mukin, watching from afar, thinks the Queen Mother of the West would have never expected Ning Tian to have this ability. A system pings, informing Ning Tian that he has shocked everyone in the Heavenly Demon Sect, and then announces that he has obtained the martial arts ability called Agile Path, which lets him move and attack quickly. Moments later, the system confirms that his comprehension of the 10th path is complete. The injured man fully recovers and opens his eyes, recognizing Ning Tian and Lu Wuing. As Ning Tian begins to descend, the man kneels and pleads for assistance. Lu Wuing then asks him about the recent monster turmoil in the Cold Wind Mountains that hurt many in Celestial Wind City, and why he is the only one who returned. Through tears, he explains to Elder Mu that it was Yilang of the Beast Tamer sect who caused the chaos, recounting the events that led him to the Celestial Demon Sect. Far away in the Cold Wind Mountains at Celestial Wind City, disciples Zhao Shan and Xiao King discuss how weak they feel against the demons, noting that monsters keep appearing. Qian urges them to support the other disciple and lead the residents to safety. Suddenly, Yilang, a genius beast tamer from the Beast Tamer sect, appears atop a beast, holding Kai Lan and taunts them about their impending doom. Yilang launches his attack with purple snakes that bite both Xiao King and Tian San. Xiao King watches in horror as Tian San screams in pain and is thrown back by the assault. Rushing in, Xiao King tries to catch Tian San, who falls unconscious with blood on his head. Elder Mu confronts Yilang, accusing the Beast Tamer sect of causing chaos and massacring the city. Yilang dismisses his concerns, stating that sacrifices must be made to kill the demons. Yilang cries out for help, urging her brother to escape and warning that the Patriarch will avenge them. Yilang mocks the idea of the Patriarch saving anyone, and fatally attacks Kai Lan. Xiao King screams in despair as Kai Lan falls, while Yilang revels in the chaos and declares his intent to make the Patriarch suffer. In response, Xiao King vows that neither the Patriarch nor the Celestial Demon sect will let Yilang escape. Yilang then prepares to attack again, insisting that they are the righteous ones who cannot allow demons to interfere. He orders his beast to trample on Xiao King and the fallen Kai Lan. After dismounting, he commands that they hang Xiao King and Kai Lan at the gates of Celestial Wind City to show off the weakness of the Celestial Demon sect. Meanwhile, Tian San awakens, witnessing the devastation and the hanging bodies, and realizes the city is in ruins. Back in the present, Tian San curses the Beast Tamer sect for their despicable actions and mourns the loss of their sect members. Elder Mu approaches Lu Wuing and urges her to give the order to retaliate, expressing a desire to destroy the Beast Tamer sect immediately. Ning Tian steps in and tells Elder Mu to wait, expressing concern that facing them won't be easy. Elder Mu then questions Ning Tian's hesitation, asking if he's afraid. Ning Tian clarifies that he is not afraid, but points out that the Beast Tamer sect is part of the Just Alliance, led by an immortal emperor whose strength rivals that of the Queen Mother of the West. He warns that if they massacre the Beast Tamer sect, the Just Alliance will strike back hard. Ning Tian stresses that while the conflict will lead to revenge, it won't really hurt the Beast Tamer sect. Elder Mu argues that their sect's genius is extremely powerful, and that their disciples are Earth Kings at the highest level, making them formidable opponents. After Elder Mu finishes speaking, Ning Tian declares that he will go confront them, stating that anyone who dares to kill his righteous followers is asking for death. Lu Wuing tells Ning Tian to go ahead with his plan. Elder Mu warns that Yilang, an Earth King, has probably grown stronger and cautions against any recklessness. But Lu Wuing insists they must trust Ning Tian. After all, he's performed miracles before. Ning Tian then helps Tian San heal while Lu Wuing talks with Elder Mu. Elder Mu finally agrees to trust Ning Tian and vows to organize the disciples to protect them. Soon, eager disciples rush over, one even kneels, begging to join Ning Tian in avenging his brother, and others chime in with calls for revenge. As Ning Tian begins to speak, Elder Mu cuts him off, promising that their loyalty will not falter. To show his support, Elder Mu summons a Chazen Windflame horse for Ning Tian, explaining how fast it is. Ning Tian mounts the horse and rallies everyone to follow him to Celestial Wind City, and the disciples shout in agreement, hungry for vengeance. Later, in the Cold Wind Mountain Range, a disciple tells Ning Tian that they are close to the city. Ning Tian dismounts and examines the ground, noticing bloodstains. One disciple remarks on a strong smell of blood, and Ning Tian suspects it comes from Celestial Wind City. He warns that the smell is drawing beasts from the mountains, and a disciple offers to hold them off while the rest escape. Ning Tian decides to test his new abilities against the beasts. He takes out his Buchan and uses his Eye Aven Slasher skill to clear the area, leaving the disciples in awe of his power. Once the area is secure, Ning Tian orders everyone to move forward. The system pings with a reward for his aura cultivation. They soon arrive at their destination, where a disciple spots senior brother Listen and junior sister Tan. Ning Tian frees them from their bindings and notices a piece of paper in junior sister Tan's hand. He picks it up to find an invitation to meet at the Moon Cliff for cultivation. Clenching his fist, Ning Tian commands Lin to lead the others to kill the beasts and rescue any survivors, declaring that he will return soon and using the War Dragon's step to dash away. Meanwhile, Yilang's men boast about their kills and mock the Celestial Demon sect. Yilang himself dismisses the threat of the Patriarch, confident in his own power. He caresses a woman at his side, enjoying his dominance, while the scarred man praises him and asserts his superiority. Suddenly, a strong wind sweeps through, startling Yilang's men. Yilang demands to know what's causing the commotion, and his men are soon knocked out. One reports that no one is there. A woman expresses fear of the souls of Celestial Wind City, and both Yilang and the woman shrink back in fright. Then Ning Tian appears on a rock, taunting Yilang. Yilang demands to know who Ning Tian is, and Ning Tian boldly declares that he is there to take Yilang's life. Yilang sized up Ning Tian and decided he was only a 3-star Earth King, hardly a match. He figured Ning Tian relied on stealth in the dark and wasn't worthy of a true battle. With that thought, Yilang powered up his aura and vowed that under the moonlight, Ning Tian wouldn't get another chance. Then he charged, determined to finish him. But Ning Tian just stood still, a sarcastic smile on his face, challenging the idea that he could only attack from the shadows. In response, Ning Tian expanded his aura, a burst like a tiny galaxy, which shocked Yilang, who wondered how an Earth King could have a spiritual seal larger than that of an immortal emperor. Seizing the moment while Yilang was distracted, Ning Tian appeared right beside him and warned him not to lose focus in the fight. Without delay, Ning Tian struck with his demon celestial palm, sending Yilang crashing to the ground. As Yilang fell, he recognized Ning Tian as the patriarch of the Celestial Demon sect. Ning Tian then descended further, and Yilang sneered, questioning why Ning Tian wasn't just a pretty boy who relied on women. At that moment, the system alerted Ning Tian that he had shocked Yilang and granted him the ability known as Beast Tamer's Call. Ning Tian took a moment to consider the gift, realizing it could tame beasts and boost his combat power. Rising again, Yilang glared and questioned why Ning Tian was smiling. In response, Ning Tian simply thought that he had devised a way to make Yilang's atonement more genuine. When Yilang demanded to know what sins he had committed, Ning Tian made it clear that only the strongest can set the rules, and that he was stronger now. Ning Tian then released a dark aura that forced Yilang to activate his high-grade spiritual weapon, the Demon Kabasa. With arrogance, Yulang claimed that even if Ning Tian had a vast spiritual sea, he possessed a killing move, the demon Kabaksa. He hurled several auras at Ning Tian, declaring his opponent's doom. Yet Ning Tian stayed calm, taking note of Yulang's reliance on his weapon and the demonic beasts that fought alongside him. Taking out his bukin, Ning Tian began to play, invoking the beast tamer's call. A wave of music swept over Yulang's beasts, catching him off guard as he realized Ning Tian truly knew the call. Nearby, disciples heard the music and mistook it for nothing more than the wind. Ning Tian taunted Yulang, pointing out his poor beast-taming skills. Enraged, Yulang insisted that only his master could outdo him in the call. In response, Ning Tian extended his hand as a silent challenge to teach him a lesson in his master's name. With a simple motion, he commanded his beasts to attack. Frightened, Yulang ordered his men to scatter and drew his sword, but the beast struck him from behind. Ning Tian mocked his opponent, making it clear that losing to the very beasts he was so proud of was his fate. Yulang tried to defend himself, calling Ning Tian despicable, but Ning Tian shot back that it was simply an eye for an eye, reminding Yulang of his past misdeeds. Advancing further, Ning Tian cut into Yulang, saying this strike was for the disciples of the celestial demon sect. Bleeding from his mouth, Yulang fell to his knees and pleaded for mercy. Ning Tian, however, questioned how he could ever show mercy after Yulang had tortured and killed his disciples. As Yulang continued to protest, calling him despicable, Ning Tian repeated that it was just an eye for an eye, a reminder of the atrocities of Yulang's past. Meanwhile, the disciples built a tomb for Brother Listen and prayed for his soul. Ning Tian arrived and acknowledged their efforts. One disciple, surprised to see Ning Tian, wondered aloud if that was Yulang, and Ning Tian confirmed it by holding him by the hair. Ning Tian tosses Yulang onto the ground, telling the disciples to deal with him and to leave his legs alone. That way, Yulang can kneel and apologize properly to the fallen. Fired up, the disciples promise they'll make Yulang regret everything he's done. Terrified, Yulang starts begging for mercy, asking them to spare him. But Ning Tian ignores his pleas completely and strings him up as a clear warning. One disciple admits he felt terrible earlier, but says he's relieved they finally took Yulang down. Ning Tian reassures everyone that he's handled the beast tamer sect too. Impressed, the disciples marvel that Ning Tian came back unharmed after facing Yulang alone. Suddenly, Ning Tian's system pings again. It congratulates him for stunning Yulang and boosts his aura. Feeling a powerful surge inside, Ning Tian senses he's about to level up again. Sure enough, the system announces he's broken through to the 4-star Earth King level. Everyone is blown away by Ning Tian's insanely fast progress. Ladies want to bang him, guys want to be him. Our boy is a true G. With everything settled, Ning Tian tells the group it's time to head back home. But right as they're about to leave, the ground starts shaking violently. Ning Tian quickly realizes it's an earthquake, and that can mean only one thing, a beast tide. A disciple nervously points out that Ning Tian might not have fully dealt with the beast tamer sect yet. Worried, Ning Tian notes that another beast tide would destroy the peace in Celestial Wind City all over again. He tells Changsheng to come with him and check it out, ordering the others to stay put. As Ning Tian and Changsheng move forward, another disciple mentions how strange it is. These beasts usually show up at night, not this early. Soon enough, they spot a massive wave of demonic beasts heading their way. Without hesitation, Ning Tian takes out his musical instrument, ready to deal with the threat. A disciple doubts Ning Tian can handle such a huge beast tide alone, but Ning Tian ignores the doubt and starts playing. His powerful melody sweeps across the battlefield, shocking the disciple with how easily it calms the rampaging beasts. With the beasts under control, a huge blue tiger steps forward, a powerful second-grade beast. Ning Tian calmly asks why it's left its home in the Cold Wind Mountains. The tiger tries to answer, but Ning Tian can't quite understand it. So instead, he commands the tiger to lead him to whatever scared it out. The tiger obediently takes Ning Tian to a deep pit filled with thick, dark energy. Inside the hole, Ning Tian spots something that looks like a coffin and decides to investigate. One disciple tries urging Ning Tian to report back to Lu Wuing first, but Ning Tian leaps straight into the darkness anyway. As he descends deeper, dark energy swirls around him. Suddenly, a giant female snake lunges at him, nearly landing a strike. She comments playfully about how handsome Ning Tian is. Ning Tian quickly asks the system about the snake. It warns him she's a guardian beast, at least rank 7. Realizing how dangerous the situation is, Ning Tian wonders if his beast-taming music will even affect her. The guardian snake laughs, admitting she wasn't expecting company so soon. She attacks again, barely missing Ning Tian as he scrambles to avoid getting crushed. He knows he's totally outmatched. He needs to find a way out fast. She launches another attack, swinging her huge tail and explaining proudly that she's guarded this tomb for 20 years. This time, Ning Tian can't dodge. She captures him tightly in her coils, delighted with her new guest. Smiling wickedly, she promises that she'll take very good care of him from now on. Right as the guardian snake opens her jaws to swallow Ning Tian, golden light crashes from the sky. A huge spiritual sword slams down, slicing between them and knocking the snake back. Lu Wuing lands smoothly, her eyes fierce. The guardian snake stares at her stunned. She instantly recognizes Lu Wuing, an immortal emperor and Ning Tian's wife. Still wrapped in her coils, Ning Tian squirms while the snake taunts him. She tells him he should enjoy watching his wife battle to save him. Lu Wuing glares at the snake. Her voice is ice as she reminds the beast she's nothing but a 7th grade demon, nowhere near her level. With one swift strike, Lu Wuing takes down the snake without breaking a sweat. Now safe, Ning Tian walks over to Lu Wuing, noticing a barrier nearby. He wonders out loud if they've run into trouble again. Ahead, they spot an ancient palace. Lu Wuing figures a powerful demon guardian put up the barrier to protect the tomb. She guesses the tomb probably belongs to someone important, a celestial or even an immortal emperor. Just then, a group arrives nearby. Their leader steps forward, greeting Lu Wuing with surprise like seeing an old friend again. Suspicious, Ning Tian asks who the man is. Lu Wuing calmly explains that this is the Donjin Kingdom's territory. The man is their king. The king looks at the tomb, remarking how valuable something like this is. Soon, every sect around will swarm the place, hoping to get their hands on treasures. He suggests teaming up with the celestial demon sect to explore it together. Ning Tian and Lu Wuing exchange surprised looks. They didn't see this coming. The king admits he's after the clear, pure herb to heal his son. Herbs like that only grow in places packed with energy, exactly like this tomb. Ning Tian raises an eyebrow. He asks why the king needs their help at all. He's got plenty of his own people. The king smiles thinly, explaining there are unwritten rules here. In the celestial spirit domain, you can't just waltz into a powerful tomb alone. It's safer working together against other rivals. Ning Tian sees through him immediately. He realizes the king wants their sect as bait, drawing attention while he quietly gets what he needs. Ning Tian firmly refuses, still bitter about how rudely the Donjin Kingdom treated him at his wedding. Anger flashes briefly across the king's face, but he quickly smooths it away. Surprisingly, he bows slightly and apologizes for his son's past disrespect. Both Ning Tian and Lu Wuing are stunned by his sudden humility. The king softly admits that he knows his son's behavior caused tension, and he genuinely apologizes. Ning Tian pauses, thinking it over. He didn't expect such a straightforward apology. Fighting someone smiling politely at him just feels awkward. Lu Wuing speaks up, gently telling the king there's no need to apologize anymore. She assures him that they'll handle the tomb on their own just fine. The king nods, slowly turning to leave. As he goes, he quietly warns them. This decision could turn their two groups into enemies. Walking away, he considers calling in favors from the Just Alliance to teach Ning Tian and Lu Wuing a lesson. Ning Tian watches the king's retreating figure closely, determined not to let him or anyone else get the better of them again. Changing the subject, Lu Wuing asks Ning Tian how he knew about the nearby hot spring. Ning Tian grins sheepishly, admitting he spotted it when he jumped off the mountain. He thought it might be nice to enjoy together. Lu Wuing gives him a playful but stern look. She reminds him she sent him here to train and get stronger, not relax. Laughing softly, she grabs Ning Tian, teasingly implying he still isn't strong enough. He jokes back, acting offended. She suggests they stay a few days till the tomb fully opens up. Lu Wuing promises to send their supreme elder over as extra support. Ning Tian sighs and admits the king probably has something sneaky planned, but he agrees they'll handle whatever comes. Lu Wuing explains carefully that immortal emperors like herself can't interfere too much, especially with an important tomb like this opening. Ning Tian reassures her with a confident smile, promising he'll make sure their sect stays on top no matter what. Lu Wuing thanks him warmly. Ning Tian grins slyly, suggesting she could show some appreciation in a nicer way. Surprised, Lu Wuing blinks at him, not expecting him to be playful at a time like this. Ning Tian innocently says he's just hungry. He needs some food to build strength before they go exploring the tomb. 10 days later, the barrier finally breaks. Someone shouts in panic as the monster bursts free. The guardian snake explodes from the barrier, screaming about the awful smell and energy, sticking her tongue out. Xin Feng, an elder from the Righteous Alliance, and his disciple rush forward. They quickly pin the beast down, crushing her with powerful force. With a final strike, the guardian snake crashes into the ground, shrinking down into an ordinary snake. One of the disciple, a guy with white hair, questions if sealing the beast instead of killing her would have been better. But Qian Feng insists the Righteous Alliance always removes threats at the root. No risks allowed. Another group arrives, led by a man introducing himself as the leader of the sacred land of Ning Tian. He addresses everyone, urging them to hurry into the tomb and grab the treasure inside. Just then, St. Yaoshi shows up. She advises caution, reminding everyone that the celestial demon sect hasn't arrived yet. Someone else sneers, mocking the celestial demon sect for hiding like turtles. Suddenly, wind blasts through the area and a voice confidently replies that they'll disappoint everyone. Ning Tian arrives riding proudly on a huge yellow dragon, alongside an old man. A guy from another sect immediately recognizes him, the legendary patriarch of the celestial demon sect. St. Yaoshi gasps, relieved yet amazed. She knew Ning Tian would come through. The crowd whispers about Ning Tian, recalling how he rose from a simple handyman to marrying the powerful empress. Others mention how he even survived being chased by 2 immortal emperors. Ning Tian, calmly standing nearby, notes loudly how strange it is for the Righteous Alliance to stroll through celestial demon sect territory. Qian Feng clenches his fists angrily, snapping at Ning Tian. He can't believe a brat at the Earth King level dares disrespect the Righteous Alliance. But before Qian Feng can move, the Supreme Elder of the Celestial Demon Sect steps protectively in front of Ning Tian, daring him to make a move. Qian Feng's disciple quickly whispers caution, reminding him that fighting the Supreme Elder isn't smart. Seeing tension building, the Supreme Elder calmly suggests everyone explore the tomb together. Less fighting, more treasure hunting. Ning Tian can't help himself. He grins playfully, making faces and sticking out his tongue at the annoyed group. Qian Feng silently promises he'll teach Ning Tian a lesson if he ever gets the chance. Changing the subject, Ning Tian asks St. Yaoshi who the important-looking guys from the sacred land of Ning Tian are. She introduces them as Holy Sun Dinembald and Holy Sun Jaiambal, along with a mysterious old shadow from the Ravenswearan sect. Ning Tian smirks and casually asks St. Yaoshi if her sacred land is rich. St. Yaoshi quietly warns him that the Righteous Alliance is petty, and he's embarrassing them in front of everyone. Ning Tian flashes her a thumbs up, thanking her for the heads up. St. Yaoshi blushes, shyly replying it's no problem. With tensions easing, everyone moves to open the tomb. One guy motions to another disciple, ordering him to open the door. The disciple hesitates, nervously asking if there could be traps. The older man impatiently tells him to stop complaining and just do his job. Small sects like his exist for situations like this. Ning Tian sighs, shaking his head at how these guys casually use weaker sects as bait. Reluctantly, the disciple steps forward and pushes the heavy door open. Immediately, dark energy rushes out. The energy slams into him, knocking him down, badly hurt. Ning Tian yells urgently, telling him not to move another inch. Others whisper nervously about ghosts or evil spirits in the tomb seeking revenge. Qian Feng loudly dismisses talk of ghosts, insisting it's just a hidden trap. Another disciple notes that there aren't any obvious weapons or formations. Suddenly, Qian Feng pauses, mentioning he hears something like a flute. St. Yaoshi immediately recognizes it. She warns everyone it's the deadly sound from a killing sound formation. The disciple beside her looks confused, wondering what that even means. St. Yaoshi explains quickly, the formation is brutal. It won't stop attacking until the intruder dies or its energy runs out. Others murmur, impressed by St. Yaoshi's deep knowledge of music and formations. Some wonder if Ning Tian also studied music since he could hear the flute clearly. St. Yaoshi turns seriously to Ning Tian, telling him they need to break this killing sound formation to enter safely. She explains they can use a special technique called the art of breaking sound. But she needs a powerful aura to do it. She looks straight at Ning Tian, asking him directly to lend her a hand. Ning Tian blinks, pointing at himself in surprise. Wait, you mean me? A guy watches Ning Tian closely, wondering out loud what else might be hidden inside the tomb. Maybe something that absorbs energy. Qian Feng explains that to break the formation protecting the tomb, someone must keep feeding it energy. Ning Tian looks annoyed, asking the Righteous Alliance if they're really planning to sacrifice someone just to get inside. The guy brushes Ning Tian off, accusing him of trying to hold everyone back just to grab the treasure for himself. Ning Tian cuts in, pointing out the guy doesn't have much time left anyway, so he should stop arguing and start helping. The guy snaps back, angry that Ning Tian dares talk to him like that. St. Yaoshi steps between them, telling everyone to cool off. She calmly explains the formation doesn't need that much energy and volunteers to help open the gate. Qian Feng's face darkens, clearly unhappy with St. Yaoshi stepping in. One of Qian Feng's followers scoffs, saying the tomb is too important to rely on some Earth King nobody like Ning Tian. Ning Tian shrugs it off, casually replying that just because they can't do something doesn't mean he can't. St. Yao Shi approaches Ning Tian gently, asking him to hold out his hand so she can pass the secret technique to him. As Ning Tian agrees, St. Yao Shi suddenly blushes, picturing him shirtless, surrounded by admiring women, just like the last time they performed together at the Immortal Spring. Ning Tian focuses his aura and gently touches St. Yao Shi's hand, transferring a surge of power between them. Her face flushes bright red as Ning Tian's system confirms he's successfully absorbed the technique. Ning Tian examines his hand, feeling the new power flowing through it. He nods confidently. Time to get things moving. St. Yao Shi blinks, stunned he picked it up so quickly. Disciples around them whisper in disbelief, some convinced Ning Tian's just showing off. Even Qian Fang doubts him, grumbling that they shouldn't trust their lives to someone like Ning Tian. Ning Tian laughs openly, teasing the Righteous Alliance for being scared little frogs stuck in a well. St. Yao Shi tosses her instrument over to Ning Tian, saying he'll need it since he doesn't have one on him. He thanks her, holding it carefully and noticing it feels way better than his old Yukon. As Ning Tian starts playing, he thinks about getting a powerful music Dao weapon of his own someday. St. Yao Shi joins him, playing her flute alongside him, her cheeks glowing red. Noticing her blushing face, Ning Tian gently touches her arm, asking if she's feeling okay. She quickly says she's fine, but Ning Tian suddenly feels flustered too, awkward thoughts racing through his mind. St. Yao Shi shakes herself out of it, gently urging Ning Tian to focus and get started. Ning Tian nods, turning serious as he channels his power. He thanks the elders around him for their support. The group gathers around as the tomb begins to open once again. Dark energy surges from within. Everyone channels their energy toward Ning Tian, boosting his power to fight against the tomb's defenses. He sends out waves of powerful music toward the guardians hidden in the darkness. St. Yao Shi watches, amazed. Ning Tian countered the formation with a single note. His music skills are incredible. Closing his eyes, Ning Tian taps into an even stronger form of his music Dao. The elders watching are shocked, realizing they'd underestimated him. Ning Tian's system chimes happily, rewarding him with a treasure hunting card for impressing everyone around him. After the message fades, Ning Tian turns back to St. Yao Shi, asking her to match his rhythm. St. Yao Shi picks up her pace, matching Ning Tian perfectly. He marvels at how quickly she keeps up. A ghostly guardian with a skull for a face suddenly appears, rushing toward Ning Tian, but his aura quickly blocks it. Inside the tomb, Ning Tian's music spreads, attacking the guardians hidden within. The energy strikes the guardian flutist's arm, shattering the last defenses and fully opening the tomb. The group shouts excitedly, the formation's finally broken. Ning Tian smiles warmly at St. Yao Shi, thanking her for the help and praising how smoothly their music blended together. St. Yao Shi blushes deeply again, suddenly imagining herself hugging Ning Tian tightly. Embarrassed, she turns away, mumbling there's no need for thanks. Ning Tian looks at her, puzzled by her sudden shyness. Xin Fang, not waiting around, loudly announces it's time to enter the tomb. As everyone steps inside, the massive doors close behind them. Ning Tian immediately warns the group to stay alert. St. Yao Shi nods, agreeing when suddenly a candle lights up, revealing a creepy statue with glowing red eyes staring right at them. The disciples stare at the statues, stunned as they start shifting and coming alive. The Supreme Elder quickly warns Ning Tian, sensing danger radiating from the figures. Ning Tian shrugs it off casually, not seeing any immediate threat, until the statues suddenly glow red and step forward, aggressive and ready to attack. Panic breaks out among the disciples, some yelling to run. Chaos spreads quickly. A few manage to escape, but others are crushed under the heavy strikes from the statues. Those who remain try fighting back, but their hits barely scratch the statue's thick stone armor. The situation looks hopeless. One statue lunges toward a terrified girl, but Ning Tian swiftly steps in front, shielding her. He unleashes a wave of powerful spiritual energy at the attacker. The system kicks in, notifying Ning Tian of his newly activated spiritual destruction ability. In seconds, Ning Tian's attack rips the statue apart, shattering it into rubble. The girl, unharmed, gratefully thanks him. Ning Tian realizes that these statues are moving because they're filled with spirit energy. He decides this energy is perfect nourishment for his spiritual pearl and plans to make good use of it. He moves fast, smashing statue after statue effortlessly. Everyone watches, amazed at how easily he's handling these tough enemies. Nearby, Lin Xiaoyao quietly seethes with jealousy, angry at Ning Tian's rising popularity and power. The system pings again, rewarding Ning Tian for inspiring everyone with his skills. A surge of aura floods through him, bringing him close to another breakthrough. With the statues dealt with, Ning Tian tells the Supreme Elder it's time to move on toward the main hall. As they enter, everyone pauses, staring at a massive throne with the skeleton seated on it. The giant hall is impressive, packed with powerful weapons and valuable techniques scattered around. The excitement grows and everyone eagerly considers the riches awaiting them. But the mood instantly shifts as the skeleton's eyes suddenly glow bright red. The Supreme Elder tenses, sensing trouble from the ominous figure. Ning Tian remains calm, not overly concerned, but still cautious. As everyone speculates on why the skeleton hasn't moved, one reckless disciple moves forward, trying to take a weapon from the skeleton's hand. Ning Tian quickly warns him to show respect, but the disciple ignores the advice, confident and arrogant. Just as he tries to grab the weapon, the skeleton jerks awake, grabbing the disciple tightly by the head. Fear fills the room instantly as the skeleton rises to its full height, towering over everyone. The disciple struggles helplessly as the others watch, realizing they may have unleashed something far worse than the statues. The silent sword suddenly screams in panic, his skin changing color as he struggles helplessly. He begs his master to save him. An elder nearby, distracted by treasure, finally notices something's wrong and turns sharply. He sees the silent sword being absorbed by the skeleton and curses at it for moving. Everyone spins around, staring in shock. One elder asks if the skeleton has somehow come back to life. A white-haired elder turns angrily to Elder Luna, blaming him for failing to control his disciple in such a dangerous place. Watching quietly, Ning Tian smiles knowingly. He thinks to himself that greed always leads to trouble, especially with treasure involved. An elder from the Righteous Alliance notices a glowing red ring on the skeleton's hand, realizing it's what's powering it. The elders quickly figure out it's a storage ring. Elder Tianfeng guesses it's full of treasure left behind by the tomb's owner. Elder Luna boils with anger, furious at his disciple for grabbing at riches without telling him first. Pretending he's there to rescue his disciple, Elder Luna rushes forward, eyes fixed greedily on the ring. He strikes hard at the skeleton's shield, but his sword shatters instantly, shocking him speechless. Before Luna can recover, the skeleton hits him square in the chest. He barely steadies himself mid-air, coughing hard. The silent sword screams louder as he's drained completely. Ning Tian notes grimly that the skeleton is insanely strong, definitely at least an 8-star celestial. Finished with the silent sword, the skeleton rises into the air, laughing madly as it unleashes a violent attack toward the elders. The elders scatter, dodging desperately. Chamble cries out, realizing their mistake. This tomb belongs to the great emperor himself. Another elder demands an explanation. Chamble admits they found another secret room, but it was full of traps and took most of his men down. The white-haired elder curses the tomb, realizing just how dangerous it truly is. Ning Tian quietly comments that the great emperor wasn't just any emperor. He was the strongest of them all. This isn't going to be easy. Saint Yaoshi tells Ning Tian this enemy might be too much for them to handle. Suddenly, the skeleton slowly turns its head, staring straight at Ning Tian. He instantly feels chills. Why is it targeting him? A wave of dark energy bursts from the skeleton, blinding everyone. Ning Tian braces himself, realizing he's the main target. The elders charge the skeleton, shouting warnings to each other about how risky this fight is. But before they can land a hit, the skeleton raises one finger. A massive wave of energy blasts out, trapping everyone in powerful bubbles. The elders panic as the skeleton laughs, confident it's already won. Pressure crushes Ning Tian, but he's not done yet. Grating his teeth, he gathers his aura, summoning a fierce dragon of energy toward the skeleton. The elders gape in awe, amazed he's still fighting even though he's just an Earth King. Saint Yaoshi holds her injured arm, watching with disbelief at Ning Tian's power. Inspired by his courage, the elders rally and combine their powers to strike again. But moments later, Ning Tian hits the ground hard, coughing blood. He questions silently if the elders even had a real plan. Just then, the skeleton's ring flashes and a mysterious hooded woman gently floats down near Ning Tian. He stares up, shocked. She smiles warmly, praising him for his quick thinking. Saint Yaoshi cries out, terrified, wondering just who or what this mysterious woman is. Calmly sitting on the skeleton's shoulder, the woman laughs playfully, greeting everyone with a sly grin. She welcomes them to her tomb. The little girl sat perched casually on the skeleton's shoulder, giggling as she welcomed everyone to what she called her tomb. Everyone stared, completely stunned. This wasn't what they'd expected. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes, suspicious. Calling them challengers instead of guests meant this wasn't just some tomb. It felt more like a twisted game. Saint Yaoshi spoke up first, cautiously asking who the strange girl really was. The girl smiled, recognizing Yaoshi immediately as the daughter of Yuchi and teasing her about being the newest saint. One elder gasped, suddenly realizing who this girl was, the legendary third great sage who had vanished centuries ago. He quickly warned everyone not to disrespect her. Ning Tian, confused, asked Yaoshi what made this third great sage so special. She whispered that the third great sage and the famous Saint Yogzuan once attempted to reach godhood together 300 years ago. Another elder stepped forward, surprised. He said that shouldn't be possible. Yogzuan died long ago, so how was she still alive? The little girl's face darkened, declaring bitterly that chasing godhood was a dead-end road. She insisted anyone who tried was doomed, and she wouldn't let Ning Tian, who had the blood of Yuan, walk that path. Ning Tian raised an eyebrow, annoyed. If everything was already hopeless, what was the point of training or even existing at all? It felt ridiculous. Finally, someone understands my view on life. He glanced at the elders, trapped and helpless, realizing how dangerous the situation was. Maybe escaping was smarter than fighting right now. Still, Ning Tian laughed suddenly. Surprising the girl, she stared at him, annoyed, asking what was so funny. He just shook his head, calling her way of thinking completely twisted. Old girl beyond that hoe math. The Supreme Elder quickly warned Ning Tian not to provoke her. She was as strong as the Empress herself. But Ning Tian didn't back down. He reminded everyone that practicing the Tao meant fighting against fate. If this girl believed following the Tao was pointless, why was she even alive? The girl glared at him, angry, then burst into laughter. Ning Tian reminded her of an emperor she once knew, stubborn and brave. The crowd was shocked. Saint Yaoshi watched Ning Tian closely, impressed by his courage and ability to unsettle even someone as powerful as the third great sage. I don't even know why they are shocked. My guy has had big balls. Balls of steel, this whole story. Curious, the little girl approached Ning Tian, admitting he intrigued her. She offered him an opportunity to improve his physique. Ning Tian eyed her cautiously as she reached toward his soul. But the moment she touched his spirit, the girl jumped back in fear. Ning Tian's soul contained the Thunder Dragon's spiritual vein, a power of true gods. Panicked, she immediately pulled away, muttering that Ning Tian was dangerous. The system buzzed in Ning Tian's head, notifying him he'd managed to shock even this legendary sage. It rewarded him with a temporary mind-reading card. Ning Tian felt good about the unexpected reward. The girl, trying to save face, casually said maybe her opportunity didn't match someone like him after all. Ning Tian shrugged, giving her an amused look that clearly annoyed her even more. Frustrated, she demanded he stay quiet. She returned to the skeleton, admitting she was seriously wounded 300 years ago, and this tomb held her final inheritance. An elder gasped. This wasn't just a tomb, it was the third great sage's legacy. Smiling darkly, the girl explained this was only the first test. Anyone who failed it would die instantly. Everyone froze as shadowy figures rose around them, preparing for another brutal challenge. One disciple muttered nervously about how ruthless this test was, but the little girl just smiled coldly. She calmly reminded them that surviving was the only way to inherit her power. Watching her carefully, Ning Tian quietly shook his head, thinking she was completely insane. Damn, this girl made this story turn into Squid Games real quick. Energy swirls around the girl as she calmly explains to the Yuchi group that her inheritance isn't meant for them. With a casual smile, she tells them they'll be safely sent out after the test ends. One of the elders thanks her quickly and steps aside, wanting to stay out of trouble. Behind him, the disciples quietly whisper, confused by the special treatment Yuchi is getting. They wonder quietly if the group might have some kind of connection with this mysterious girl. Saint Yao, she steps forward carefully and glances toward Ning Tian. She gently asks if her friend can stay and join the test. With a playful smile, the girl teases that Ning Tian must be someone special to her. Maybe even her husband. Saint Yao, she quickly shakes her head, explaining Ning Tian is already married to none other than the powerful Empress of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Surprised, the girl studies Ning Tian. She's impressed someone so young has married someone so strong. Ning Tian shrugs casually, not bothered by all the attention. Respectfully calling Ning Tian the patriarch Saint Yao, she explains his interest in testing out the inheritance for himself. Ning Tian nods, clearly interested in the challenge. Amused, the girl rises higher, confidently explaining her inheritance will dramatically improve their strength. She raises her hand and powerful energy fills the room. Immediately, the skeleton beside her moves, starting the next stage of the test. The tomb shakes as a strong energy fills the air. Suddenly, 9 glowing gates appear around them. The girl calmly explains the rules. The golden gates mean survival, black means death, and stone means being trapped forever. A wave of panic rushes through the disciples. Most rush to pick the gold gates, desperate to survive. Some hesitate, worried the girl might be tricking them. One elder loudly insists survival is their only chance, clearly doubting the girl's friendly attitude. Another elder openly questions if she's tricking them. Quietly, Ning Tian feels there might be a trap here. He secretly activates the mind-reading card from his system, hoping to figure out what's really going on. The system quietly shows Ning Tian the girl's hidden thoughts. Her talk about life and death is a lie. Both doors lead nowhere. Only the third choice, neither life nor death, is the true escape. Without hesitating, Ning Tian confidently chooses the unmarked red door and walks straight in. Chaos hits instantly. Smoke and blood fill the air. He's back in Heavenly Wind City, surrounded by flames and screaming voices. The wounded man stumbles forward, begging Ning Tian for justice. Ning Tian's heart races. He quickly turns and sees Yang Yang gripping his terrified sister. She yells angrily, blaming Ning Tian and his sect for their suffering. Ning Tian's anger boils. Without thinking, he grabs Yang Yang and throws him hard against the wall. Yang Yang only laughs cruelly, mocking Ning Tian's weakness. Angry voices shout around Ning Tian, pushing him to kill. His vision turns red, fists clenched, ready to end this. But suddenly, a gentle voice calmly reminds him, once you start killing, you'll never escape. Reality shakes around Ning Tian, clarity coming back. Why fight someone who's already dead? The illusion fades and darkness swallows him again. He opens his eyes, suddenly awake in his room, sweating. Confused, he wonders if it was all just a nightmare. The door quietly opens. Lu Wuing walks in calmly, noticing he's awake. She gently jokes he must have trained too hard. Still feeling confused, Ning Tian tells her about the strange dream. Lu Wuing steps closer, offering to help and rest. Without realizing, Ning Tian softly grabs her hand. Lu Wuing pretends his grip hurts, teasing him lightly. Ning Tian sighs, seeing she's just messing with him. Suddenly, quiet laughter comes from nearby. Ning Tian turns quickly. St. Yaoshi and the Queen Mother of the West are sitting on his bed, smiling playfully at him. The Queen Mother waves him closer, clearly wanting him to join them. Ning Tian freezes, realizing he's outnumbered. Nervously, he wonders if this new dream might be even more dangerous than the last one. Ning Tian stands there, feeling nervous as Lu Wuing smiles softly. St. Yaoshi and the Queen Mother of the West are excited, their eyes sparkling playfully. With a simple snap from Lu Wuing, everything around them shifts. Ning Tian blinks in surprise as he recognizes the familiar scenery, the immortal spring. St. Yaoshi smiles gently, telling Ning Tian how much she loves bathing here, especially since the water is filled with his spiritual energy. Every time she visits, it reminds her of his strength. The Queen Mother laughs lightly, encouraging Ning Tian to join them. She gestures warmly, inviting him closer. But Ning Tian hesitates, aware of the risky situation. One wrong move and he could lose control completely. A bit uncomfortable, he softly tells Lu Wuing she's acting strange. This isn't like her at all. But Lu Wuing, along with the Queen Mother and St. Yaoshi, just tease him even more, amused by his shyness. Determined, the Queen Mother urges Lu Wuing to show Ning Tian their true strength. Lu Wuing smiles and waves her hand, creating several shadowy figures. The shadows quickly surround Ning Tian, pressuring him from all sides, whispering temptations, trying to distract him. Feeling cornered, Ning Tian steadies himself and focuses. He activates the god's record, his body glowing brightly with golden energy. The powerful light instantly destroys the shadows, clearing the air around him. Ning Tian exhales, relieved it's finally over. In front of him, a mysterious purple gate now stands open. Curious, he steps through. Suddenly, he finds himself in a calm, peaceful place. Ning Tian wonders, is this reality or is he still dreaming? Before he can think further, someone excitedly calls his name. Ning Tian turns to find two disciples looking thrilled to see him. They hurry closer, happy that their patriarch is back. But Ning Tian steps back cautiously. Could they be another illusion? Quietly, he activates the mind-reading card, secretly checking their thoughts. Quickly, he realizes they're genuine. One disciple admires his incredible strength. The other silently praises his good looks and character. Now confident they're real, Ning Tian smiles and greets them warmly, asking when they arrived. One disciple happily replies that they just stepped through the purple door after him. Ning Tian asks about their own dream experiences. The disciple shudders, recalling their difficult fight against powerful spirits before finally escaping. Ning Tian feels annoyed. He realizes the third great sage tricked him. Even the system confirms it, warning Ning Tian that the sage purposely used reverse logic, making the test unpredictable. The disciples stare at Ning Tian, amazed he beat such a difficult trial. Most others who chose the purple door haven't returned. The system chimes, notifying Ning Tian that he's shocked everyone again, rewarding him with a powerful shadow-tracking sword and increased understanding. Still, Ning Tian feels troubled. Even though he's growing stronger, his cultivation itself isn't progressing enough. He checks his current skills, wondering how else he can improve. Nearby, one disciple silently fumes with jealousy, frustrated by Ning Tian's incredible luck. How could someone survive such a dangerous challenge so easily? Suddenly, everyone feels a wave of energy. They turn quickly and gasp. A tree loaded with dazzling immortal weapons has appeared. Before Ning Tian can even react, a greedy disciple rushes toward the treasures. But just as he reaches for a weapon, he's killed instantly by an unseen force. The crowd goes silent in shock, amazed someone so powerful could die so fast. Slowly, an elegant woman steps forward from the shadows. Her voice is calm but firm as she explains that anyone breaking the third great sage's rules will meet death. With a slight smile, she reveals herself as the older sister of the third great sage. Everyone stares at the mysterious woman who appeared out of nowhere, the third great sage's older sister. Disciples whisper nervously, confused by how quickly she's grown and why she's here already. She calmly tells them she's the one actually running this test. Ning Tian narrows his eyes, thinking she looks strangely familiar. She reminds him of someone he knows. The woman points to a huge ancient tree behind her. She says their next challenge is simple. Form teams of 10. Find the glowing weapons hidden in the tree and hope you grab the powerful immortal weapon hidden among them. Not gonna lie, after watching Beast games, I'm very skeptical anytime someone says a challenge is simple. Anyway, someone asks hopefully if everyone gets something. She nods, smiling slightly, sure, everyone might get a weapon, but only the one who gets the immortal weapon will survive. She holds up an hourglass, making things very clear. The timer starts now. Grab that immortal weapon or you won't leave alive. Everyone's faces drop. Yep, simple. I knew it. One disciple panics out loud. That means 9 people die so one person can win. The tension in the air spikes. Ning Tian chuckles quietly, drawing everyone's attention. He figures out exactly what's going on. The older sister wants them to understand the hard truth. If you want to become a god, you have to step over other people. She nods, impressed with how quickly Ning Tian figured her out. Ning Tian continues, saying the path to becoming a god is harsh. It's tough, brutal, and full of pain. And it's definitely not ending here. The older sister smiles again, liking Ning Tian's honesty. Without another word, she signals that the third round is starting. Suddenly, the sky turns dark. Pressure hits everyone like a hammer. Before anyone can react, the ground drops away, plunging them down into darkness. Ning Tian's heart races. He counts enemies around him quickly. 6 righteous disciples. 3 powerful celestial cultivators. Danger everywhere he looks. Nearby, Lin Xiaoyou watches Ning Tian coldly. She has only one thought: kill Ning Tian first. She feels confident, certain he's weaker than her. As they fall, the older sister calls out again, reminding everyone to keep an eye on the glowing weapons. But no one has time to think. Disciples scream angrily, upset by the sudden chaos. A huge dragon roars out from below, attacking them. One unlucky disciple gets hit right next to Ning Tian. Ning Tian reacts instantly, dodging the dragon's teeth using his water dragon step. Monsters keep jumping out of the lake below. Another attack narrowly misses Ning Tian, surprising him. He turns quickly and sees Lin Xiaoyou and her people. They clearly want him dead. Lin Xiaoyou mocks Ning Tian's good luck. Ning Tian laughs, taunting her for always chasing after other people's wives. Her disciple tries to insult Ning Tian, calling him weak and worthless. Lin Xiaoyou charges forward, aura blazing, ready to finish him off. But Ning Tian stays calm. Lightning crackles as he activates his thunder tribulation veins, surprising even the older sister. She didn't expect him to be this powerful. Drawing his sword, Ning Tian feels energy surge through him. The system whispers in his mind, calling forth the Thunder Dragon. In a flash, the Thunder Dragon rushes out, shocking the disciples with its blazing speed. Ning Tian strikes swiftly, cutting down enemy disciples without hesitation. Lin Xiaoyou watches in horror as Ning Tian kills 5 disciples easily. She panics, unable to believe his strength. Ning Tian suddenly appears behind her, mocking how quickly she lost her cool. With a powerful strike, he sends Lin Xiaoyou flying straight into the lake dragon's jaws. She vanishes instantly. An elder nearby lets out a low whistle, amazed. 6 enemies wiped out in seconds. Ning Tian's strength is unreal. Holy Sun Linja watches Ning Tian, impressed. Ning Tian breathes deep, noticing everyone else rushing toward the tree already. He's wasted enough time. He takes off running, quickly activating the treasure hunting card. The timer is ticking fast. The disciple reaches eagerly toward a glowing weapon, heart racing. Is this the immortal weapon? And who's going to get to it first? Ning Tian rushes forward, eyes locked on the treasure. Another disciple spots him and immediately guesses Ning Tian knows exactly which weapon is immortal, probably using some secret trick as the celestial demon sect patriarch. The disciple lunges forward, desperate to beat Ning Tian to the weapon. But Ning Tian easily sidesteps his attack, calmly claiming he spotted it first. The disciple fires back, angry and frustrated, yelling that he reached the weapon before Ning Tian did. Around them, other disciples see what's happening and panic. Everyone realizes they're about to lose their chance at grabbing the immortal weapon. Feeling the pressure rise, Ning Tian decides he has no choice. He moves toward the real immortal weapon, grabbing it with a quick hand and shocking everyone around him. As soon as his hand touches the weapon, bright golden light bursts out, filling the area. Ning Tian feels a rush of excitement. The weapon in his hands is an intermediate immortal treasure. The disciple who missed out is furious. He shouts at Ning Tian, calling him a cheater, and saying the weapon should have been his. Ning Tian just smiles, reminding him he got there first. The man grows even angrier, calling Ning Tian shameless and accusing him of disgracing the celestial demon sect's honor. But Ning Tian shrugs it off, calmly pointing out everyone does whatever it takes to succeed, just like the disciple himself. The disciple is so angry that he coughs up blood, shocking the others. One red-haired cultivator whispers, amazed that just a few words from Ning Tian could injure someone at the Celestial King realm. Another disciple nods, half-joking that if he had Ning Tian's level of shamelessness, he could already conquered his own homeland. At that moment, the system whispers to Ning Tian, rewarding him for shocking everyone. But the reward is strange. A new title called Shameless Effect that boosts his defense. Ning Tian sighs quietly, annoyed at the system's strange choice of reward. Suddenly, the angry crowd decides to attack, eager to steal Ning Tian's immortal treasure. But just before they reach him, a brutal strike lands, killing one attacker instantly. The third great sage appears out of nowhere, calmly stating the stage is ended and only one winner can remain. Ning Tian eyes the sage, half-teasingly asking if she's just jealous that he has the immortal weapon now. She glares back, irritated, telling him to stay put until everyone else finishes their tests. Thinking carefully, Ning Tian wonders what the sage has planned next. Realizing he's vulnerable until the weapon recognizes him as its owner, he quickly pours his blood onto it. The immortal weapon flashes with golden light, connecting deeply with his soul. Ning Tian feels amazed. The weapon doesn't just boost power, it can also hurt an enemy's soul directly. Right then, the system quietly informs him his understanding of the music gift has deepened. This makes Ning Tian think back to his connection with Saint Yaoshi. He feels a bit embarrassed, shaking off those distracting thoughts. About an hour passes before 4 more survivors approach Ning Tian. The third great sage glances at them, amused that so few made it this far. The survivors seem relieved and eager to move forward, but the sage quickly warns them not to get excited too soon. Everyone tenses up as she reveals the final shocking test. They must kill her. Silence fills the air. Ning Tian immediately doubts whether any of them could defeat her at their current strength. The third great sage clarifies with a deadly smile. Each of them will face her one-on-one. Damn, this story is getting real gangster. The disciples stared wide-eyed at the senior. He'd made it look so easy, and now they weren't sure what to think. One asked out loud if he really was unbeatable at their level. The senior leaned casually, chin resting on his hand, smiling a little. He admitted he hadn't always been strong. Once he was weak, just like them. So he'd lower his power to match theirs. Fair was fair. A mustached disciple clapped excitedly. Finally, they had a chance. Hope sparked in the other's eyes, but the senior warned them not to hesitate. One wrong move and it was all over. Ning Tian shook his head. Sure, they could decide to fight, but that didn't mean they'd win. A bold disciple stepped forward anyway, ready to fight. He was at the peak of the Celestial King realm. Confidence filled his face as he faced the senior. With a calm grin, the senior lowered his strength, matching the disciple's peak Celestial King power. He tossed off his coat, ready to fight. Ning Tian quietly asked the system if the senior was as strong as he seemed. The system replied simply, age didn't matter. What mattered was power, and Ning Tian's power had grown crazy fast. The disciple charged first, his energy blazing. But the senior slipped past easily, almost bored. Before anyone could blink, he appeared behind the disciple and struck him hard. The disciple slammed to the ground, knocked out cold. Ning Tian stared, stunned. The senior had beaten someone at the same level effortlessly. Around him, other disciples talked quietly, looking nervous. The senior really was unstoppable. Yet Ning Tian didn't panic. He calmly noted how skilled the senior was at this level, impressed but not afraid. With a smug look, the senior asked who wanted to be next. The disciples shrank back nervously. One even freaked out, shouting there was no way he'd risk his life. But Ning Tian stepped forward calmly, his gaze steady. He wanted to fight. The senior grinned, eyes lighting up with excitement. He'd been waiting for someone like Ning Tian. Ling watched in shock as the senior gathered a powerful energy strike in his hand. Even the patriarch wasn't sure Ning Tian could handle it. But Ning Tian just drew his immortal weapon, ready for whatever came. He wasn't going to back down, not now. Their energies collided, sending a shockwave through the air. Suddenly, Ning Tian's system activated a new ability, the sound break art. The senior's eyes widened, recognizing its power immediately. Another system alert flashed. Ning Tian had stunned the senior and learned the ultimate death sound matrix. The senior laughed, surprised yet intrigued. He hadn't seen anyone survive his first strike in ages. Ning Tian smirked, promising the senior he'd see even more surprises soon. He unleashed the ultimate death sound matrix. The senior flinched, barely blocking the fierce spiritual attack. Pain shot through his head. Before the senior could recover, Ning Tian appeared beside him, casually slapping his back as if scolding a child. The senior looked stunned and embarrassed, while the disciples snickered at Ning Tian's daring move. Furious, the senior lashed out, smacking Ning Tian in the face with incredible force. Ning Tian flew backwards, crashing into the ground with a boom. Dust settled, disciples rushing over to see if he was okay. Slowly, Ning Tian stood, rubbing his face with annoyance. Seriously, did he have to hit the face? The disciples laughed softly in relief. Even the senior smiled. This kid had guts. Ning Tian quickly asked the system if his shameless title protected his handsome face at all. The system assured him it helped a little. Ning Tian grinned, boasting playfully that a handsome face was key to invincibility. Even though this is a faceless channel, I can confirm this statement. The disciples exchanged shocked looks. Had Ning Tian actually won? The senior smiled warmly, impressed with Ning Tian's strength and spirit. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A bright bubble surrounded Ning Tian, lifting him into the air. The disciples called out in surprise as Ning Tian floated upward. But the senior simply smiled, satisfied. Finally, after so long, the third great sage's legacy had found the right successor. A sudden surge of energy burst around Ning Tian. An instant later, he found himself in a strange place filled with floating aura bubbles. Glancing around, he realized this must be the space holding the great emperor's inheritance. From one of the bubbles emerged the third great sage, who gave Ning Tian a nod of approval for his quick thinking. Holding up a glowing sphere, she explained it held all her life's work. Whoever claimed it would be extremely lucky. Hearing this, Ning Tian folded his hands and asked if this inheritance could lead someone straight to the heavens. The sage answered that it depended on luck. Ning Tian, pressing further, placed a hand on his chest and asked if it could grant direct entry to the immortal emperor realm. The sage plainly said no. Irritated, Ning Tian pointed at the sage, wondering if it might at least help reach the celestial realm. Again, she said no. Annoyed, Ning Tian scratched his nose, complaining that something felt off. The third great sage folded her arms and looked at him, calling him a rude child. She turned away, cheeks pink, reminding herself not to lose her cool over a brat. Then, facing him again, she smiled, saying her inheritance was worth more than something that just gave raw power. Better to teach someone how to gain strength than to give it outright. An aura shaped like a hand appeared behind her. She stated she was called the Third Great Sage because she reached the sage level in both palm arts and music. Shocked, Ning Tian asked how that made sense if many saw the highest realm of the Tao as the end. The sage covered her face, telling him not to cling to that belief. Ning Tian inwardly told himself to keep calm. The sage told him to quit fooling around. She sat down, releasing a large wave of aura. She said that for those below the Great Emperor realm, the highest realm of the Tao seemed final. But in the Great Emperor realm, there was also a sage stage, and in the realm of the gods, realms went even higher. Ning Tian mulled over this. Fighting in the same realm didn't just rely on aura. It depended on understanding too. Deeper understanding meant near invincibility in that realm. Raising his hand, he asked if someone who became a great emperor could also become a sage in the Tao. Floating in midair, the sage confirmed it. She mentioned her mastery in the fist and palm arts, urging Ning Tian to see how much he could learn. She descended a bit, and Ning Tian asked about her skill in music. Hovering again, she admitted he already had remarkable music abilities, almost matching hers, so there was no point teaching more. Eyes shut, she seemed annoyed with Ning Tian. She threw 2 auras at him, claiming she was done talking. The hit slammed into Ning Tian's mind, causing his aura to surge. Recognizing that he was overflowing with new power, Ning Tian closed his eyes to focus. The sage watched with interest, curious to see how far he would go. She could sense the wind of the fist roaring around him. Ning Tian sensed her skill, admitting she deserved her sage title. His system notified him that it detected the fist and palm arts, granting him deeper insight. Another alert said he'd mastered both at a basic level, linking them with his personal style. Moments later, Ning Tian opened his eyes. Still seated, the third great sage asked how he was doing. Ning Tian thanked her, but admitted he wasn't sure he deserved all this. The sage laughed, pointing out hardly any time had passed. With his gifts, even a few months of training would be fast. Ning Tian shrugged, knowing he was only at a decent proficiency. He'd hoped for an immediate breakthrough. The sage told him not to be discouraged. Then her eyes widened, realizing he'd done in minutes what took her 10 years. No one had ever heard of such progress. If he became a great emperor, he would probably reach a golden peak. She advised him to keep quiet about this speed, even if a strong great emperor backed him. Ning Tian asked why. The sage explained the world wasn't just the heavens and the 9 spiritual domains. There were other lands out there, some so harsh they could kill a great emperor in seconds. Ning Tian asked if that meant more continents existed. The sage wondered if he knew anything about his divine constitution. He admitted he didn't. The sage explained that most cultivators only mastered basic laws, wind, fire, thunder, but a divine constitution allowed more advanced laws in later stages, like the law of life. Curious, Ning Tian asked about that law. The sage said it governed life and death, meaning someone with a divine constitution could even end a great emperor's life. That was why she urged him not to tell others. Ning Tian pointed out if he stayed weak, he could die anyway. The sage agreed but said he was worth teaching. She revealed the third great sage's skill book, a celestial-level technique she created. Ning Tian responded that he already had a technique. He recalled the god record matched his divine constitution, so lesser skills wouldn't mesh well. The sage eyed him, holding an aura sphere, asking if he'd be interested if it cultivated all 3,000 arts at the sage level. Shocked, Ning Tian wondered if it truly refined everything. The third great sage began by asking Ning Tian if he was practicing the 3,000 great Taos. Ning Tian nodded, though he wondered what good all that would do for her own skills. The sage explained in simple terms that even a tiger can only eat a few sheep at a time, meaning that when too many Tao paths are open, advancement gets tougher. Curious, Ning Tian then asked if her mastery of the gift of the palm and music at the sage level came naturally. With 3 soft aura bubbles floating behind her, she confirmed that her power could lift his own understanding to the sage level or even higher. She went on to show her skill, saying that true sage-level power would shock the world even against far stronger foes. Ning Tian's eyes caught sight of a bubble containing a cultivation book. It looked like a guiding tool that wouldn't clash with his own god's record. The sage reassured him that she meant no harm. She only wanted her abilities to be useful. Ning Tian closed his eyes and silently promised not to waste her teaching. Soon, his system chimed in to say he had taken in her lessons 10 times deeper than before. Outside, St. Yaoshi grew worried about the delay, and the Supreme Elder fretted over the Patriarch's safety. Another elder doubted Ning Tian's survival, saying he was just an Earth King disciple. Moments later, the surviving disciples emerged from the test, and the third great sage declared the test over. St. Yaoshi looked for confirmation, and the sage revealed that she had found a worthy successor. The disciples were shocked. Some wondered if the new successor was among them, while others insisted that the Patriarch was dead. The Supreme Elder couldn't believe a boy from the Earth King realm could be so lucky, and another elder smugly claimed he'd known it all along. This made the Supreme Elder nervous, and he even threatened that if the Patriarch died because of their carelessness, their graves would be turned upside down. Then, visibly angry, the third great sage insisted the Patriarch was dead, and that the boy had now accepted her inheritance. The Supreme Elder wondered about the nature of this inheritance, while one disciple asked if the sacred children had received it. The sage quickly clarified they had not. St. Yaoshi then smiled, asking if that meant the Patriarch was still alive and had taken the inheritance. The third great sage confirmed it was so. At that moment, the Supreme Elder grew excited, claiming he always knew the Patriarch wouldn't die so easily. Another elder asked if they could leave now that the successor was chosen, but the third great sage said no one would be allowed to leave until the boy fully grasped what he'd been given. One elder questioned this rule, while another worried they'd starve if it took too long. With a stern look, the sage reminded them who held the final say. One elder, his hand folded in pleading, tried to beg for an early exit, but was cut off by a sudden burst of energy. The third great sage then noted that Ning Tian had absorbed her teaching in just half an hour. A bubble started to crack, and Ning Tian emerged from it completely changed. Opening his eyes, he expressed gratitude for grasping the inheritance so quickly. A disciple shouted that Ning Tian had jumped from the 4-star level to the 9-star Celestial King realm in a flash. St. Yaoshi and another disciple marveled at how quickly he had surpassed them. while the Supreme Elder praised Ning Tian as the best of them all. Then the third great sage declared that since her inheritance had been claimed, she would keep her promise and let everyone leave alive. Pointing to Ning Tian, she presented him with a ring filled with all the treasures of the tomb, declaring it now belonged to him. Ning Tian accepted the ring with gratitude, feeling lucky to have both the inheritance and the treasures. A black-haired disciple cheered about the riches, while a white-haired disciple remarked on Ning Tian's good fortune. Meanwhile, the other elders grumbled about how the righteous disciples had been wiped out in the hunt and worried that Ning Tian's rapid growth would upset their plans. Two elders agreed that Ning Tian must not be allowed to grow any further. One elder, with one hand closed and the other open in a pleading gesture, begged the third great sage to let them go, hinting at an escape plan. The sage acknowledged that the inheritance was given to the lone remaining soul and wouldn't last long. The tomb would soon settle underground forever. Ning Tian thanked the sage politely, which made her blush and feel a bit uncomfortable with his manners. Then she descended to the ground and said she wanted her bones returned to Yuchi so she could be buried with her people. Finally, Saint Yao, she asked if she was referring to the great saintess Yuxuan. Back in her youth, the third great sage was deep in cultivation by a roaring waterfall when a bold woman suddenly appeared. Leaning casually against her, the woman teased her about training at the mortal spring again. Startled, the sage's cheeks warmed as she shyly replied, and the woman, drawing even closer, warned her not to overwork herself. Flustered by the unexpected closeness, the sage tried to regain her calm. Moments later, the woman shifted her position and playfully warned her not to cause trouble. With a mix of shock and amusement, the sage collected herself as the woman remarked that the celestial Tao was on the verge of opening the path to godhood, an opportunity that had eluded them for too long in the immortal emperor realm. Sitting cross-legged nearby, Yuxuan smiled silently at the sage's fierce determination. The sage repeated her vow to work hard for her goals, her eyes fixed with quiet resolve. Yuxuan reassured her that she wouldn't have to walk the path alone. The scene then shifted to the present. Now older and marked by past bloodshed and separation from Yuan, the third great sage looked back with regret on how far their paths had diverged. Listening intently, Saint Yao, she prodded her for more details, and even Ning Tian raised his hand, curious about how Senior Yuan had helped her relax. Cryptically, the sage promised that she would ensure Ning Tian stayed with her forever. Ning Tian nodded, trying to lift the heavy mood. An elder beside Saint Yao, she urged her to stay calm, promising to see to the great emperor's last wish. Warning Ning Tian not to squander her inheritance, the sage's voice grew firm. In response, Ning Tian confidently vowed to make her abilities known throughout the domain. As she began to fade away, she mentioned she would remain with Yuxuan. Then Saint Yao, she turned to Ning Tian, hinting that he should join them to retrieve Yuxuan's bones. Ning Tian hesitated, knowing that returning home would stir his wife's anger, yet he understood he couldn't outright refuse. He glanced over at the Supreme Elder, whose approving nod bolstered him, while Saint Yao, she looked worried about his choice. The Supreme Elder advised him to head back to the Celestial Demon sect quickly to keep her inheritance safe. Ning Tian agreed joyfully, thanking the Elder before apologizing softly to Saint Yao Shi, promising another visit. Suddenly, the two began to shake, and a heavy rock fell onto Saint Yao Shi, and she fainted into Ning Tian's arms. Without wasting a second, Ning Tian urged her to stay and guard the tomb while he and the Supreme Elder went to check the disturbance. The two fell into a hole, and emerging, they found a decapitated monster. The Supreme Elder then commented on the tired black dragon mount they were using, and an elder nearby accused them of finally emerging from hiding. The Supreme Elder turned his gaze to Tian Feng and Jan Men, demanding to know their true intentions with the inheritance. In a menacing show, Tian Feng and Jan Men moved in, declaring not just their hunger for the inheritance but for Ning Tian's life as well. Rising his own aura, the Supreme Elder challenged them to try and seize it. Tian Feng conceded that the Elder was too strong, insisting though that their real enemy was someone else. Before anyone could respond, a powerful figure appeared behind them, filling the air with fear. The Supreme Elder recognized the newcomer as Liu Da from the First Sword sect, famous for the benevolent sword. Liu Da pointed sharply at the Supreme Elder and unleashed his power, demanding respect for his name. He attacked with overwhelming force, sending the Supreme Elder hurtling past Ning Tian. Ning Tian rushed over to check on the Elder, who warned him to run, revealing that Liu Da was a true immortal emperor. Then Liu Da turned his gaze to Ning Tian, clearly recognizing him as the patriarch of the Celestial Demon sect. Ning Tian silently cursed his fate, thinking about his misfortune and clashing with such powerful immortal emperors. Liu Da laughed and called him nothing but trash from the Earth King realm. Tian Feng and Jan Men looked on, convinced that Ning Tian's end was near. Ning Tian stood still, bracing himself as Liu Da's attack came. The hit came hard, exploding in a burst of light and smoke. When the smoke cleared, Ning Tian was still standing, looking fine and surrounded by crackling lightning. Luda was shocked and wondered how a second-star immortal emperor couldn't kill someone from the Earth King realm. Ning Tian paused briefly, wondering if his face could withstand another hit. Just then, the system quietly reminded him not to be reckless. Across the field, his attacker mocked him again, calling him weak for being in the Earth King realm. A new strike raced toward him too fast to dodge. Ning Tian decided not to block with his face, raising his arms to summon his shield. The attacker called him an arrogant brat as the impact slammed into him. Though thrown backward, Ning Tian landed on his feet. A nearby saint rushed over, asking if he was okay. Across the way, his attacker stood there, stunned that Ning Tian, just an Earth King, remained unhurt. Ning Tian gently touched his cheek, telling the saint he was fine. At that moment, the system spoke, saying he had startled the benevolent sword and earned a teleportation card. Suddenly, the benevolent sword took form. It complained about a near emperor fighting its heir and scoffed at the tomb of the third great sage, claiming she was once an emperor but now gone. Off to the side, the saint declared she would stop the sword fast. But then the third great sage appeared, instructing Ning Tian to watch closely. She planned a final show of power. Ning Tian nodded and focused on her. Energy swirled around her as she gathered strength, while the benevolent sword summoned countless blades for protection. Their attacks collided with a bright flash. The benevolent sword quickly realized it faced a genuine great emperor's might. Bright light flooded the scene. Someone wondered if this was the gift of the palm and fist. The sword did its best to defend, and the sage admitted it was the right move. Suddenly, the benevolent sword sensed another presence, the righteous emperor. The saint confirmed he was here. Ning Tian shielded his eyes from a burst of light, seeing the righteous emperor step in. That emperor quickly broke apart any leftover spirit, then turned on the third great sage. She sadly mentioned that had she lived, they still wouldn't have laid her to rest beside Yo Xuan. Without hesitation, Ning Tian leaped forward, blocking the righteous emperor's strike just in time. The sage thanked him quietly, and Ning Tian said it was his duty. Inwardly, he knew they stood no chance against a real immortal emperor unless he used the teleportation card from his system. The righteous emperor seemed puzzled, wondering how someone so weak could defend the sage. The system chimed in. Ning Tian had shocked the righteous emperor, granting him a great emperor summoning card. Ning Tian felt relief at the perfect timing. He told the sage and saint he would handle the emperor. The righteous emperor mocked Ning Tian's low realm, but Ning Tian only smirked, suggesting the emperor might be the one to run away. Ning Tian closed his eyes and used the great emperor's summoning card, calling on Lu Wuing and the Mother Queen of the West. Energy poured down from the sky, and both the third great sage and the saint sensed two massive auras drawing near. Saint Yao, she recognized one aura, while the other belonged to the Mother Queen of the West. In a blink, Lu Wuing and the Mother Queen of the West appeared, both looking annoyed about being pulled away so suddenly. The righteous emperor frowned, stating their names as if stunned that Ning Tian had summoned them. Lu Wuing glanced at Ning Tian, demanding to know who hurt him. He pointed at the righteous emperor, saying he bullied those weaker than him. The righteous emperor questioned Lu Wuing's motive for protecting an Earth King so fiercely. She rose into the air while the Mother Queen of the West landed beside Ning Tian. The righteous emperor reminded her of her neutral stance, asking if she planned to pick a side. She coolly suggested he apologize first. Outraged, he declared himself a great emperor and leader of the Righteous Alliance. Suddenly, Lu Wuing's aura flared, and the righteous emperor felt a flash of fear in her power. She warned him that if he harmed her husband, she would destroy him. She invoked the fury of a wife. The righteous emperor hesitated. Now facing two formidable great emperors, he was uncertain of his next move. Lu Wuing drew her shining immortal sword and glared at the righteous emperor, calmly asking if he really thought he could provoke her sect. The righteous emperor froze for a moment, alarmed by the immortal weapon, realizing their fight could cause massive destruction. Ignoring the danger, Lu Wuing moved forward with an air of confidence, not caring about consequences. She had watched her with surprise. He could tell their swordsmanship had reached the sage level. Nearby, the senior quietly urged Tian to watch closely, since witnessing a battle between two emperors was rare and Lu Wuing's power was no joke. On the side, Ning Tian thought about Lu Wuing's hidden strength. He realized she had never shown such fierce attacks before. Suddenly, the righteous emperor charged, and he and Lu Wuing met in a clash, creating a huge shockwave of energy. A strong surge blasted toward Ning Tian and the senior, making the air tense. The senior began sweating nervously, but the Mother Queen of the West rushed in front, playing her flute to ease the chaos. Meanwhile, Lu Wuing and the righteous emperor fought furiously, with Lu Wuing demanding they remember the real goal. She then adopted a steely stance, calling on the Mother Queen of the West to guard her. It was time to show her full power. In a flash, she attacked the righteous emperor, who struggled to defend himself against her incredible speed. Ning Tian looked on in awe, hoping he might reach her level someday. In moments, Lu Wuing cornered the righteous emperor and stabbed him in the chest. He groaned in pain but warned her she would regret standing against the righteous alliance for a mere boy. Ignoring him, Ning Tian firmly declared his wife the winner, while Lu Wuing sneered that the righteous emperor was nothing more than a weak shadow of a true emperor. With calm determination, she delivered the final blow, ending his life. The onlookers gasped at her display of overwhelming force. The righteous emperor, revealed to be a black-haired man, tried to tell everyone else to run, but Lu Wuing quickly blocked his path, cutting off his escape. Once the fight was over, Lu Wuing walked back to Ning Tian, gently placing a hand on his face to check him. Ning Tian thanked her, glad for her concern. The Mother Queen of the West watched them quietly, realizing Ning Tian's mystery ran deeper than expected. Suddenly, the saint called out. The senior's form began to fade. Her spirit was almost gone. The saint begged the Mother Queen of the West to help bring the third great sage back, so she could be buried with the great Saint Yuchi. The Mother Queen of the West noted they were far from Yuchi, and the senior was too weak to hold on much longer. With a faint smile, the senior said it was fine to reach the heavens sooner. She spoke to Ning Tian, trusting him with what remained of her legacy. Ning Tian promised he wouldn't let her down. In response, the senior thanked him and disappeared. Ning Tian vowed to grow strong enough to stand on equal ground with emperors in the celestial spiritual domain. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of the Righteous Alliance, an old man threw his cup in anger, furious that Lu Wuing had destroyed his strongest shadow. He cursed the celestial demon sect for their boldness, feeling disrespected. A man near a portal commented on the old man's temper, saying he had just emerged from isolation. The old man then asked about the return of the god of the void, mentioning the Mother Queen of the West's recent involvement. The man hushed him, claiming to be a true god and hinting at a bigger plan involving the righteous emperor. Ning Tian and Lu Wuing rested together on a large bed in the celestial demon sect. She gently placed her hand on his chest, commenting that his injuries were nearly gone. Ning Tian held her hand in return, grateful for her care, and joked about how he might reward her by clapping those cheeks. With a playful laugh, he tossed her onto the bed, leaning in close. Lu Wuing gave him a teasing look, reminding him of the storage ring left behind by the third great sage. Ning Tian nodded, recalling how that ring supposedly held all the sage's treasures. He took out the ring, curious about its secrets. Lu Wuing warned him to keep calm. Ning Tian asked what she meant, but she only smiled. She touched the ring, causing the space around them to shift. They floated upward as Ning Tian was pulled into the ring's inner world. Inside, he found emptiness at first and felt tricked. Then he noticed a golden chest. Excited, he moved toward it, only to open smaller and smaller chests nested like dolls. He grumbled at the sage's odd packing method. Finally, inside the last chest, light burst out. A voice spoke of the sage's greatest treasure, her legacy. Furious, Ning Tian cursed the old sage's prank. An elder's figure appeared, handing him a scroll as a final gift. Ning Tian eagerly reached for it, but the ring's power suddenly threw him out. Lu Wuing, standing by in the real world, asked about his experience. Ning Tian realized she knew there was nothing else in the ring. She explained the sage was stingy. Ning Tian inspected the scroll, disappointed at first, but Lu Wuing opened it to reveal its worth. She said the formula could help push his physique to a mid-level success stage. Surprised, Ning Tian asked if it truly nourished his body. Lu Wuing confirmed they had most needed ingredients except 2 rare ones. Determined, Ning Tian declared he'd find them, suggesting they work together for speed. Lu Wuing smiled as he took her arm, proposing they study the formula and tease each other a bit. The next morning, Ning Tian left their quarters, his face slightly red, thinking about how pleased Lu Wuing had been with their quote-unquote study session. He reflected on his progress in mastering the gifts of music, sword, and palm, realizing he still had to master the gift of the fist. He headed to the sect's storage area, where an elder greeted him, startled at how Ning Tian had jumped to the 9-star Earth King realm. The system alerted Ning Tian he had surprised Elder Gu Han, unlocking a martial arts restoration feature. Ning Tian considered this new ability thoughtfully. Elder Gu Han asked which realm Ning Tian was aiming for next, and Ning Tian replied the 5th realm. At once, Elder Gu Han told the disciple to clear out all martial arts from the first 4 floors for safety. Ning Tian assured him not to worry, he wouldn't break anything. Embarrassed, Elder Gu Han apologized and Ning Tian led the way inside. Ning Tian called upon the god of the demon and the god of rock, hoping the third great sage might guide him to a suitable skill. The system responded that the demon god's call was incomplete but could be fully restored by Ning Tian's gift. He agreed to fix it, calling upon unstoppable force and blazing flames. A moment later, he used the demon flame scroll. The system announced success, granting deeper insight into a technique called the Tyrant Flame Fist. Flames wrapped around Ning Tian's hands, symbolizing he had gained a new powerful martial art. Flames wrapped around Ning Tian's eyes and body, and the system confirmed he had mastered the Tyrant Flame. Outside, disciples noticed a bright flare coming from the repository. The elder, alarmed, realized the patriarch was causing trouble again, this time with fire. One disciple spotted it coming from the 5th floor and recognized the Tyrant Flame's energy, wondering how Ning Tian learned such a skill. Inside, the system told Ning Tian he had surprised 2 elders, giving him the power to absorb the sun aura. Excited, he thought about mixing the sun aura with the Tyrant Flame. He agreed to triggering a huge burst of energy as the sun aura flowed into him. His body glowed with golden light, catching the attention of female disciples who admired his glowing physique. The elder warned that absorbing sun or moon aura could be risky for an Earth King, but Ning Tian pressed on. Suddenly, Lu Wuing arrived. The elder relaxed, glad she was there to keep things under control. Ning Tian's flaming aura seemed to grow even larger, scaring some disciples who asked if he had turned into something monstrous. The elder stared, stunned by Ning Tian's transformation, but Lu Wuing calmly explained it was the body of the great Tao. The elder worried that only someone who fully grasped the Tyrant Flame could reach this form. Lu Wuing said Ning Tian wasn't done learning yet. The system told Ning Tian he could form the body of the great Tao to boost his domain by studying the 3rd Great Sage's abilities. Ning Tian closed his eyes and began punching the air. Worried about the building's safety, the elder panicked. Lu Wuing urged him to stay calm while she used her aura to gather the items from the repository. She told the elder to protect these techniques and tell the disciples to stay alert. The elder insisted no one should disturb Ning Tian. He was in the middle of a crucial stage, and any interruption might ruin his progress. Meanwhile, Ning Tian kept striking the air with aura, summoning multiple avatars. A disciple yelled that half the halls were collapsing, making the elder groan about Ning Tian being a destroyer of buildings. But Lu Wuing just smirked, saying they could rebuild. She had faith in Ning Tian's abilities. Ning Tian reminded the disciples they could learn the same gifts he was honing: fist, music, and so on. The disciple thanked Lu Wuing for her support and explanation. After a while, Ning Tian's body went back to normal. He still used his aura, announcing he had taken charge of the divine flame, ready for a final display of power. He unleashed one last strike, proclaiming unstoppable flames and unmatched might. The system then stated he finished deducing the gift of the fist, and the body of the great Tao began to fade. As Ning Tian landed satisfied, the system informed him he'd amazed everyone in the celestial demon sect and granted him the meteorite gloves, an invisible pair that boosted his punch strength. Lu Wuing asked how he felt. Ning Tian admitted he felt fine, but also felt like he hadn't mastered everything yet. Irritated, he sighed. Lu Wuing reassured him that real progress and cultivation mattered more. Some disciples and the elder watched them, thinking Lu Wuing was really spoiling him. Just then, someone new arrived. Noticing the commotion and surprise, the Empress was present. A white-haired disciple introduced himself as the Holy Son of Tianbao, greeting Lu Wuing and inviting Ning Tian to the city of Shenzhow for the annual Tianbao auction. Ning Tian asked why he was being asked to attend such an event. Inside the Whispering Rain Tower, Lu Wuing, Ning Tian, and the Holy Son of Tianbao sat together. Lu Wuing apologized for the chaos from rebuilding the Heavenly Demon sect, but the Holy Son waved it off, saying he trusted her judgment. Ning Tian asked when the Tianbao auction was happening. The Holy Son explained it was the biggest auction in the domain, hosted by Tianbao Holy Land. Ning Tian wondered why he got a special invite. Smiling, the Holy Son said admiration for Ning Tian had grown after his victory at the tomb of the great emperor, so the Holy Lord asked him to visit. Ning Tian made him stop the flattery. The Holy Son pretended to cry, insisting he was honest. He was sent by the Holy Lord, who chose Ning Tian first for companionship. He went on about the beauty of the girls in Sioux City, praising Ning Tian's bravery. Feeling awkward, Ning Tian walked away, and the Holy Son teased he'd go find someone himself if Ning Tian wasn't interested. Lu Wuing then pointed out that the Tianbao auction was known for top-tier items, and Ning Tian might find the herbs he needed there. Ning Tian smiled, deciding to attend since Lu Wuing recommended it. Lu Wuing stood up and noted that while their relationship with the Supreme Divine Realm wasn't great, they likely wouldn't attack outright. Then she leaned down, staring at Ning Tian closely, surprising the Holy Son. Lu Wuing suddenly grabbed Ning Tian's collar, causing him to yelp. He called her his wife, and she answered with a kiss. The Holy Son, watching, got a nosebleed, calling it quite a show. A faint glow shone on Lu Wuqing's lips, and Ning Tian realized she placed a new formation in his body to block deadly attacks. She handed him a mask loaded with spiritual coins, saying it would alter his appearance and hide his aura. Ning Tian tried it on, looking unexpectedly ugly. He joked that the mask would help keep the sect's image intact. Lu Wuqing warned him not to flirt in Su City, and Ning Tian quickly denied any such plan. The Holy Sun sweat a bit, feeling overshadowed by their exchange. The next morning at the gate of Shenzhow, the Holy Sun held their horse and rope, remarking on how quickly they traveled. He warned Ning Tian not to underestimate second-tier beasts that could cross thousands of miles daily. A crowd up ahead started talking about the 9-step terrace of Thunderwind reopening. Curious, Ning Tian asked a stranger about it. The man explained it was tied to mystical thunder Dao from the 3,000 great Daos, and that few ever reached the top. Reaching the 8th step earned a chance to dine with a princess. The Holy Sun perked up, excited that the princess was Helen, one of Shenzhou's 3 great beauties. Hearing that, he dashed off, urging Ning Tian to keep up. Ning Tian tried to say they should find somewhere to stay first, but the Holy Sun just tied the rope to a post, insisting the divine thunder was more important. He ran off with the crowd, leaving the horses behind. A woman watched from a short distance, hand on her face, and remarked that Holy Land Chanbao had indeed sent its mount from the Supreme Divine Kingdom to the 9-step terrace. She shook her head, amused at their rush. Master Ning and the Holy Son of Chanbao arrived at the Supreme Divine Realm, passing through rows of disciple and watchful guards. Master Ning couldn't help but comment on the tight security around them. The Holy Sun beamed, explaining that this realm was the heart of the celestial spiritual domain, and the city they now entered fell under its authority. Master Ning, intrigued, asked about the divine realm's influence. A nearby disciple held up 3 fingers, saying the Eastern realm ranked as 3rd tier compared to this place. The Holy Sun continued, explaining that each major sect governed its own territory, and Shenzhou overflowed with officials who could even meddle with great emperors. Master Ning nodded, accepting that cultivators had to tread carefully here. Just then, Princess Yuling made an announcement. The terrace of 9 steps of Thunderwind had reopened, urging everyone to climb to the top. The crowd cheered at her words, many calling her one of the top 3 beauties. One disciple longed to dine with the princess, but Master Ning simply asked why he didn't attempt the 8th step. Master Ning then explained how the 9 steps were extremely tough, each step doubling in difficulty. Another disciple with a folding fan noted that many powerful foreigners were in town for the auction, which might raise everyone's chances. Princess Yuling asked who would go first. A young man's voice rang out. He introduced himself as Zhu Jiu. The girls squealed in excitement, recognizing him from the Xiaoyou Holy Land. Some watchers were irritated at the fuss over him, but Princess Yuling simply encouraged him to show his skills. Zhu Jiu began climbing. Thunderbolts crackled around his feet. Kneeling for a moment, he mentioned his divine thunder gift. A nearby disciple asked how he knew so much. The one with the fan said he once stepped onto the 7th step and nearly got struck by lightning. The crowd grew quiet, watching Zhu Jiu ascend. They guessed he might reach the 9th step. Eventually, Zhu Jiu felt the weight growing too intense. He apologized to Princess Yuling, admitting he couldn't go higher. She acknowledged his strength but regretted that he couldn't continue. Next, another disciple stepped up, rolling up his sleeves as his friend worried about safety. Princess Yuling asked if anyone else dared to climb. The disciple stated he would try. His aura rippled, catching everyone's attention. Some asked about his identity. He casually mentioned Master Ning as a good friend, triggering different reactions in the crowd. Some doubted his ability, others guessed he must be strong if he was friends with the Holy Son of Tianbao. Princess Yuling nodded, revealing she recognized the Holy Sun and was curious about Master Ning. The disciple marched toward the steps, determined to claim the divine thunder. He set his foot on the first stair, only to freeze from a sudden jolt of thunder energy. The crowd talked quietly, confused why he couldn't move. The Holy Son of Tianbao defended his friend, insisting Master Ning wouldn't stop at step 1. Meanwhile, the assistant whispered a warning to Master Ning. The terrace of 9 steps of Thunderwind worked in reverse for anyone with a divine physique. Realizing his first step might actually be as hard as the 9th, Master Ning took a deep breath, preparing himself for a much more difficult climb. The system told Master Ning he could absorb the divine thunder gift's insights, but he had to handle the pressure of the 9th step. He didn't hesitate. He began the absorption. Next, the system registered that he was taking in knowledge at 10 times the normal rate. Thunder in the area grew more intense and lightning struck the steps. That signaled the thunder gift starting to transform. Princess Yuling watched, confused by what she saw. Nearby, Master Nanyan admitted he had no idea what was happening. Meanwhile, Master Ning faced the lightning, which turned gold beneath his feet. His thunder veins lit up, drawing astonished comments from some female disciples. Another disciple remarked on Master Ning's strong defense. The holy son of Qianbao urged him to step back, but Master Ning pushed onward, climbing even higher. The system then revealed Master Ning had surprised the cultivators of Chinu City. It rewarded him with a thunder protection pill and a miraculous healing pill. Master Ning decided to use them both. Afterward, he felt a renewed surge of strength and continued his ascent. Finally, Master Ning reached the top and felt a burst of power as he absorbed the full meaning of the divine thunder gift. The 8th step felt surprisingly easier than before, and his fellow disciples quickly noticed he had climbed all the way up. Soon whispers spread that he might try for the 9th step, and one-shot voice even questioned if that was possible. The system confirmed he'd stunned the crowd yet again and rewarded him with an extra insight point for the Thunderwind gift. But Master Ning chose to hold back. He didn't want too much attention. He turned off his aura and began his descent. The onlookers speculated that maybe he couldn't handle step 9, though they were also impressed by how easily he had cleared the first 8. In the midst of the excitement, the Holy Sun pointed out that stopping at the 8th step meant Master Ning now earned the right to dine with Princess Yuling. This idea sparked anger among some disciples who couldn't believe that someone so plain could share a meal with her. Trying to lighten the mood, the Holy Sun invited everyone to dinner at his place. Master Ning brushed it off, saying he was too busy. When Princess Yuling asked about his plans, he simply replied that it depended on what happened. She frowned, puzzled by his refusal, since his face looked so ordinary compared to the grand expectations. Just then, the 3rd prince of the Supreme Divine Kingdom burst in, announcing that someone had reached the 9th step. Princess Yuling quickly explained that they were only talking about it. No one had actually climbed that high. Only one had made it to the 8th step. The 3rd prince dismissed the 8th step as nothing special. After that, Princess Yuling asked Master Nanian to go find Master Ning. Outside the palace, the Holy Sun wondered why Master Ning had brushed off the princess. When asked, Master Ning said it was complicated, and the Holy Sun simply nodded, lost in thought over what he just heard. Master Ning told the Holy Sun to cut the praise and suggested they find an inn for the night. The Holy Sun, still excited, said he already had one in mind. But when they went to check, their horses were nowhere to be found. Frustration boiled over, and the Holy Sun angrily cursed the thieves for stealing their rides. Seeing his friends so worked up, Master Ning decided they had to do something. Later that night, in the quiet of his room, he sat alone, focusing on his cultivation. He thought about the new Thunder Wind gift he just mastered, and hope sparked in him. This power might give him the edge he needed at the upcoming auction. The next day at the Tianbao Pavilion, a buzz filled the air as attendees arrived for the auction. Master Ning and the Holy Sun walked in together, blending into a crowd where big players and powerful factions mixed. The Holy Sun couldn't hide his excitement, noting that the Tianbao auction was unlike any other in Shenzhow. Major forces were at play here. He even pointed out that with his status, Master Ning would earn a seat in the very front row. But Ning Tian, with his eyes closed as if lost in thought, cared little about fancy seats. He was more interested in the rare treasures on offer. They found a table and sat, watching as groups of factions and secretive individuals moved about. The Holy Sun went over which groups held the best treasures and hinted at some hidden players. That news spread that Princess Yuling had arrived, flanked by an elder and a young disciple. The Holy Sun proudly reminded everyone that she represented the Supreme Divine Kingdom. Ning Tian's eyes opened a little wider when he saw her. Memories of a previous encounter stirred in him. As she took her seat, an elder nudged that someone should greet him, but the princess chose to wait and see how things would unfold. Soon, a stylish woman with red hair and high heels entered, apologizing for her delay. The crowd grew lively with chatter as they admired the auctioneer, Sister Tai, whose reputation as the best in her field was well known. The Holy Sun even blushed a bit at her name. Master Ning, on the other hand, took a moment to appreciate the power of the Tianbao Pavilion itself and noted that Sister Tai's skills were as refined as those of a celestial realm cultivator. Sister Tai then kicked off the 328th auction by unveiling the first item, an intermediate-level martial arts skill package for the Divine Thunder and Wind Palm. The starting bid was set at 1 million spiritual coins, with a minimum raise of 50,000 coins. Bidding started fast, with offers flying around the room. Ning Tian, thinking over the high prices, remembered his storage ring. He closed his eyes and stepped into it, surprised by the bright glow inside. There, he discovered a pile of gold coins that made his heart race. He asked the system to count them, and it reported nearly 1 billion spiritual coins. Overwhelmed, Ning Tian silently thanked his wife for such wealth. The auction heated up as bids shot higher. The Holy Sun commented on the fierce competition, and soon the leader of the Scar sect entered the fray with a hefty bid. The Holy Sun reminded everyone of the strict requirements for mastering the divine thunder and wind palm. Master Ning placed his bid at 1.65 million, then raised it to 1.85 million, drawing gasps from the crowd. The Scar sect leader finally pushed it to 2 million, but Ning Tian stayed calm and outbid him with 2.5 million. Frustrated, the Scar sect leader backed down and Sister Tai confirmed Master Ning as the winner. After the win, Sister Tai announced a break before the second half of the auction. The Holy Sun then asked about Master Ning's wealth, and Ning Tian acknowledged the generous spirit of the Tanbao auction. The Holy Sun hinted that the best items were saved for later, and Ning Tian expressed his hope that the herbs he needed would be among them. As the auction progressed, Princess Yu Ling stood and looked directly at Master Ning, inviting him to dinner. The crowd went quiet, shocked by her bold move. Ning Tian paused, then slowly declined the invitation. The princess was visibly taken aback by his rejection. At the auction, Princess Yu Ling lowered her gaze and asked when Master Ning would finally be free. In her quiet thoughts, she remembered his incredible feats, his divine palm of thunder and wind, and how he could help her reach her own lofty goals. Master Ning only smiled and replied in his own way that he'd be free when she wasn't. That answer left her silent for a moment, and suddenly, a flicker of fiery aura lit up around her. Nearby, some cultivators couldn't help but remark on Ning Tian's boldness for brushing off her invitation. One even recognized him as the same man who had conquered the 8th step on the Thunder and Wind 9 Steps platform, while another expressed shock that he had turned down her dinner invite twice. Before Ning Tian could catch on to their quiet talk, the system beat to tell him he had shocked everyone in the Chambal Pavilion. In response, he was rewarded with an impetus duplication card, a tool that lets him hide his aura and mimic the first person who senses him. Ning Tian looked at the card, thinking about what it could do and what tricks it might let him pull off. Princess Yu Ling watched him get lost in thought and decided not to push him further. Deep inside, though, she steeled herself, determined to deal with Ning Tian on her own terms. Meanwhile, the Holy Sun, who had been observing the scene, was disappointed that Ning Tian had brushed off her invitation for dinner not once, but twice. Just then, a man approached Master Ning, saying the master had extended an invite. Ning Tian exchanged a look with the Holy Sun, whose face had grown serious. They followed the man as he led them inside, inviting them in with a polite "please come in." Out of nowhere, TM grabbed the Holy Sun's ear, scolding him for sneaking out. The Holy Sun cried out in pain, and TM went on, hinting that he was only messing around. With his hand still hurting, the Holy Sun explained that they were out there to gain experience and boost their cultivation, though TM shot back that he was just there for fun. The Holy Sun then pointed out Ning En, calling him a friend from the road. TM asked if the Holy Sun had brought his little brother along, and the reply came that Ning Tian wanted to check out the Chambal auction. Tian led them to room number 1, explaining that it was set aside for their use, a private space that had only hosted the Celestial Kingdom during previous auctions. At the table, Ning Tian and the Holy Sun settled in as the auction began. Soon, an announcement echoed through the room about illustrious guests for the second half. The Holy Sun could feel an enormous weight in the air as whispers spread that the presence of a great emperor was behind the pressure everyone felt. Sensing the tension, Master Ning reassured everyone that great emperors only came to auction treasures and never interfered. Still, the Holy Sun worried about those powerful figures in the neighboring rooms, while Ning Tian silently marveled at the unique items soon to be revealed. Tian stepped up to present the first item of the second half, the 9 Phoenix Ice Grass, a rare and magical herb. The bidding started high -20 million spiritual coins with increases of 500,000 coins each, and a great emperor jumped in with 30 million. The Holy Sun looked uneasy as bids shot up, but Ning Tian stayed calm. Suddenly, he boldly raised his bid to 100 million, leaving the Holy Sun speechless and TM stunned by such a jump. The room erupted as attendees reacted to this dramatic bid. Baller alert. Determined to improve his chances, Ning Tian prepared to use his impetus duplication card to tweak his bidding strategy. Not long after, a blonde man voiced his frustration, questioning who would dare challenge him. His master, eager to see who was competing for the herb, only added to the growing tension in the room. In the midst of the chaos, Ning Tian switched tactics and activated his telepathic communication card to reach out to the Queen Mother of the West. Her thoughtful gaze then fell on his requests as she weighed the implications of the auction and what it meant for their future. At the auction, Queen of the West lowered her gaze and asked when Master Ning would finally call her. Ning Tian, clearly surprised by her gentle tone, simply replied that he'd be free when she wasn't so busy with her own work. A light laugh escaped her, and she admitted that she feared Lu Win's wrath. In a playful tone, she offered him the ice herb of the 9 phoenixes instead. Ning Tian, a bit irritated by the offer, insisted that the herb was already his. Watching all this, the Holy Sun stepped in and asked what Ning Tian was thinking as he mumbled to himself. Ning Tian closed his eyes for a moment, feeling regret for wasting time and missing opportunities. The Holy Sun couldn't help but comment excitedly on Ning Tian's apparent wealth, which made Ning Tian think about the auction items, and in particular, his desperate need for the Thunder Heart Fruit. Suddenly, the Holy Sun felt a chill in the room. Ning Tian turned and saw several men carrying a coffin. A chill ran down his spine as he sensed a strange aura around it. The men set the coffin down behind Tamer, who then announced it as the coffin of the shameful spirit. Tamer explained that the coffin had been dug up from the dark forest of the Holy Land of Chambal, setting the starting bid at 100 million spiritual coins. Almost immediately, an elder bid 200 million, and the Holy Sun remarked on how much powerful cultivators come in the coffin. Ning Tian, lost in thought, considered the Holy Land of Chambal's misunderstanding of the coffin's true power and the dangers it might hold. He even thought about getting the coffin for his wife, convinced it could boost her cultivation. With determination, he boldly raised his bid to 300 million, shocking everyone in the auction hall. The Queen Mother of the West watched all this, impressed by Ning Tian's boldness and willingness to compete. However, the Holy Sun warned Ning Tian not to be too flashy after his recent herb win. Ning Tian, with quiet confidence, stated that he wasn't afraid of any challenges that might come his way. The Queen Mother then advised him about the importance of true divine will in their pursuits. Ning Tian, curious, questioned her meaning, and she explained that she wanted the coffin without having to break into the divine realm. Taking her words to heart, Ning Tian agreed to follow her advice, though he stayed silent and a little suspicious of her intentions. After the auction, Ning Tian and the Holy Sun left the hall, talking about their successful bids. Ning Tian then reflected on his need for the Thunder Heart Fruit and the challenges in finding it. He decided he would take his time searching, first practicing the divine palm of thunder and wind. Soon enough, he began to absorb his new technique, and the system informed him that he had mastered the skill. Suddenly, a knock at the door broke the silence. Ning Tian asked who it was, and soon Saint Yao Shi and the Queen Mother of the West entered his room. The Queen Mother immediately instructed him to remove his mask, calling it ugly and uncomfortable. Saint Yao Shi agreed, remarking on how awkward it must be to wear. As Ning Tian slowly pulled the mask off, the Queen Mother looked him over and said his true face was still pleasant. Saint Yao Shi blushed and wondered aloud how long it had been since they last saw him. Ning Tian then asked about the Queen Mother's reason for visiting, and she came over, gently placing her hand on the back of his neck. Feeling a bit nervous under her touch, he sensed an intimate moment unfolding. The Queen Mother hinted that perhaps Ning Tian was being pushed into actions he wouldn't normally take, and then she sat on his lap, making the Saint Yao Shi cover her face in embarrassment. With a teasing smile, the Queen Mother moved even closer, playfully provoking him. Queen of the West laughed and said he was only teasing back, but suddenly, a note of fear crept into him, and he shouted that she should wait until he was stronger. Unfazed, the Queen Mother fired back, challenging him to prove his courage. Ning Tian, rising to the provocation, confidently declared that he would accept the challenge. He stepped forward, grabbed her by the waist, and playfully smacked her, showing his determination to stand up to her teasing and to prove his own strength. The Queen Mother of the West glared at Ning Tian, questioning his wild actions. Ning Tian didn't stop his light slaps, even as the system beeped its rewards, shocking both her and Saint Yao Shi. He made it clear, without a word, that he was ready to meet her challenge. The Queen Mother's eyes widened when she realized he had actually hit her, and she hinted that he should take responsibility for what he'd done. In response, Ning Tian playfully suggested that she could hit him back if she wanted. His cheeky offer left her momentarily silent, while Saint Yao Shi stepped in to remind everyone that business came first. The Queen Mother couldn't help but note his boldness. Ning Tian then wondered why they had come to see him. Saint Yao Shi explained that they needed the roots of the ice herb of the 9 phoenixes, but Ning Tian quickly caught on that he actually needed the leaves instead. Without missing a beat, he tossed the herb to them. The Queen Mother caught it and nodded her thanks. Not satisfied with just that, Ning Tian demanded some compensation for his auction expenses. The Queen Mother countered by offering 2 beauties instead of spiritual coins. As she moved closer, Ning Tian felt his face grow hot. With a playful air, she blew a soft gust in his ear, making him blush. Puzzled, Ning Tian questioned what kind of compensation she meant. Her answer was simple. All she could offer was her fresh breath. Shifting the focus, Ning Tian brought up the Thunder Heart Fruit. The Queen Mother admitted she knew a little about it and explained that it grew in the forbidden royal area of the Supreme Divine Realm, a place nearly impossible to enter. Ning Tian sighed at the challenge, then recalled that Princess Yuling might be the ally he needed. He silently thanked her for the tip, and soon St. Yao, she bid them farewell, adding that they would be back later and that they could be found in Shenzhow. Once they left, Ning Tian pulled his mask back on and sat quietly, planning how to convince Princess Yuling. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door calling for Ning Shua. Recognizing the voice, he opened the door and found Princess Yuling waiting, clearly wanting to talk. He welcomed her in warmly, which surprised her and made her feel that his sincerity had made an impact. As they sat down together, she revealed that she wanted him to join her in a trip to the Forbidden Royal area. Ning Tian understood the importance of her request and agreed without hesitation, reflecting on how ready he was to help. Her excitement grew as she hinted at seducing him, but Ning Tian stayed cool, forcing her to quickly rethink her approach. Soon, she invited him to join her at the Mirror Moon Pavilion, and he agreed without hesitation. Outside, a disciple waited with a horse. A nearby female disciple first remarked that the horse looked cute, but her tone shifted fast. In one swift move, she pulled out a knife, making her intentions clear. She explained that the horse held a special role and reminded everyone of a warning from her sister, Senior. Then, with a sudden burst of action fueled by anger, she attacked, blaming the famous guest for the mess. The move left everyone on edge, unsure what fate awaited the horse. Ning Tian and Princess Yuling were together when the Holy Sun stormed up with a fuming look, clearly suspicious of their late-night meeting. Ning Tian turned toward him with a smile, silently explaining that Princess Yuling had something important to ask. But the Holy Sun wasn't having it. He was sure they were up to no good. Ning Tian put a hand to his face, his expression turning serious as he dismissed the nonsense. Reluctantly, the Holy Sun backed off. Soon, Princess Yuling motioned for Ning Tian to leave with her, and he nodded in agreement. Just then, the Holy Sun grabbed Ning Tian's arm, insisting he wanted to join them. Princess Yuling agreed, and the three set off together. As they walked, the Holy Sun remarked on a wonderful smell in the air. Smiling, Princess Yuling explained that her younger sister had prepared a banquet for them. At the banquet, the young hostess hesitated at first, but then recognized their faces. Later, Princess Yuling introduced Ning Tian and the Holy Sun to her younger sister, Yuchi. Yuchi greeted them with a smile, though her mood shifted quickly as she took in the scene. Enchanted by the aroma, the Holy Sun rushed to the banquet table. There, Princess Yuling pointed out that the feast featured a rare shadow wind horse. The mention of it left the Holy Sun frozen in shock, his face showing his disbelief. Princess Yuling then turned to Ning Tian, prompting him to explain that the Holy Sun had lost 2 shadow wind horses in the city recently. Without warning, Yuchi dashed off. Princess Yuling called after her, wondering where she was headed, but Yuchi mumbled that she had an emergency. The Holy Sun, anger flaring, followed her while demanding to know the source of the shadow wind horse meat. Yuchi stumbled through her defense, insisting she had only found the horses tied on the road. As the Holy Sun caught up with her, his anger mixed with embarrassment when he suddenly went silent and blushed at her appearance. Noticing this, Yuchi teased him by calling him a coward, a comment that drew a scolding from Princess Yuling. Ning Tian then stepped forward, saying in no uncertain terms that Yuchi should be punished for stealing the horses, and he offered to set her straight. Offended, Yuchi fired back by calling Ning Tian ugly and voicing her outrage. In response, Ning Tian began to punish her, and her screams filled the air. Startled, Yuchi broke away and ran to Princess Yuling, crying for help. The princess told her she needed to apologize to the Holy Sun or face the consequences. Reluctantly, Yuchi approached him and mumbled an apology. The Holy Sun looked at her, his eyes asking silently what she expected from him now. Then, in a shock to everyone, Yuchi revealed that she wanted Ning Tian's help to become Empress. Ning Tian was taken aback by her ambition and questioned her intentions with his eyes. She quickly clarified that she was ready to fight for the right to inherit the throne, dreaming of becoming the Empress of the Supreme Divine Realm and bringing peace. Ning Tian stepped in and simply asked what she needed from him. Yuchi replied that they were in the Supreme Secret Realm, a forbidden part of the Supreme Divine Realm. Ning Tian recalled that the Queen Mother of the West had mentioned this place, and Princess Yuling confirmed it was built for cultivating disciples. Princess Yuling then explained her urgent need to cross a fierce storm to get something vital. Ning Tian mulled over the challenge, understanding why she sought someone capable of reaching the 9th step. Taking his hand, she pleaded for his help. She told him that the Supreme Divine Realm would open in 2 days and begged him to come along. Ning Tian agreed but asked silently what reward he would get in return. With surprise, Princess Yuling assured him that he could ask for anything he wanted. Ning Tian wondered if the Thunder Heart Fruit was a real prize or just something ordinary. Noticing a slight smile on his face, Princess Yuling grew nervous and warned him to keep his thoughts in check. Ning Tian, still calm, made it clear that all he wanted was a Thunder Heart Fruit as his reward. Suddenly, he sensed something off. A system alert flashed saying he had surprised Princess Yuling, and that his reward would come without any cultivation aura. With a reluctant smile, Princess Yuling admitted that Ning Tian was asking for too much. Ning Tian looked at Princess Yuling and asked her to explain what she meant about the Thunder Heart fruit. She said the fruit tree only gives a few dozen fruits each year, making it super rare and hard to get. Not satisfied, Ning Tian then demanded a celestial-level martial skill and 10 billion spiritual coins on top of the fruit. Princess Yuling was taken aback by his high demands and questioned him. Ning Tian just laughed and mentioned how his wife might react to such a request. Her eyes went wide as she asked if Ning Tian really had a wife. Quickly, he revealed that his wife was the Empress of the Celestial Demon Sect. Shocked, Princess Yuling gasped in disbelief and joked that if Ning Tian's wife was the Empress, then the Patriarch of the Celestial Demon Sect must be her husband. Intrigued, Ning Tian wondered how he hadn't heard of that before. Princess Yuling explained that if Ning Tian could claim the Empress as his wife, she could claim the Patriarch as hers. She added that the Patriarch was handsome, a real idol among many. Ning Tian clenched his fist in agreement, admitting that the Patriarch was indeed good-looking. Laughing, Princess Yuling complimented his confidence before handing him a token that would let him into the forbidden area. Taking the token, Ning Tian called for the Holy Sun to leave. He then noticed the Holy Sun happily drinking with Yuchi. Yuchi teased the Holy Sun, asking if he was enjoying the horse meat, and the Holy Sun praised it, promising to bring more horses. Before long, the two were dancing drunkenly while Ning Tian watched. Eventually, Ning Tian grabbed the passed-out Holy Sun. As Yuchi and Princess Yuling said their goodbyes and left, Ning Tian and the Holy Sun later made their way back to their quarters. Even while still asleep, the Holy Sun began laughing in his dreams, and Ning Tian couldn't help but comment on how peacefully he was sleeping. Later, Ning Tian closed his eyes, thinking about his plan to enter the Supreme Secret Realm. While meditating, a golden aura started to glow around him, lighting up the entire city. Over at the Celestial Pavilion of the Imperial Palace, a man sensed Ning Tian's powerful aura and recognized it as the Divine Moon phenomenon. This eldest prince believed that the aura signaled a hidden treasure in a secret realm, and he was determined to grab it to strengthen his claim to the throne. The next day, Ning Tian was stopped by guards at the entrance. They told him that no outsiders were allowed, but when he showed them the token, they quickly apologized for the mix-up. Once inside, Ning Tian wondered why so many people were gathered. It turned out that Princess Yuling and Yuchi were waiting for him. Greeting him warmly, Princess Yuling said she had been waiting, and Yuchi playfully stuck out her tongue, showing her excitement. Observers around them commented on Ning Tian's presence and his link to the princess. Princess Yuling then announced that today marked the opening of the Supreme Secret Realm. She explained that all the princes and princesses fighting for succession rights were there. Ning Tian just nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a group arrived on horseback, shouting for everyone to clear the way. The horses trampled over people, and even the Holy Sun got caught up in the chaos, left scrambling. A woman riding with the eldest prince, Qin Aura, mocked those in her path. Curious, Ning Tian asked Princess Yuling about these arrogant newcomers. She identified them as Qin Aura, the eldest prince of the Lord of the Supreme Divine Realm, and his sister Qin Yu, both known as fierce opponents. Princess Yuling clenched his fists, realizing he'd best avoid a fight. Then, an immense aura filled the area, making everyone uneasy. Yuchi struggled to breathe and told Princess Yuling she felt overwhelmed. The princess explained that the pressure came from the third uncle, a powerful immortal emperor. When Yuchi asked why she didn't seem bothered, Ning Tian sarcastically muttered that he was in shock at the sheer power around him. All eyes turned to the third uncle as he gathered everyone's attention. Holding a red crystal, he declared it was the key to opening the Supreme Secret Realm. In an instant, the crystal flew from his hand, landing on the ground and forming a golden door. Ning Tian stared at the crystal's glow, realizing its importance. With a raised hand, the third uncle commanded the door to open, and the next chapter of their journey was about to begin. Third uncle told everyone the secret realm would last only 2 days and to focus on getting stronger. Yume rolled her eyes as she and Qin Yui stepped into the portal. Ning Tian grinned and joked that maybe they should have swiped their horses too, calling out their big-headed ways. That jab got Princess Yuling riled up, while Yukin stuck her tongue out playfully. Yukin said that as a disciple of the nebulous sect, she'd never steal. She'd probably cap him. But anyway, the Holy Sun looked angry, and Ning Tian just shrugged, still puzzled by the nebulous sect reference. Quickly, Princess Yuling explained that the nebulous sect was a long way from the Supreme Divine Realm. Ning Tian nodded, and they all got ready to move on. They stepped into the portal together. Princess Yuling and Yukin took off into the air right away. Ning Tian, coming in last, suddenly realized he was airborne, and then he started to fall. He crashed to the ground with a frustrated groan. Yukin laughed at his clumsiness, while Princess Yuling rushed over with concern, even joking about burning paper wives for him. Ning Tian got up quickly, and Yukin teased him further by calling him a fraud. He laughed and said his face hit the ground first. Princess Yuling checked on him, impressed by how quickly he bounced back. Just then, a system alert popped up, saying his beast tamer skill had been upgraded. Ning Tian grinned, happy with the rich aura of the secret realm, and Princess Yuling agreed it was a great place to train. As they moved along, Ning Tian noticed a statue. Curious, he asked what it was. Princess Yuling said it was a statue of a demon general. Ning Tian paused and wondered how much he really knew about demons. The system then reminded him that his knowledge of the deep celestial world was pretty limited. Princess Yuling noted his lack of info about the demon general, and Yukin added that even if Ning Tian only focused on cultivation, he was still from the deep celestial world. Next, Princess Yuling talked about the three-sided fight after the Dark Rebellion. While Yukin admitted she invited the celestial spiritual domain, Ning Tian asked about the Dark Rebellion, but Princess Yuling wasn't sure of all the details. Then suddenly, they raced toward Lightning Cliff, with Princess Yuling leading the way. When they reached the cliff, she told Ning Tian to stop and cross the minefield to grab an item. Just then, a lightning bolt struck nearby, startling everyone. Ning Tian sized up the danger of the minefield and the purple lightning overhead. Yukin worried for his safety, but Princess Yuling reassured him he could handle it. Ning Tian said he didn't like owing favors and would get the job done, and Princess Yuling nodded at his determination. At that moment, Yumi and Qin Yui arrived, clearly not liking Ning Tian. You may question why Ning Tian was even with Princess Yuling, mocking his skills. Ning Tian got ready to face her taunts as Qin Horan suddenly exploded in anger, challenging him directly. Tension filled the air as the rivalry between Ning Tian and Qin Horan ramped up, setting the stage for a big fight. Ning Tian hit his sister, and in an instant, Yumi and Qin Horan moved to attack. For a moment, Ning Tian stood still, but then he dodged, catching Qin Horan off guard. Qin Horan burst out in disbelief, amazed that Ning Tian had managed to dodge such a close strike. Princess Yuling watched, impressed that he escaped her brother's attack. At that moment, the system flashed a message. Ning Tian had shocked Qin Horan, Princess Yuling, and Yukin, and his beast tamer skill was upgraded. Ning Tian couldn't help but smile at the unexpected reward. You force yourself on your wife, you get a reward. You hit your sister, you get a reward. Jesus. Whoever wrote this probably had some serious childhood trauma. Qin Horan, now bruised, shouted at his brother, urging him to finish Ning Tian off. But after a quick look at the scene, Qin Horan decided to let Ning Tian explore Lightning Cliff alone for clues about the treasure. He then moved over to Princess Yuling and suggested they allow Ning Tian to cross the cliff by himself. Ning Tian, calm and steady, accepted the challenge, knowing Qin Horan's status well. Meanwhile, Qin Horan thought to himself that Ning Tian was just from the earthly realm, and he was underestimating him. Ning Tian set off toward Lightning Cliff, feeling the intense pressure in the air. Yukin commented on how calm he looked as he moved closer to the cliff. Qin Horan warned that the center of the lightning field was no joke. A powerful onslaught awaited there. Ning Tian thought about the divine lightning essences left behind by the Supreme Founder. The system confirmed he could feel and absorb these essences using his beast tamer skill. Then Ning Tian pulled out his instrument, catching Yukin by surprise. Princess Yuling recognized it as an immortal weapon and couldn't hide her admiration. Ning Tian started to play, announcing his intent to beat the thunder tribulation. Almost instantly, an immense aura formed around him and a thunder dragon appeared. Princess Yuling couldn't help but exclaim at the power of the divine thunder. A man nearby watched in awe, impressed by Ning Tian's control over the thunder dragon. Both the princess and the holy son Xiao were stunned by his display. Xiao even speculated that the thunder dragon might be linked to the legendary treasure of the divine moon. Qin Horan, irritated, mused about the potential arrival of that treasure. The thunder dragon moved toward Ning Tian, who took a moment to gather the lightning. With a clear command, Ning Tian called the dragon to him and merged it with his energy. Yukin watched, puzzled by the shrinking lightning. The holy son Xiao explained that Ning Tian was refining the thunder dragon. Qin Horan then questioned Ning Tian's plan to absorb the divine thunder's resonance. Princess Yuling wondered if he had reached the 9th step of the terrace of 9 steps of wind and thunder. Ning Tian began making complex movements, controlling his energy to refine the thunder dragon's essence. The system soon announced his success in absorbing the divine lightning. Ning Tian grinned at the reward notification, clearly pleased. Then he looked up and spotted an object. He asked if it was what Princess Yuling had wanted. Without hesitation, he flew toward the object mounted on his thunder dragon. When he touched it, He felt a strong resistance and murmured about its toughness. He soon discovered it was an advanced earthly-level technique, the technique of celestial thunder. Princess Yuling and Yukon both expressed their wish to cultivate the resonance of the divine thunder. Ning Tian then descended, showing off the item and announcing his success. Just as he was about to hand over the treasure, he felt something strange on his back. Princess Yuling shouted a warning to him. Qin Horan smiled inwardly, sensing that a legendary treasure might soon appear. Before anyone could react further, Ning Tian quickly turned to see a portal forming out of thin air. A deep voice declared that thousands of years had passed as an imposing old man stepped out. The old man announced that someone had awakened the imperial soul left in the supreme secret realm. In response, everyone knelt, greeting the supreme ancestor. Ning Tian, however, stayed standing, calmly facing the old man. The supreme ancestor frowned and demanded to know why Ning Tian wouldn't kneel. Ning Tian's reply was cold and clear. He said that the old man was just a residual soul. His words cut like thunder, and the shock of his response sent a spiritual tremor rippling through the city of Shenzhow, leaving everyone stunned. After speaking with the supreme ancestor, Ning Tian fell silent as the old man radiated an intense aura. Princess Yuling couldn't help but wonder what it meant that Ning Tian had stirred the ancient soul, questioning his very identity. Qin Horan, however, wore a satisfied grin as he realized that direct ancestral souls still walked among them, a link he mused to the Divine Moon treasure legend. The supreme ancestor then glared at Ning Tian, dismissing him as nothing more than an insignificant yellow-haired brat. Yet the old man soon noticed a spark of emperor energy in Ning Tian and marveled at the strength of his descendants. Descending slowly, the supreme ancestor warned Ning Tian against further arrogance, reminding him that his own awakening had brought the ancient soul back to life. Ning Tian's eyes widened as he silently wondered when exactly he had triggered the awakening. In response, the old man explained that he had left behind a legend about the Divine Moon thousands of years ago. A story Qin Horan confirmed by smiling broadly, noting that the treasure of that legend was indeed passed down by their ancestors. Ning Tian admitted in his own way that he had not meant to bring up such matters before. Then, with deliberate care, the supreme ancestor pressed his hand against his chest and acknowledged Ning Tian's talent by offering him a secret book. Ning Tian laughed at the old man's outdated style, which only provoked the supreme ancestor to question his remark about being called an old man. Not to be outdone, the Ancient One invoked a hidden treasure, revealing it as the supreme technique of chaos. Ning Tian, skeptical of its worth, questioned the value of the manual, but the old man defended it as a gift meant especially for him. Ning Tian accepted the treasure, vowing to protect the supreme celestial domain. His acceptance, however, sparked anger in Qin Horan, who loudly declared that Ning Tian was no true descendant and did not deserve the prize. Yukon added her own frustration by calling him an annoying brat. Amid the commotion, the supreme ancestor looked around, trying to understand what was happening, while Ning Tian offered a silent thank you. Then the Ancient One grew angry, accusing Ning Tian of being a reckless thief. Ning Tian fired back, insisting that he had never denied his ties to the supreme celestial domain. Holding the treasure high, he made it clear that the old man couldn't go back on his word. At that moment, the system chimed in to announce that Ning Tian had absorbed the clouds of chaos technique. With his new power, he spread his arms and began to fly. The supreme ancestor, acknowledging the fated meeting, allowed his soul to fade away, and Ning Tian watched quietly as the old man disappeared. Soon after, Qin Horan stormed up to Ning Tian with anger written all over his face. He warned Ning Tian that if he ever returned the clouds of chaos technique, there would be consequences. Yukon then asked Princess Yuling what they should do about Qin Horan, while the princess herself expressed worry about the eldest prince's power. Ning Tian merely scratched his head, dismissing their concerns, and declared in a tone laced with arrogance that he wouldn't show mercy. Despite Princess Yuling's caution to return the technique for his safety, Ning Tian confidently assured her that Qin Horan couldn't hurt him. Activating his aura, he muttered that Qin Horan was just plain annoying, a statement that made Yukon cover her mouth in alarm as she sensed the danger. Princess Yuling, desperate, noted just how overwhelming Ning Tian's power had become. Almost immediately, Qin Horan charged at Ning Tian, intent on attacking. In response, Ning Tian ordered the system to activate the Divine Kingdom card. The system complied, granting him a Divine Kingdom star physique. As Qin Horan's strike neared, Ning Tian shone brightly. His powerful aura halted the blow. A smile spread across his face as he prepared to counterattack. With a swift motion, he forced his adversary to retreat, sending Qin Horan crashing into a wall and spitting blood. Qin Horan could only say how strong the Divine Kingdom was. The system then announced that Ning Tian had shocked the crowd, rewarding him with extra cultivation aura. Ning Tian took a moment to reflect on the power of the Clouds of Chaos technique. Outside the kingdom, someone noted that the portal was activating, and soon King Feng himself questioned the unfolding events as a mysterious figure emerged from the portal. The crowd gasped in shock, all eyes fixed on the new arrival as the saga continued to unfold. The portal burst open and several attacks came out at once, knocking everyone down. A strong voice ordered the crowd to clear the way. One man complained about getting knocked over while Princess Yuli and Yukin stepped out of the portal, taking in the chaos around them. King Feng soon appeared, his eyes scanning the mess as he wondered how everyone had come out together and why so many were injured. Still on the ground, King Haoran pointed a finger at Ning Tian, accusing him of tricking the Supreme Ancestor to get hold of the Clouds of Chaos technique. King Feng looked interested and asked about this mysterious technique. Someone nearby explained that Ning Tian had also grabbed all the treasures of the kingdom, and another person confirmed they had tried to stop him, but ended up getting beaten. A third observer even said that the prince himself had taught Ning Tian a lesson. Ning Tian, with a touch of sarcasm, reminded them that he had helped clean up the Supreme Secret Realm. Qin Haoran, now angry again, challenged Ning Tian to stand still so he could finish him off. Another pursuer shouted that they would capture Ning Tian and punish him. Ning Tian simply laughed at their threats and took off into the air, pushing them to chase after him. As they chased him through the sky, one man turned to King Feng, asking what they should do about Ning Tian. King Feng ordered the group to follow him, stressing that the relics of the Supreme Ancestor must not end up in the wrong hands. Nearby, Princess Yuling quietly expressed her worry to an elder about what might happen if Ning Tian were captured, but the elder promised he would protect him. While fleeing, Ning Tian leaped from rooftop to rooftop like this mofo is Spider-Man. One man noticed his shadow and wondered who he really was, while another joked that Ning Tian must be a flower thief. Frustrated by the constant chase, Ning Tian couldn't help but show his irritation. At one point, someone tossed an object his way and told him to catch it. To his surprise, it turned out to be an apple. The Holy Sun, peeking out from a window with a smile, urged him to grab some energy. Grateful for the snack, Ning Tian munched on the apple as he continued his escape, even as a furious pursuer scolded him for eating during the chase. Once finished, Ning Tian tossed the apple core at one of his chasers, daring them to catch him. An hour later, Ning Tian finally stopped in a spot surrounded by his pursuers. With a calm tone, he told them not to try too hard. He then checked the timer on his Supreme Experience card. The system said there was 1 hour left. The tired chasers grumbled about how Ning Tian still managed to run on. One even commented on his surprising stamina. "Yeah, I heard that before." While another taunted him as an ugly monster. "Not gonna lie, I heard that one too." The group closed in, warning he would regret their insults. In response, Ning Tian let flames burst from his back and ordered them to clear out. His aura grew so strong that it sent several of the pursuers flying. One man hit his head hard, and another realized that Ning Tian's power came straight from the Supreme Realm. Ning Tian gathered his focus and warned them that now it was his turn to fight. He activated a powerful technique, invoking the trial of the god of wind and thunder, which hit Qin Haoran hard and left him stunned. An old man suddenly appeared, moving in to block Ning Tian's attack while accusing him of disrespecting the city's laws. Qin Haoran quickly told the old man that Ning Tian had stolen the treasure of the Supreme Kingdom. The old man then declared that he was in charge of keeping order in the city. He advanced on Ning Tian, but Ning Tian easily dodged the old man's strike. Ning Tian then taunted the old man, saying that he had fought against powerful emperors before. Channeling his energy, Ning Tian prepared to counterattack. In a flash, a giant hand emerged, making the old man sweat with fear. Qin Haoran looked on, shocked by Ning Tian's sudden burst of power. The system then notified Ning Tian that he had shocked many powerful figures. Seizing the moment, Ning Tian activated a skill card that doubled his combat power for 1 hour. With a devastating strike, he broke through the old man's defense, sending him flying. The impact was so strong that the old man crashed through several buildings. Ning Tian watched the chaos around him as the system processed his rewards. Suddenly, King Feng appeared behind him, nodding in approval of Ning Tian's strength. Ning Tian couldn't help but reflect that he had finally caught the attention of some of the most powerful figures from the realm of the God Emperor. Ning Tian and King Feng faced off, their auras crackling in the air. Qin Haoran suggested they head to the forbidden area of the royal palace for a proper chat. But King Feng cut in, saying Ning Tian was a guest from the supreme divine realm and deserved respect. Just then, Ning Tian stepped back as a system alert flashed. The celestial group test card had expired. King Feng then invited Ning Tian to come closer, and while Ning Tian weighed the timing in his head, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. King Feng wondered which great emperor had arrived. Qin Horan couldn't hide his surprise, and others around them commented on the big arrival. Out of the portal stepped the Queen Mother of the West, smiling. King Feng immediately questioned why she was there. She replied that she wouldn't leave without sorting out the situation with Ning Tian. King Feng looked at her power and admitted she was the real deal. He then asked her how she saw Ning Tian, but she shot back, questioning why he cared so much. King Feng shrugged, saying he was just a humble emperor trying to clear up any mix-ups. The Queen Mother warned that too much curiosity could be dangerous and promised Ning Tian her support. King Feng shook his head in disbelief at her bluntness, but she then playfully threatened anyone who dared harm Ning Tian. Ning Tian, however, felt a bit uneasy with her rough approach. King Feng then questioned the Queen Mother about her way of intimidating the younger crowd. Suddenly, a strong aura burst from both Ning Tian and the Queen Mother, and the disciples started shouting about the ruler's arrival. No sooner had that happened than the ruler himself appeared, questioning the Queen Mother about her role in all this. The ruler acknowledged her presence and reminded her that her sacred land had no male disciples. In response, the Queen Mother declared she would do whatever it took to protect Ning Tian. The crowd started talking about Ning Tian's growing influence, and Yukin commented on how impressive he looked, while Princess Yuling wondered who he really was. The ruler then turned his attention to the Queen Mother, asking if she was trying to stir things up. The Queen Mother fired back, mentioning the ongoing war with the barbarians. The ruler pressed her on that, and she hinted that Ning Tian's protective empress was also involved. The ruler paused, mulling over what it meant to have an empress in the mix. Then Ning Tian spoke up, revealing who he was and saying he'd come in quietly. Qin Horan looked shocked at his revelation, and the girls around couldn't hide their admiration. Princess Yuling blushed and questioned his legendary status, and the system notified Ning Tian that he'd shocked the crowd and even boosted his teaching ability. Ning Tian took a moment to reflect on all the commotion his arrival had caused. The ruler considered the weight of Ning Tian's connections and then acknowledged his status, offering him new opportunities in the Supreme Secret Realm. Before things could settle, the Queen Mother reminded Ning Tian to return an important item. Ning Tian thought it over and agreed. He then tossed the item to the ruler, who looked stunned as he examined its contents. The ruler questioned Ning Tian's motives, suddenly sensing something was off. Ning Tian broke into a nervous sweat, wondering what had gone wrong. Ning Tian denied the ruler's claim that he could manipulate the artifacts left by the great emperor. The ruler, clutching a book, pressed him on how he'd gotten the celestial book without any words, even with his mastery of the supreme technique of the primordial palm. Ning Tian simply pointed aside and proposed a bet over the technique. The ruler wanted more details, so Ning Tian laid out the terms. If nothing was discovered in 3 days, he would teach one of their disciples. When the ruler asked if Ning Tian would really teach their students, Ning Tian replied that he'd charge a fee for it. The ruler's disciples weren't happy, shouting about the high fees. The ruler reminded everyone that they were at war with the barbarians and couldn't waste treasury funds. In response, Ning Tian offered a lower fee, minus 50 billion spiritual coins and 5,000 essence crystals. The ruler accepted the bet, acknowledging Ning Tian's reputation as the legendary patriarch of the celestial demon sect. As Ning Tian and the Queen Mother of the West began to withdraw, they reminded the ruler of their deal. Ning Tian's father warned him that he might be setting a trap, but the ruler brushed aside his son's concerns, confident that one of his disciples would grasp the technique within 3 days. The Queen Mother then asked Ning Tian if he really returned all the treasures if someone managed to master the technique. Ning Tian explained that understanding the supreme primordial palm required a level of enlightenment that made it nearly impossible in just 3 days. Princess Yuling then chimed in, asking if she should now call him patriarch. In response, the Queen Mother playfully teased Ning Tian about his relationships while Leuven was away. Ning Tian just gave a blank look while both girls blushed at the teasing. He scolded the Queen Mother for her remarks and warned that he would discipline her if she kept it up. She just smiled and challenged him, flying off with a playful promise to wait for him at the inn. That's code word for, I'm down, and trying to get clapped. Yuling was surprised by how close Ning Tian was with the Queen Mother, but Ning Tian insisted that she only knew how to make fun of him. Yukin then commented that Ning Tian was handsome, to which Ning Tian joked that he didn't know Yukin's ugliness was just a disguise. Later, the princess handed Ning Tian the promised Heart of Thunder fruit, warning him about its powerful spiritual lightning. Ning Tian reassured her as he opened the wooden box. The opening sparked bolts of lightning. He smiled at the small burst, placing his hand on the heart. Suddenly, a lightning dragon emerged and rested in his hand, leaving the princess startled. Ning Tian explained that the dragon was a form of divine thunder. Yukin was amazed by this revelation. Thinking it over, Ning Tian realized he needed one more ingredient for the thunder fruit. He thanked everyone and got ready to leave. As he did, Princess Yuling asked if he'd really reached the 9th level of the Thunder and Wind Staircase. Ning Tian shrugged off the importance of that level. Yukin then invited him to visit her in the Ethereal Palace for a banquet, and Ning Tian agreed to meet her later at the inn. Just as he was about to go, he heard the Queen Mother calling him to play with something new. Ning Tian felt a pang of disappointment as she approached. The Queen Mother then started questioning him about blackmailing the Supreme Realms. Quick as a flash, Ning Tian pulled her arm back, saying he hadn't taught her a proper lesson last time. The Queen Mother, laughing playfully, called him a naughty boy and demanded that he let her go. Ning Tian spanked the Queen Mother of the West, and she let out a loud scream. Instantly, she pushed him away with her power, sending him crashing into a wall. Ning Tian wondered if she got mad because he hit her twice in a row. For a moment, she grew serious, lost in thought over a strange burst of pleasure. Ning Tian fixed his hair and asked her why she was testing him. She fired back by questioning why he had asked for 50 billion spiritual coins. Ning Tian replied that a great empress wouldn't think 50 billion was too high. After all, she and his wife were just as rich. She scoffed that while 50 billion coins might not be much, 5,000 primordial essence crystals were a whole different story. Ning Tian explained that he wanted to build a small transport column between the Celestial Demon Sect and the Sacred Jade Lab. The Queen Mother weighed the idea, thinking about its risks and rewards. Ning Tian then added that if it wasn't possible, he wouldn't push it further. She suggested they first ask everyone's opinion and then get back to him. The air grew quiet, and she remarked on how awkward the silence was. Suddenly, Ning Tian grabbed her hand and dashed off, shoving her aside and telling her to go back. With a mischievous smile, the Queen Mother vowed that one day she would make Ning Tian her slave. That smile makes me think Queen is definitely a freak and probably into BDSM. 3 days later, the Supreme Ruler of the Divine Realm announced his disappointment that no one could decipher the Celestial Book. Qin Horan stepped up, saying he hadn't found a way to crack it. Ning Tian appeared and asked if any disciple had managed to find enlightenment. The ruler declared Ning Tian the winner and tossed him a storage ring. Catching it, Ning Tian remarked that the ruler always kept his promise. Then Ning Tian chose the Queen Mother and Yukin to teach, which sparked Qin Horan's anger. He accused them of scheming with Ning Tian. The Queen Mother replied that she hadn't known Ning Tian's true identity when she took him to the Supreme Secret Realm. Ning Tian stepped in and said that the Queen Mother had top talent and was a great candidate. He then asked her if she was ready, and she replied in the affirmative, showing that in her eyes the Lunar Princess was truly the Queen Mother of the West. Ning Tian activated his knowledge transmission talent and touched her forehead. The system confirmed the talent worked, and the Queen Mother began to float as an aura wrapped around her. Ning Tian said she would soon understand the Supreme Primordial Palm. Qin Horan grumbled that the technique was celestial level and couldn't be mastered so fast. The ruler glared at Ning Tian as Qin Horan continued to question his motives. Finally, the Queen Mother's eyes lit up, and her body started to fill with a huge, powerful aura. The Queen Mother's aura started building on her forehead, and everyone around couldn't help but remark on how huge and supreme it looked. Amid the chatter, Ning Tian announced he was leaving. Qin Horan wasn't having it. Qin Horan shouted at the ruler, asking if they would let Ning Tian slip away without dealing with his possible tricks. The ruler calmly replied that Ning Tian was smart enough not to stir up more trouble for the Celestial Demon Sect. A few minutes later, Princess Yuling opened her eyes and came down, saying she had mastered the supreme form of the primordial palm. The ruler wasn't buying it. He questioned her claim with clear doubt and disbelief. Qin Horan thought about how her new skills might threaten his own status as a rival. The ruler then asked Princess Yuling if she was serious, and she replied confidently that they could decide for themselves. With that, her hand shot out golden lightning as she prepared to show off her mastery of the supreme primordial palm. The ruler, clearly shocked, admitted that it really was the highest form of the technique. He even laughed, happy to see a true genius rise in the supreme divine realm. The disciples cheered, and the ruler smiled at Princess Yuling's achievement. Princess Yuling modestly said that her success was thanks to the great master, who had given her clear guidance. Then the ruler wondered how Ning Tian had learned the techniques so fast, though he did acknowledge Ning Tian's solid reputation. Princess Yuling replied that the great master must have used some clever tricks, since her method had even made others vanish. The ruler waved off any worries, saying that having someone inherit the great master's teachings was enough. Then the ruler raised his hand and declared that no one was allowed to provoke the Celestial Demon Sect. Everyone shouted in agreement and promised to follow the order. Qin Horan, however, warned that the decree might show they were scared of the Celestial Demon Sect. The ruler shot back, reminding Qin Horan that making enemies with them was too dangerous. Outside, Ning Tian thought about how he'd missed the chance to enjoy the surprise and potential rewards. Just then, the Holy Sun appeared, excited and saying he'd been waiting for Ning Tian. He grabbed Ning Tian's arm, urging him to head over to the Tianzhu pavilion. Ning Tian then asked what Sister Changqi wanted from him. At the Tianzhu pavilion, several people greeted Ning Tian, calling him the Great Master. Soon, Sister Changqi herself showed up, complimenting Ning Tian on his looks and style. She introduced herself as the mistress of the Tianzhu pavilion and said she admired him. Ning Tian nodded, noting that she had a solid reputation as a top auctioneer. Sister Changqi praised Ning Tian's courage and his knack for fooling emperors. Ning Tian then asked what the Tianzhu pavilion expected from him. She handed him the spiritual coins he had paid at the auction, explaining she hoped to set up a business deal. Ning Tian wanted more details about this cooperation, so Sister Changqi offered a 30% discount on elixirs, weapons, and other materials for cultivation. Ning Tian thought over the offer and questioned her generosity. In return, Sister Changqi expressed her admiration for him and said she wanted to be friends. Ning Tian replied that free things always ended up costing the most. God knows that's the truth. He promised to think it over after discussing it with her further. Sister Changqi agreed, saying Ning Tian could find her later at the Empress pavilion. As Ning Tian turned to leave, Sister Changqi reminded him about the spiritual coins. He declined, saying he didn't like owing favors. An elder nearby then questioned her kindness toward Ning Tian. Sister Changqi explained that, as a merchant, making generous deals often led to bigger returns. In the Tianling region on the western continent of the Celestial Demon sect, Lu Wuing stepped down the staircase and reported that the Orthodox Alliance had finally calmed down. The Great Elder replied that he'd heard an unmatched genius had shown up among them, which only made them even more cocky. Lu Wuing agreed with his worry and ordered that no one from the Orthodox Alliance be shown any mercy. The Great Elder then brought up recent chaos in the Supreme Divine Realm. Someone named Ming Shui had looted their secret realm and messed with the royal heir's succession. Hearing this, Lu Wuing couldn't help but remember Ning Tian, wondering how long it had been since they last met. A strong wind blew, and a distant voice announced that it had indeed been a while. Suddenly, Ning Tian appeared, flying on a phoenix. He leaped off and asked if his wife had missed him. Lu Wuing replied coolly that she hadn't missed him at all. Ning Tian landed, put his hand on her shoulder, and hugged her, saying he had missed her a lot. One disciple closed his eyes in embarrassment, while another stared in shock at the scene. The Great Elder then asked Ning Tian if he had brought back anything from his travels. Ning Tian pulled out several rings that shone brightly. Lu Wuing asked if those treasures included cultivation techniques, spiritual coins, and essence crystals. The Great Elder added that the essence crystals alone were worth a fortune. Ning Tian grinned as the system announced that he had shocked both Lu Wuing and the Great Elder, boosting his faith reach. Ning Tian suggested they talk things over calmly. After a while, Princess Yuling asked if Ning Tian had really won a bet with the supreme ruler of the Divine Realm. The Great Elder burst out in disbelief at Ning Tian's nerve to bet with someone as powerful as an emperor. Ning Tian simply said that the ruler should be thankful for giving them a top-notch heir. He then noted that it was getting late and told the Great Elder to get some rest. Lu Wuing questioned why it felt cold when it wasn't even dark yet, which made the Great Elder start to sweat at the thought of the weather. Ning Tian then approached Lu Wuing, saying that distance makes the heart grow fonder. Before she could respond, Ning Tian used his dragon step and flew off. He called out to the Great Elder to take the items and keep them safe, and the Great Elder agreed right away. Not long after, Ning Tian carried Lu Wuing into his room and tossed her onto the bed. Lu Wuing protested, embarrassed by the public display and Ning Tian's boldness. Ning Tian joked, asking if she was thinking something naughty. She quickly denied it, and he decided to get serious. Lu Yuling, curious now, asked what he wanted to discuss. Ning Tian laid out two issues. First, the Tianzhu pavilion wanted to team up with their demon sect. Second, he wanted to use resources to build a teleportation pillar with the sacred land of the Jade Pool. Lu Wuing thought about the high costs for the demon sect, but also saw the benefits of working with the Tianzhu pavilion. Ning Tian stressed how important it was to have a reliable ally like the sacred land of the Jade Pool. Lu Wuing then wondered if the sacred land would agree, given her neutral stance. Ning Tian reassured her that the Queen Mother of the West would back his plan. Lu Wuing sighed, admitting that alliances like these were rare for their demon sect. Ning Tian jumped for joy, praising her wisdom. Noticing his bright expression, Lu Yuling asked if he was really that happy about the deal. Ning Tian playfully asked if she was jealous. Lu Yuling looked away, denying any jealousy, but Ning Tian gently touched her chin, questioning if she was truly not jealous. She insisted she wasn't, but Ning Tian moved even closer. That Ning Tian steered the conversation into deeper matters, asking if she had missed him while he was away. To his surprise, Lu Wuing pulled him in for a kiss. After the kiss, she asked what he thought about it all, and the two got lost in the moment. Meanwhile, over at another location, the Queen Mother of the West was with her disciple in front of a coffin. A monster spoke from inside, claiming to be the true demon and challenging her. She answered coldly that the soul-sealing coffin would hold him in. The monster laughed in a sinister tone, vowing to return one day. The Queen Mother then turned to her disciple, staying calm and confident. Changing the subject, she asked them what they thought about teaming up with the demon sect. One elder hesitated, while another suggested they hold a meeting to gather everyone's views. Finally, the Queen Mother ordered all her disciple to come to the main hall to discuss this big matter. At Moonlight Cliff, Ning Tian was deep in cultivation with the celestial demon sect disciples when the system announced he had absorbed some extra faith energy. Nearby, one female disciple winced, complaining about a sore chest, while another groaned about her aching legs. Ning Tian snapped his eyes open and told the group to train properly and behave, warning that he'd hand out punishment if needed. The female disciples couldn't help but admire his strong, confident words, and one even joked, asking him to punish her as hard as he could because she was so delicate. In that moment, Ning Tian's thoughts drifted to his wife, who had recently asked him to train the exceptional disciple before bedtime. Lost in thought, he pulled out a ring and a few items tumbled to the ground. Then he declared he had several martial arts techniques and treasures for the disciples to choose from. The group erupted with excitement, unable to believe their patriarch was so generous. The system beeped again, telling Ning Tian he had shocked everyone and rewarded him with supernatural crafting talent. Ning Tian smiled as he thought about how handy it would be to craft his own weapons in the future. Just then, one disciple approached, holding a book, and asked how to practice the faith punch. Ning Tian walked down to the ground and activated his teaching power. After touching the disciple's forehead, he asked if he understood. The disciple's hands tingled with a powerful aura, and he thanked Ning Tian for the guidance. One after another, more disciples rushed over, eager to be taught. Ning Tian stayed calm and told them to take turns and approach one at a time. By noon, every disciple he trained was using their new powers. Ning Tian checked in, asking if they had finished training, and the whole group thanked him for his guidance. Soon, the system notified him of even more faith energy absorbed, boosting his storage. Just as Ning Tian was about to head out, he was caught off guard by a soft landing. Lu Wuing had descended and asked if he was ready to go home. She mentioned that Elder Yao was waiting. A grin spread across Ning Tian's face as a small spark of hope lit inside him. He secretly wondered if the elixir he'd been perfecting was finally ready. Without missing a beat, he scooped her up in his arms, and together they soared off toward the medicine hall. Inside the medicine hall, Elder Yao greeted them with a respectful nod. Lu Wuing wasted no time moving straight to him to ask about the progress on the medicine. With a deep sigh, Elder Yao admitted that he hadn't dared to start the process because the risks were too high. Ning Tian's brow furrowed as he imagined the loss of valuable medicinal materials if things went wrong. Then Elder Yao revealed a surprising secret. Only one person in all of Tianlin could safely make the pill. Lu Wuqing's eyes widened as she asked, and who would that be? Elder Yao's answer came slowly. He said it was the medicine emperor, Ling Feng. At the mention of the name, Ning Tian couldn't hide his confusion. Who is Ling Feng? He asked. With a slight knowing smile, Lu Wuqing explained that Ling Feng was Ning Tian's rival in love. Ning Tian's eyes grew wide at the thought, though he tried to keep his cool. Lu Wuqing continued calmly, adding that it wasn't unusual for Ning Tian to have a few rivals. Ning Tian quickly shot back that his wife was beautiful enough to attract many suitors before turning his attention back to the matter at hand. Lu Wuqing then explained that Ling Feng led the spirit medicine sect and was an imperial-level powerhouse. Elder Yao confirmed that Ling Feng was nearly at emperor level and was a master of alchemy. It soon became clear to Ning Tian that Ling Feng was the only one who could make the elixir he desperately needed. In his heart, Ning Tian vowed he couldn't let his wife seek help from another man. Seeing his worry, Lu Wuqing reassured him that they weren't asking for a favor, they were simply paying for the service. Ning Tian couldn't help but smile, grateful that she understood his concerns. He wrapped his arms around her, murmuring his worry about whether Ling Feng would even agree to the deal. Lu Wuqing's confident promise to make sure he accepted eased his mind just a bit. With a sly smirk, Ning Tian remarked that for alchemists, money was nothing compared to the true value of medicinal materials. Lu Wuqing narrowed her eyes slightly, a trace of suspicion in her gaze, but Ning Tian kept his tone light as he declared that they'd set off for the spirit medicine sect tomorrow. Finally, Elder Yao turned to Lu Wuqing and with some hesitation asked if she agreed to the alliance. A small, determined smile played on her lips as she nodded, showing she was ready to take on the challenge. On the stairs of the celestial demon sect, Ning Tian and Lu Wuing led a group of disciples to visit the Emperor of Pills. Lu Wuing was sure she could persuade Ling Feng to help refine the pill. Ning Tian admired her clear head and told the Great Elder to keep an eye out for any visitors from the sacred land of Tali or the Tiaoban Pavilion. The Great Elder nodded and followed his orders. With excitement in his eyes, Ning Tian hugged Lu Wuing to thank her for her support. Then the couple took off into the sky, heading straight for Ling Feng. Meanwhile, at the spiritual medicine sect, a few bored disciples gathered around the massive great statue of Ling. Ning Tian remarked on how huge the statue was and even joked about Ling Feng being full of himself as they drew near. Some disciples bristled at their arrival, feeling disrespected. Lu Wuing raised her power and called for Ling Feng to show up. A shockwave swept through the area, knocking the disciples over. Soon Ling Feng descended with confidence and greeted Lu Wuing warmly. Ning Tian bristled at Ling Feng's casual tone toward her. Ling Feng then asked Ning Tian who he really was, insisting he was a friend of Lu Wuing. Lu Wuing stepped in, clarifying their relationship and backing Ning Tian's feelings. Ling Feng was taken aback when he learned that Lu Wuing was married. He just stood there, clearly in his feelings. Ning Tian then playfully boasted about his good looks, which only annoyed Ling Feng further. Ling Feng jumped in with a joke, telling Ning Tian to keep a low profile, and Lu Wuing backed him up, pushing Ling Feng to his breaking point. Then, in a relaxed tone, Ning Tian asked Lu Wuing for a shoulder massage, a clear sign of their closeness. Lu Wuing smiled and began massaging his shoulders, much to the shock of Ling Feng's disciples. They finally saw that all the gossip about Lu Wuing was true. Ling Feng felt a sharp sting of jealousy watching her focus on Ning Tian. In a moment of sincerity, he apologized for his earlier behavior and admitted Ning Tian's worth, while Lu Wuing complimented Ning Tian on his fast progress in cultivation. But Ling Feng wasn't ready to let it go. He fumed, demanding to know why Lu Wuing had married Ning Tian, and asked what had brought them to the spiritual medicine sect. Lu Wuing replied that they were there to ask Ling Feng to refine a pill. Ling Feng pressed for more details, what kind of pill and whether the right ingredients were on hand. Ning Tian opened a box showing him all the ingredients, then shocked Ling Feng by revealing 2 rare ones. Ling Feng froze, weighing the high risks that came with using such advanced materials. Just then, a system alert flashed announcing Ning Tian's new alchemy proficiency. Ning Tian grinned, nodding at Ling Feng's known skill in alchemy. But then, to everyone's surprise, Ling Feng admitted he couldn't refine the pill. Lu Wuing quickly told him not to make excuses, but Ling Feng explained that the precious ingredients were too risky and could easily fail. Determined, Ning Tian declared he handled the task himself, leaving Ling Feng in complete disbelief at Ning Tian's boldness.